Again, did you guys hear me? Hello, everyone! Alright, I hope you have breakfast. And good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this podcast. This is your part. And of course, good morning to you, dear.
Good morning to you too as well, Kim. And of course, good morning to everyone. Or as we say in Cebu, maayong buntag sa tanan. Feel free to greet everyone a good morning. Please.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Perfect. So with that, good morning to our distinguished guests, industry leaders, scientists, researchers, and experts in quantum technology. Welcome to the second day of the 2025 Quantum Information, Science and Technology Conference in the Philippines. I am Julius Andre Evangelio from the Quantum Computing Society of the Philippines, together with
And yesterday was a blast, right? I had a blast with yesterday's talk and also dinner party.
I know, right?
Good conversation and words can express how delighted we are to you today. You know, you guys are taking notes, coming up with thought-provoking questions, and of course, making connections and conversations amongst others. And you know what, Bruce, I hope you also rested well because it's going to be another day full of insightful conversations, right, Jules?
That is so true. That is why we hope you are open today for more questions and insightful collaborative sessions with our speakers as well as delegates.
And to keep the message going, this really, really nice morning. Let us now start with day two with the keynote actors. And our first keynote speaker is the and managing director of the Founder Institute, Quantum and Time Accelerator.
Let us now welcome Mr. Nardo Manaloto for his talks on
Hello again. Good morning. So did you guys have fun dancing? Okay, somebody posted, I think it was Andre. Andre, this is the best quantum conference ever, right? So even though it's the first one. Okay, so I'm up here again because I know this is a quantum conference, and when you know the group had a dinner with Andre, Dr. Karingit, and you know a whole bunch of other key experts here. I said, well, this is a quantum conference, and what am I doing here bringing up future of computing, right? So what I wanted to do is really just, you know, let's take a look at this from a different angle. Quantum is a very good area to focus on, but let's, from a Philippine perspective, let's see how this area, by blowing it up and looking at the future of compute, how big the opportunity really is, right? Let's start off with this. Limitations of the classical and quantum systems. So if you take a look at existing classical systems, we're into, you know, the whole Moore's law issue. Minimization is also an issue, right? I mean, you're making those transistors so small that it's almost, you know, those electrons are passing through the transistor gates. So that's an issue. Energy consumption, you know, we're burning the planet, right? So with the amount of energy that we're spending on these classical systems. Processing speed, you know, we have so much more complex issues that we need to solve, and just processing these level of the data that we have now, the amount of the more complex algorithm, classical system just doesn't cut it. Quantum, I love quantum, right? However, the what is that? The sobering reality of quantum yesterday was really about, we still have issues. We have qubit coherence issue. We have error rates, right? It's still in its nascent stages. It's useful and not useful. It's useful from a perspective of simulation, quantum-inspired type. It's useful from a hybrid perspective, but it's not all there yet, right? Okay, but when you take a look at the area of advanced computing, it's a very rich area. There's a professor that I met in University of Toronto, and his name is Professor Barry, Barry Sanders. And he wrote a book called Unconventional Computing. And apparently, in the compute space, there's all these methods of doing algorithms and doing compute architectures that I've never learned, I've never seen before. I'm a computer scientist by trade, and I've done a lot of AI work, and I've never heard of those compute architectures. So he opened up a big world to me called unconventional computing. And these are computing architecture that is definitely a lot of nature-based system that I'd like you to get familiar with, because these are things that are upcoming. Okay. Show of hands, who's heard of neuromorphic computing? Okay, very good, right? So basically, it's a brain-inspired chip, right? So basically it's IBM is really good at doing this. They have their own neuromorphic chip, and there are many startups in this space that's doing that. And the whole reason for that is they want to use the mimic the brain, right? Not just from a software standpoint, but also from a hardware perspective, so you can process like a brain. Here's an example of one startup that's out there that's already, putting these chips out in production. Okay, who's heard of DNA and biological computing? Okay, so DNA and biological computing is basically saying, I'm using our, matter to basically do compute, okay? So that, I would say that that's the easiest part of that. But let me show you this chip. So what do you see in this chip? So this is a picture of a company out of Sweden. And what they have is a biological computer. So this computer is, it's a combination of neurons, and chip working together. So the way they created this computer is they took stem cells from cord blood, and they grew stem cells into brain organoids or mini brains, and they created multiple of these mini brains, and they connected it to a chip, and they created software to interface with the chip and the brain. So if you say, hey, the software is going to say, let me give you 1 + 1. It'll go to the chip, it'll go through some digital processing, chemical processing, it'll go to the brain, it'll process it, and then the brain will create some sort of a neuron signal. And it'll go back to the software. And when it goes back to the software, it's basically creating this signal pattern, and the system is trying to determine what that answer is. So now we're getting into this world of truly quantum, right? The brain is a quantum device. We're interfacing with the chip, and this is work that's being done by 9 universities altogether. And believe it or not, I had 4 companies come and pitch me on this thing already. So this thing is already happening. Okay, this one, optical and photonic computing, very popular. There's a lot. I invested in a company called Lumai out of the UK on this one. They do 3D optical compute. It's just basically using light sources, right, as a way to compute things. Here's an example. So there's a company that's very famous out there called Light Matter. Light Matter have already produced this chip, very heavily invested upon from a VC perspective. So that's another kind of compute. So I don't want to go through all of these compute architecture, okay, and give you a lecture, but this is just a handful of more things on the compute side. Any of you heard of reversible computing? Okay, I thought computing was supposed to go forward, right? So reversible is basically saying when it's doing its compute, it uses less energy than it's actually producing, that it needs, right? So it's giving more, which is a really fascinating area. How about hyperdimensional computing? Anyone heard of that? So that is another kind of compute coming out of Berkeley where they're using layers of dimension to train AI. Okay, that's another one. Artificial life and revolutionary computing. Okay, this is a group of people out of University of Maryland, and what they're doing is they're using the brain to train AI LLMs. Okay, so look at this, all of these fascinating things: swarm computing, cellular automata, chaos computing. So yesterday, in the security and in the cyber session, I asked the question and said, okay, if is the enterprise fully secure, right? Once you have PQC, QKD, and the classical AI cybersecurity. And the reason I did that is because I wanted to see if there was an answer to it, right? I love the answer. The answer was yes, it's not fully secure, mainly because of social engineering, which is a human issue. And I don't think we'll ever get away from that. However, the area that's not secure in anything from an enterprise standpoint is the compute itself is not secure. Anything happening inside the chip is not secure. So there are two compute here that are really two new areas. One is called confidential computing, and the other one's blind computing. Okay, so that is going to be, when you look at your cybersecurity stack, you need to look at it from all of those angles. It's never just about quantum. It's never just about the classical AI system we have from a cybersecurity stack. You also have to look at what's happening inside the compute, because what does the compute have? It has your algorithm. It has your data. It's computing from that standpoint, right? Okay. And these are all frontier things already, but there's even more frontiers on top of the frontier stuff, right? So it's really getting fascinating. Okay, I think electron spin is also another one, right? That's an area. So this one, the way I understood it was, somebody from UCLA, professor in UCLA, one time said to me, "Did you know, Nardo, that your nose is a quantum sensor?" I said, "What?" "Your nose is a quantum sensor." And I said, "How? How could that be a sensor?" And she explained what this concept is all about. So our nose actually doesn't detect smell. It detects vibrational frequencies of smell molecules. We're detecting it. So the way we're detecting it, the nose is able to detect whether the spin of the molecules up or down, right? So this is an interesting area where sensors could be, sensors, data storage, and processing would be good areas of innovation. We have quantum material impact. So I think I mentioned I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but there are companies now that are doing what we call metamaterials. So this is like using multiple materials, layering it on top of each other to create more properties that could be harnessed from semiconductor and chip design and electronics. We're getting into that space, right? And if you don't know what those are, I suggest that that's an area of science that people need to get into, because the innovation on the compute side is going to be dependent on the materials that we create. Okay, I'm not going to go through this one. I think there's a lot there. Cellular automata. Okay, look at this. Who wants to compute using your AMAG? Right? So if you get moldy bread, maybe you could turn that into a computer. Right? So look at this. Slime mold computing, cellular automata, emergent behavior. So the point here is not because it's mold. The point is we could look at biomimicry as a way to improve compute. That's the point of this. That's the point of this slide, right? We have so much stuff in nature that's been harnessed, that's been improved over millennia and millions of years, that we could harness as part of new compute architecture. Okay, so if you look at all of this new compute things that I'm talking about, it's definitely going to change AI, right? So every time you have a new computer, what else do you need to have? You need to have a new kind of data architecture. You need to have a new kind of application. You need to have a new kind of AI system, right? And you also need to have new kinds of infrastructure. So when you look at the opportunity of this thing, it's never about just the compute. It's that entire piece. Let's take a look at it from that standpoint. Let's look at compute from a quantum perspective, but let's look at the entire stack for advanced compute, and let's look at the opportunities there. That is the main message I wanted you to have for today, right? Mainly because I think doing quantum is a great thing, but anything that you do in quantum in semiconductor, electronics, all applies to those areas. You just need to look. Cyber, we already talked about, I just did that. And of course, there's all this ethical consideration that happens with this. So it's never just about the technologist looking at these things. We also need to make sure that we have policies. We have people in the ethics side. We have people that takes a look at these new compute architectures based on brains, based on many different things that are just extending the implications towards society on this. So we need to make sure it's safe. We need to make sure it's not going to take us over, right? We need to make sure that we are out of danger on any of these, I would say, really future forward-looking architecture. Okay. So this one, take this one in because I think that's understated from an opportunity perspective, right? And initially when I was looking at this, I said, oh, I got to mind my T's and B's, right? Because there are T's and B's, they're all B's, they're all T's. Like maybe some of this will eventually become, I don't know what's next to T. I'm not even sure, right? Big opportunity. Okay, this one, I'm not sure. Has anyone seen this picture before? Okay. So this is this came out of QETC. This is a quantum tech stack, right? So if you look at all of the layers there, quantum materials, devices, environment, interface components, controls, software and correction network, all of those layers are all opportunities. That's on the quantum sense, right? But the next piece is like every compute will have its own layer. So imagine that, right? If every new compute architecture will have its own layer all the way up, from quantum materials all the way up to the application, then how massive of an opportunity is that? So that is, to us, I think to me, it's like gives me a lot of hope because we can play in many of these areas. We can create many of these things that would help from a supply chain perspective, so we could have a supply chain manufacturing kind of business because we can do all of these kind of things. Okay, I think I talked to you about this one. Whenever you improve compute, data needs to improve, intelligence needs to improve, and infrastructure needs to improve. For example, data centers right now are not planning to have quantum computers in there yet, right? But if our quantum computers are ready, well, according to IBM, at least a production level, I don't know what production really means, 2029, then, do data center developers need to address the next generation data center with those kind of requirements? Everyone that I've spoken to in data center had not done anything on that side yet. Or maybe Meta, Microsoft, maybe they have. I don't know. Okay. Well, in the spirit of building things, I want to make sure people are familiar with the concept of what a venture studio is. This is something that I'd like to stand up in the Philippines. I've been standing it up in other countries like India, where I'm well on my way there in doing a venture studio related to the stuff that I do. I'm doing one in the U.S. I want to do one in the Philippines. I'm going to Thailand, having a conversation about building capabilities like these. So what is a venture studio? It's a company that builds startups from scratch, right? So if you take a look at the ecosystem we have here, we have a lot of smart people, but we need to traverse smart people's IP into a company. So the most common complaint is really, we don't know how to do that, and we don't know how to take a research project into something that is commercializable. So a venture studio is an outfit that does that, and a process that does that. And some of the core activities are ideate, so meaning let's take a look at good ideas that has a market that hopefully will be a billion-dollar type of company. Let's build it, let's launch it, let's scale it. Right? So that's what a venture studio does. And I think the Philippines is right in doing something in this space. So why venture studios? So for us investors, the venture studio, the fact that we're helping them all the way, it's de-risking the investment. It's also making sure that the companies become better and well-rounded so they can succeed. So the whole premise of a venture studio is to create a successful environment and a process to make these startups company investable. So what does it take? It takes a whole lot of key studio ingredients, right? Builders, technologists, operation people, marketing people, investors, experts and mentors. It takes a lot. And there are many different types. There are VC-backed studio hybrid. That's mine. That's my model. Corporate venture studio. Corporate venture studio is more of you're working with a corporation to build companies based on the stuff that they care about. Global network studio model. That's my model too. And then internal capitalized studio, those are more, I would say, just venture studio funds, working as both a fund and a venture studio. Okay. So I said to myself, okay, I'm going to give some ideas. And I said, okay, maybe there's something in the quantum space. Here's one idea. Quantilakbay. Even the naming of this is so Pinoy. Right? So this is just all about logistics optimization, right? Using quantum technologies. And that's been done many times over. We have companies that's in that space already. I'm sure we could do that here because we have a lot of logistics issues here. Here's another one. Agriculture, right? How about using quantum sensors? AgriSense BioEdge. And I love putting these ideas out there because somebody may take it, right, and say, "Hey, I have technology that that intersects with that and can contribute to that. Maybe you could help me build something." Right? If you take a look at Asia, Asia is an entire agricultural region, huge market. If you take a look at the world, there's a lot of agriculture. Okay. This one I reserve for Jackie. So yesterday I was so impressed with one of the posters there that basically said, there's a group of people that did this pick. And I wasn't expecting that, totally surprised by it. And I said, maybe I should put that as an example because if we can do it, that's an idea worthy to put in here. I called it Liwanag PIC, right? So it's photonic, it's Liwanag, it's like light. So maybe we could create our own PIC here, and it has many uses, right? So YPH, leverage existing OSAT and electronics industry, strong STEM talent base, ideal for ASEAN supply chain. Okay, this one is my moonshot idea. Who wants to take this one? This is my moonshot idea. Silica sovereign, right? Our own chip, sovereign chip, right? If I take out silica and put some other, foreign language word in there, maybe you could take that on too. So the moonshot impact at the bottom line there, make PH a leader in sovereign compute, launch a homegrown chip design ecosystem. This to me was very inspiring because I've heard several people talk to me about our chip design capability. If we have chip design capability, why aren't we doing this? Okay, next steps. Let's do one together. Okay, I'd love to do something here. If there are any takers, let me know. Okay, as part of the conclusion here, let's look at beyond quantum technologies. Let's look at the future of everything. Okay, we need to have interdisciplinary approach towards innovation because it takes a village. Yesterday, the word in one of the sessions, the word community always comes up. We need that community. It has to be a collaborative effort. You can't do this alone. And then let's figure out how to transform the Philippines into what we are now and what we're going to be. Oops, okay. Maybe that's the wrong picture. Okay, so the last point I want to make is, when people say, oh, Nardo, we have to divide the pie, right? We have to have our piece of the pie. That is correct, but that is the wrong sentiment, right? What we need to think about is we can create 1 million pies and let's eat our fill, right? It's just a matter of our will to do it. So that's the last message. Let's do something together, and I think we could definitely help transform the Philippines at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Very insightful presentation, Mr. Manaloto, and of course, thank you for the project ideas that you presented for the Philippines. So at this point, we'll be opening the floor for questions. So if you have one, please proceed to make your way to the microphone at the right side of the room. So, and a note to everyone, so as a courtesy to our speaker, please kindly introduce yourself. So you may proceed.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm from Cebu, and I have met our speaker yesterday. I am June Saa. I'm retired, and I'm a friend of Bobby Corpus. That's why I'm here. And he asked me to ask this question. Well, anyways, you might have some idea already. I am really very interested in the quantum movement. And what you have presented us this morning is very highfalutin. I know these terms did not exist when I was much younger then. But I know it is a very broad field, and we cannot take everything by ourselves. So what would you suggest would be the area where the Philippines can focus on, and we can make a difference, and we can show the results? I don't want to be just talking here and being here, and we don't see anything happening to our country, and especially to our people. And thank you.
Wow, I'm glad that that was the question. If it's about talking about creating ube pies, I'm in trouble, right? So that question is a very good question. I've seen that happen in many countries, in many different states in the U.S. as well, right? You cannot build everything, can't boil the ocean. That's one, right? So what normally happens is, let's take a look at what the Philippine capabilities are and see what are the closest thing that we can do. Without knowing what you can do, I don't think you know where to step, right? So one of the areas that we should be looking at is doing what we call a capabilities assessment. What are the capabilities that we have here so we can be honest with ourselves and see where we can actually go? So a good example, like the fact that I didn't know we could do chip design here, to me, it's my fault, right? So the fact that I heard that, all of a sudden, just opened up a whole new world of potential. But let's not just do that. What we want to do is, let's be holistic about this thing, and let's take a look at, map out the existing capabilities of what we can do here. And normally it's found in universities and research orgs and tech companies. Let's just do an overall scan of what that looks like and say, based on the existing capabilities, what can we do in, let's say, the quantum space that applies, that is really close to that, and let's create examples of how to get there. And then the second piece is, if you know where you're at from a current state standpoint, now you can create the roadmap, right? So, we have DOST shared here with one quantum group, the Quantum Computing Society. They're going to be doing a roadmap exercise. So the roadmap exercise, if you can create a roadmap if you don't know what you have. So to me, it's a bit challenging. So you have to look at your existing capability and see where you're close at, and then figure out, what your next steps are. So I did this exercise with a state in the U.S., and they are very well-known photonic state. And they said, we want to get into quantum. Then all of a sudden, we looked at their entire capability. The best thing for them to do is not to take on a quantum computer. The best thing for them was to do quantum sensing, because they did a lot of photonic sensing. So now they captured that market. It was easy for them. They know where to target, and that's what they're doing now. It's similar kind of scenario for the Philippines. That's what we should do.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question and the response by Mr. Nardo. So we have another question here.
Hi, Nardo. Thanks for the challenge. I can't help but think of how humans flew. Like, we didn't copy what a bird does. We controlled and scienced our way away to the airplane. I find it curious that quantum computing is doing exactly the same. Like, we are sciencing and engineering our way to a quantum computer. And then recently there's this, I noticed as well, this shift to more biology-inspired computing. I'm just looking for, like, what do you think led to that? Is it like people realizing, oh, this is so hard, we just copy what nature did? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah, so innovation will always happen, because a lot of people look at innovation as a way to new markets, right? So if you look at the bottom line of innovation, it's all about how to make money, right? So for example, when you do quantum computing, one of the areas that we struggle, and this is usually a struggle in early stage companies with very innovative science and technology, is they're looking, the initial thing is like, oh, look for a problem to solve. Right? But this thing is so new, sometimes you don't know what that problem is. So a big part of the innovation is to look at new markets and new areas, new categories of things that's never been done before. So we normally look at current state. You can apply a lot of that stuff and say we can solve existing problems in just a better way. But there should be this level of thinking on, how do I create categories of market that is not there? We seem to forget that, right? And then the only thing that we see is the technology companies struggling to figure out what the market is, and eventually they'll figure out product market fit. But if we spend the time and saying, okay, if you have this capability that is exponential and can do a lot of things, what are the things that we should be solving that's beyond what we can currently do? We never think about it from that standpoint. And when you solve problems beyond problems that we currently have, maybe that's the market that somebody's willing to pay for.
Okay, we can do one last question. All right.
Sir Nardo, good morning. I am Chris Santos. I work for Lexmark, but I also used to work for DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute. So when I was at ASTI, that was around 2000, we worked on Bluetooth protocol stack. Primarily because we saw that it was a new protocol. It has a good enough range with a good enough bandwidth, better than the lower than network and a little bit faster than the typical short range communications. And we built that. We also built ARM RISC processors at ASTI before. We went to a point where we laid that out and ready for fab. And because we believed in ARM, we know it was low power, it would be very effective in low power applications. But during that time, the demand was not yet that big. And we lost steam, we lost track of that. And 10, 12 years from now, it became something really big, but we let it go. And I want to try to understand what would be your tips to kind of make sure those types of efforts where we have the capability, we have the right mindset, but the timing is not correct. How do we assess that?
Yeah, timing is always everything, right? So to me, timing is one of those that you have to look at inflection points, right? And what are inflection points? It's basically the signal that says, okay, this thing is ready to take off because something happened. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, in Pasadena there is this venture studio called Idea Lab. Very well known. They created many companies, and there was a company there that did video streaming, and they were they were ahead, right? The new concept video streaming prior to YouTube. They could get off the ground because regardless of how hard they try, they have really great technology. No one would invest in them because the experience of watching a video was not there yet, right? And so they gave up. They gave up after trying it, and they basically put that off the shelf, right? And then what happened was the inflection point of broadband came out. That signal, the broadband inflection point, basically YouTube came. So the rest is history. So what you need to key in is what we call inflection points. These are market signals that says something is ready for this kind of technology. And usually that's a very hard thing to do unless you practice at it. There are people in Silicon Valley that are just making a living out of figuring out what the inflection points are. And that is what we need to do for each of these new markets that we go through. I hope that makes sense.
That makes sense. Really difficult, but thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for the great questions from the audience, and thank you very much, Sir Nardo, for
Thank you so much, Mr. Rafael, as well as Mr. Nardo, and all fellows who raised their questions. And I am sure we are all quantum curious and is eager to learn more. So, for now, we will discuss more about post-quantum cryptography. So everyone, please welcome to the virtual stage the Quantropy Incorporated Senior Vice President of Sales, Mr. Jay Todd.
sounds like you can hear me. I'm going to go ahead and get started. So, first of all, thanks for having me today. My name is Jay Coates, and I'm the leader for business development at Quantropy. We are a cybersecurity firm that is headquartered out of Ottawa, Canada, and our entire focus is on quantum safe data and communication solutions. I'm going to talk about three things today. We've got a quick 20 minutes, and so I will try to go fast. I'm going to give you some background on PQC, talk about PQC migration considerations, and then last, if we have time, do a quick demo. I thought that would be fun to do today. So let's get right into it. You've had a lot of sessions that I'm sure have been fantastic on the incredible promise of quantum computing. And there's no doubt that it's going to change the way that society functions in a number of very, very exciting and impactful ways. But the flip side of quantum computing is that quantum, and likely some power from AI as well, will break the major encryption algorithms that we use every day. And this is a direct threat to the algorithms themselves. This is something that will compromise the PKI that is the underpinning of the trillions of dollars of global commerce that happens on the internet every day. This is the ability to fake a digital signature or compromise a digital signature. So if you think about how many documents have been docu-signed legally over the last 20 years, you can now crack that algorithm and compromise digital signatures. And it is not going to be a quick or easy transition to do this, right? Post-quantum cryptography migration to, right, move to a new set of standards and protect against all of those things. Now, there's a second threat vector that I'm also going to take just a minute to talk about. And that has to do, it's not a threat against the algorithms, but it's a threat against random number seeds that are used in encryption. And so whether you realize it or not, every encryption key has as its foundation what is supposed to be a truly random number as its seed. The challenge we have today is that those number seeds are not random. They're produced algorithmically by the operating system for whatever device you're using. And now with better capabilities on AI and machine learning, if I can learn that pattern, or if I have a very weak source of producing that random number seed, I've now created a very weak encryption key. And so there are a couple of examples on the screen, but the easy one to think about is the gold standard for symmetric encryption, right, is using an AES 256 key. The 256 is because it's got 256 bits in the encryption key itself, which is a really long key. But of those 256 bits, if some of them are not as random as they really need to be, they're from a poor source, they're not high quality, that makes a weak AES key. And if specifically we don't have at least 220 bits of the 256, or 85%, being highly random, I can almost immediately compromise that key and therefore break whatever is encrypting, not with a quantum computer, but with a high performance computing system that is very commonly in use today. And so this threat vector of having strong entropy or strong random numbers is also critically important now, especially as everybody moves to new algorithms, because the post-quantum algorithm standards also use random number seeds, and they actually have the need for a bigger random number seed, which makes the challenge of providing high quality random even more important. Even if you're moving to PQC, you still have this same problem. So this is the high level approach that most customers are taking today. I've been around for a long time, and so I've seen many, I'll say, transitions of computing over my lifetime. We started with going from mainframe to client server, and then client server to web applications, and then web applications to the cloud. And so we've done a lot of these transitions, and they all pretty much work the same way. You've got a period of awareness and education, then you're going to have some kind of a strategy for the migration that you need to perform. You're going to have a big inventory and organizational process. And then finally, you're going to get to executing a plan. And depending on the size of your organization, the complexity of your environment, all of these things can take a varying amount of time, but in general, this is a 4 to 10 year process. And for the longest time, organizations have been planning to execute some kind of a process similar to this to do their post-quantum cryptography migration, because the conventional thinking was we have until 2035 to solve this problem. And so even if it's going to take me 10 years, right, I have 10 years of time to execute whatever my process is that looks similar to this. So let's talk about what that timeline now actually looks like, right? And so the genesis of this whole problem really began back in 1994 when a mathematician named Peter Shor was the one that came up with the mathematics that proved without a doubt that a sufficiently sized quantum computer would be able to compromise the encryption that we use today. When that happened, most estimates said we had 50 to 85 years before such a machine would ever be in existence. People were thinking, right, a 2045 to 2080 time window for, right, what is commonly known as Q-Day. So now let's fast forward almost 20 years to 2016. In 2016, the standards body NIST in the United States, that's responsible for all the cryptographic standards, said, we're starting to get close enough to this happening that we better figure out some better algorithms to use. And so their process to create the new algorithmic standards for post-quantum cryptography that were just approved last year actually started way back in 2016. And when they started that process, they thought we still had 20 to 40 years before we ever had to worry about this problem, right? But anytime before 2020, the earliest you would ever hear someone say, yes, this is going to be a problem, yes, we need to do this migration and be prepared, was probably 2035, and most people thought it was later than that. Now, let's fast forward to 2024. In the last 2 years, I would say one of the best quantitative analysis of, when do we really need to start thinking about this Q-Day window was a report that was published by McKinsey. If you do a search, you'll be able to find it pretty easily. And they looked at the pace of quantum innovation, how fast the number of qubits were increasing in quantum systems, what vendor roadmaps said, and a whole bunch of factors. And they said, you know what? We've probably got a 3 to 12 year window. And so if you think about that, the early part of that window now, right, is 2027. But pretty universally, when this report came out last year, most people centered almost immediately on the back half of this window, and we're still operating on a, mid 2030s timeline. So for the most part, maybe you still have 10 years. Then a couple of months ago, IonQ published their roadmap. And this is just one data point. There are, other roadmaps that you can take a look at, right? IBM has published a lot of advancements. Rigetti, everybody has, made tremendous progress in terms of capacity and utility for quantum computing systems. And I'm sure you guys have heard a whole lot about that over the last day and a half. IonQ specifically said, hey, by 2029, we're going to have 8,000 logical qubits. Well, that's double the number that, according to Shor's algorithm, you need to compromise RSA 2048. So this says, if this roadmap is delivered on in a maximum of 4 years, if not sooner, we will now be able to break most conventional encryption. And that's not counting any innovation that happens between now and then. And so if you just take a look at this pattern, we've gone from something that is, right, a 50 to 85 year window to something that is 4 years away and could easily, right, be sooner. The other important thing to understand is that there is a risk right now today, and this is one of the most, pressing issues for CISOs, because I don't necessarily need to be able to compromise your data immediately today. There's a right? An attack we know that is going on a daily basis called harvest now, decrypt later, or steal now, decrypt later, where essentially you've got people that are bad actors that are just recording encrypted traffic. They know they can't decrypt it today, but they also know the day is coming very soon where they will be able to decrypt it. And storage is cheap. And so I'm just going to store a bunch of this encrypted data that I siphon off of the internet. And when I have the ability to decrypt it, then I'm going to learn what's inside. And maybe by then, some of the information won't be useful, but there's still a whole lot of information that very likely will. And so if your organization has a 5-year or longer data protection or data privacy requirement, based on that roadmap that we just took a look at, you are now squarely in this window, and you can think about the fact that you probably have this risk today that you are not thinking about, where if somebody harvests your encrypted data, they'll be able to decrypt it in sooner than 5 years from today. And so this is one of the most pressing reasons for customers and companies to start thinking about doing PQC migrations and quantum safe upgrades right now today, because even without a quantum computer right now today, you have this risk. Now, there is some good news in all of this, right? There's a whole lot of work that's already been done, and this work has accelerated tremendously in the last 2 years and is continuing to accelerate. Big tech leading the way, as you can imagine, and all kinds of, right, and this is just a very small sampling, all kinds of big tech firms have already upgraded their products. You very likely are using some form of quantum safe communications or data protection solution today, and you may not even realize it. If you use iMessage on your iPhone, that's been upgraded to quantum safe. If you're using a browser from Microsoft or Google, they've also done PQC upgrades. And so if you're running the latest browser version and you're talking to a server that's also had that upgrade, it will default to using a hybrid key that includes PQC. And so, right, the good news is that a lot of this work has already started and has already been done. So let's talk for a couple of minutes about migration. And this is probably, several hours in and of itself. And so I'm going to try to just call out some key points and some highlights here. And the first point I have is probably the key takeaway, right, for the entire 20 minutes that I have today. And if there's only one thing that you take away, it is to think about doing a parallel track for your inventory and planning and strategy process with some implementation, and doing implementation as early as possible to start getting your data and systems quantum safe. And the whole reason to do this is because if you go back and think about that 2035 timeline process that most firms are still working on and executing, they will run out of time doing strategy and planning if they don't start doing implementation today. If we have, right, a cryptographically relevant quantum computer anytime in the next 4 years, most organizations will run out of time. So to me, that is the number one takeaway that you need to think about. And when you go to do your implementation, right, what do you want to focus on? And this is a somewhat generic answer, but we'll talk about it a little more specifically in the next couple of slides. Look for things that provide a lot of value and are easy wins. And so, right, things that will provide a lot of value are going to be where you can do a PQC upgrade and you're protecting a whole lot of data in one shot. So we'll talk about, right, an example shortly for an IPsec VPN, a site-to-site VPN that's carrying, tremendous amounts of data. That makes a whole lot more sense to do a quantum safe upgrade on than an individual user transaction, right? High value. And then the other thing is you want it to be, right, an easy win. One of the best places for you to look for and get easy wins is to piggyback on top of any of your vendors that have already done a PQC migration of their product, because they've done the heavy lifting for you, right? So many vendors and cloud services and even other products have already done this migration. All you need to do is upgrade to the latest version, right? High value and easy wins. Now, right, there's a whole lot more to this process, and there's definitely some things to pay attention to. One thing to pay attention to is if you've got massive scale, and I mean massive scale, for moving data around in your organization, you may run into a performance problem. One of the things about the new cryptographic algorithms is the size is much larger, more memory, more cycle time, and in general, for regular loads, your laptop, your desktop, your mobile phone, you're not really going to see any kind of a difference. But an interesting story about Apple, when they did that iMessage upgrade, they wanted to rekey and provide a new encryption key for every single message that you sent in iMessage. Their infrastructure couldn't handle it because of the size of the encryption keys compared to what they were running in the classic cryptography today. And so their PQC upgrade, they're upgrading and rotating keys on iMessage about once every 50 times you send a message instead of on every single message, because their scale was so massive, their infrastructure couldn't handle the size of the larger keys. In general, you probably won't have a problem, but if you're a massive scale, pay attention. The second one to pay attention to is on the flip side. If you're on micro scale, IoT and embedded, something that has a teeny amount of resources is going to have the same challenge. Just some quick metrics to keep in the back of your mind. A new quantum safe, digital signature went from about 272 bytes to 4,600 at the highest security level. If you're running an embedded device that doesn't have at least 50K of memory, and more likely closer to 125, you literally won't be able to run the new PQC standards on your embedded or IoT device, and you're going to have to find a different solution. Now, we don't have time to talk about it. QuantTripy has some solutions that can help, address IoT and embedded. But if you've got a resource-constrained system and you run IoT and do embedded development, you definitely want to pay attention to that. And then the last one is custom applications, right? Because you're the one that has to do the heavy lifting. You can't depend on another vendor to do an upgrade. You can't piggyback on top of somebody else's work. If you run a lot of custom applications and do a lot of custom application development, that's a place you're going to want to start taking a look at early and making some headway on. The last key migration point I've got on here, two things, right? You should think quantum safe, not necessarily PQC. PQC means you're doing an algorithm upgrade and you're going to go from a classic cryptographic algorithm to one of the new post-quantum standards. But there are other ways, other design patterns, other solutions that will still produce a quantum safe system at the end of the day, right? QKD is one example. I'm sure you guys have talked a lot about QKD today, right? There are other ways you can get to be quantum safe, which is really your destination, not necessarily just PQC. And then finally, right, you've probably heard this word crypto agility. Crypto agility means, unfortunately, this is not going to be likely the last time that you have to do this upgrade process. While everybody hopes we've got another 20 or 30 years of stability where you're not having to do cryptographic upgrades like what we're about to undertake now, very few people believe that to be the case. As quantum and AI continue to evolve, the algorithms that we just passed as new standards very likely won't stand the test of time. And we're going to need different algorithms that are even more quantum safe than the ones that we have as new standards today. And so when you figure out how to do these upgrades and do a quantum safe migration inside of your systems, you should count on the fact that you're going to have to come back and do it again. And there are a bunch of things and solutions you can implement that will give you crypto agility so that your cryptography becomes almost a configuration item that you can upgrade rather than a rip and replace or expensive manual process. Okay, I've got just a couple minutes left, and what I really want to do is talk about a specific solution to give you guys some idea about this. And I kind of mentioned this before, where you have to focus on quantum safe and not necessarily PQC. So this is an example of high value and easy lift. Today, if you're running an IPsec VPN, you're making a firewall to firewall connection that's establishing encryption keys to safeguard that data channel. Typically, that happens with PKI. That's shown in the red X on this screen, right, between two firewalls. And you could do a PQC upgrade and run new algorithms, but you could also implement a different design pattern, right? At the end of the day, instead of doing a PKI transaction to have two firewalls establish the symmetric key, I'm going to send the key to the firewalls in an out-of-band channel. Now, the photonic part aside, at its core, this is what QKD does. QKD uses an out-of-band fiber optic channel to establish safe keys on either end of an encryption session. But you don't have to do that photonically with QKD. There are other ways you can do it. We supply an out-of-the-box solution that lets you do this in a different manner, digitally. And so, it's an out-of-band key distribution, so I'm not doing PKI. And because that key is not established or sent over the data channel, it's only done in this out-of-band channel, an attacker sitting on that line and recording that transaction has no way to compromise, decrypt, or access what that key is because they have no knowledge of it. It's never sent over the wire. And that's what makes it quantum safe. So we just did this, right? Are people doing this? Absolutely. We just did this in an example for NATO and connected a couple of their labs over, 5,000 miles in the entire Atlantic Ocean for a quantum safe IPsec VPN configuration. And to show you in the last minute I have left here, what this really looks like from a vendor perspective. Let me flip over my screen here. And so, what I'm showing you on the screen now is the administrative console for a Palo Alto firewall, one of my IPsec VPN endpoints. And if I select the configuration of the IPsec VPN, I'm going to show you three interesting things here. The first one, and this feature is in beta coming to GA from Palo Alto in just a couple of months. They've got this post-quantum QKD panel, And so the feature that they've just turned on in their firewall gives you the ability to connect it to an actual photonic QKD system or a digital QKD system like I was showing you in that diagram. Either way, it's an out-of-band channel to safely get encryption keys on, two or more firewalls so that you're not doing PKI and you're protected from a compromise for a man-in-the-middle attack, If I take a look at the connectivity, it's just going to bring up a bunch of, configuration options for, the keys that are in place for this connection. But right now, this firewall, one in the UK and one in the US, this IPsec VPN is set up to use, an out-of-band connection. And it's literally a configuration on this screen to turn this on, You can deploy this software, turn this on in less than an afternoon. The last thing I want to show you is, there are two other post-quantum implementations that Palo Alto has already turned on GA in their firewall today, There's one here called post-quantum PPK. This is kind of a slight variation on, the out-of-band QKD key that we just took a look at. It's similar but works a little bit differently, but the bottom line is it's just a different option for you in a very short amount of time to get quantum safe on an IPsec VPN, especially if you're a Palo Alto firewall customer. But a lot of these same things are also supported by Fortinet, Juniper, Cisco, Red Hat, software, hardware, firewalls, doesn't matter. And then the last one, is PQChem. So if you wanted to turn on algorithmic PQC using the new NIST standards for key exchange, here's the configuration option for you to do that. So without doing an application inventory, without doing a strategy, without doing a lot of analysis, in an afternoon, you can literally in a lab turn on post-quantum connectivity in your Palo Alto and other firewalls, piggyback on top of the work that a vendor has done, and for little lift and high benefit, get quantum safe on major data connections running in your enterprise. So let me stop there because I think we're about at time. I am happy to take any questions from the audience.
to the front. Anyone? No one? Going one? Oh, there's one question. Okay.
Hello, I'm Aria from Thailand. So thank you for the nice talk. And I think I got a question for related to like keep the data now and harvest later. I think you mentioned that. So
Yeah.
the what I understand is like if somebody who's bad and then store the data and then they can crack just like 1% of the data and they already got something. They don't have to crack everything from the data. I think that's like a really bad situation already. Do you think that PQC would be enough or QKD would be enough to keep safe?
Yeah, so let me give you a couple responses to your question, right? In that scenario, you've basically just got a listener on your line, right? And they're recording all of the data that's going back and forth. And when you've got that IPsec VPN, if you're running an IPsec VPN between two sites, two branch offices, or a branch office and a customer, doesn't really matter, and you're running that over through the public internet, but you're encrypting it in that tunnel, you're only every piece of data that's going through that IPsec VPN is using the same encryption key until, based on some business logic on the firewall, you decide to roll the key and use a different one. And so while I sit there and record all of that traffic, if I'm able to compromise that key, because 2 years from now a quantum system exists that lets me examine that data and crack the encryption key and decrypt it, I'll be able to, number one, decrypt everything in that session that used the same key. But if it's a general compromise, because a quantum system now can do the math necessary to crack any encryption key, I'll be able to crack whatever data I've recorded, period, full stop. Because if I can do it once on one key, I very likely will be able to do it another time on another one. Now, there's some nuance to that, because some keys may be a little bit stronger than other ones, but at the end of the day, by the time we get a quantum computer that can crack one key in general, it will pretty much be able to crack almost any key. And so then all of the data that's been transmitted over that line is now effectively plain text. And so what you have to think about is, what's the time horizon for your data protection requirement? Because if you have 5 years or more, and you have an attacker today that siphons off your data, and a system exists within 5 years that lets them decrypt it, you're going to be in validation of whatever your data privacy and data retention requirement is if it's 5 years or more. And so kind of that's the way to take a look at it. And it's a pretty wide swath of risk. Now, a bunch of that data might not be useful, but quite a bit of it probably still will be, depending on the nature of your business and what kind of data you're sending back and forth.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much
Absolutely.
For the wonderful question. And thank you so much, Mr. J, for that very engaging discussion. So I think we don't have enough time for... Okay, so we have a question here. So I think we can accommodate one more question. Okay.
Hi, Big Mike here from PLDT. With what you have discussed, what is then the future safety for telecommunications company with applying to the things that you have recently discovered yourself when it comes to quantum application?
Yeah, so I think, like many things, any solution is going to be multifaceted, right? So, and that's why it's important to, we believe, start right now today with things that are easy. And so some things may be best protected by just piggybacking on top of, a PQC upgrade that the vendor does. Some things may be better protected with, a different mechanism overall that's a defense in depth kind of a solution, like this out-of-band key distribution that you can get through, a digital solution or a photonic, QKD solution, but fundamentally different than PQC. right? And so it's going to be, at the end of the day, a whole range of solutions that will likely be required. And to underscore one thing I said, right, some areas are going to be more challenging than others, right? IoT and embedded is going to be an extremely challenging area to upgrade because a lot of times it's not easy to touch those devices to upgrade the firmware. And if they're resource constrained, they physically may not be able to run some of these new algorithms because of the size constraints. So it's not, unfortunately, going to be, right, one single solution. It's going to be a whole conglomeration of solutions. But that's why it's important to start early, but also plan on the fact that, right, you may have to do this multiple times when algorithms, right, need to get upgraded or patched or changed over time, over the next decade.
Thank you so much, Mr. J, for answering or catering all of the questions. So I think that ends the Q&A for Mr. J's presentation on post-quantum cryptography. Thank you so much, Mr. J.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Councilor Juan. Very great to see you in the session. Thank you to Mr. Tom, all the way from Virginia, the Pastor for sharing and actually answering the questions that we have here about quantum with the vaccine and production work for
wonderful to be with you today, and thank you to the organizers for this invitation to join you at this first quantum conference in the Philippines. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person today. I would love to visit the Philippines sometime. Hopefully we'll get the opportunity to do this sometime soon. So my name is Michael Brett. I'm based in Seattle in the United States. I'm originally from Australia. And my role is to help connect with customers wherever they are in the world and to help them get access to quantum computers through the cloud. And so what I have for you today is a presentation just to give you an overview of what Amazon is investing in quantum computing, to give you a sense of our motivations, the kind of technology that we're making available through the cloud today, how you can access this. If we get time during the presentation, I'll give a quick little demo. We'll see if we can do a live demo with a real quantum computer in the cloud and show you just how easy it is to access quantum computing from wherever you are in the world. Whether you're in the Philippines today or your job takes you to new adventures elsewhere in the world, you should be able to access quantum computers anywhere in the world, and you can do that through the cloud. So we'll show you a little bit of what we're up to at Amazon. So to get started, I thought I'd share with you a quick origin story for Amazon itself. This is a diagram that Jeff Bezos drew on a napkin way back in the early 90s, thinking about the role that Amazon.com could play in building out a virtual store on the internet. And we call this the flywheel. And so what you see here is the virtuous cycle going on as the customer experience improves over time. So the better the customer experience is, the more traffic Amazon.com can get. The more traffic that we've got, the more sellers that we can bring onto the platform, which broadens the selection that's available. So more books available over time improves the customer experience. And then that helps grow the entire infrastructure of Amazon.com, which in turn lowers the cost infrastructure, leading to lower prices, which means a better customer experience. So lower prices with the best selection means the best customer experience, and then it's a virtuous cycle from there, and it grows and grows and grows and compounds on itself. And here we are 25 years later or so, and Amazon.com is as big as it is today, doing some really interesting things. And so this is the original foundational idea for why Amazon.com works the way that it does. How do we drive the lowest prices and the best selection and the best customer experience? Well, it's by operating this flywheel. And we do a very similar thing with quantum computing. So through the cloud today, we're also interested in the best possible customer experience, which leads to the best algorithms and applications, which allows us to invest in hardware, either building it ourselves or by working with partners. And then that in turn drives the best possible hardware quality to come into the cloud. And then as we grow, we can then do more customer engagement. That leads to better software solutions and tools, which leads to the best customer experience. So it's exactly the same flywheel concept. And if we've got the best hardware, the best software, and lowest prices and best selection for quantum computing, in exactly the same way as the original idea of selling books, that leads to the best possible customer experience over time. And so that gives you a sense of how we think about quantum computing at AWS. We are driven by delivering a good customer experience to you, and that customer experience, in turn, helps us fund growth, invest in hardware, invest in software along the way. And you'll see a little bit of that come through in the rest of my presentation. So what do we invest in? The pillars of activity at AWS and quantum computing fall into these 4 categories. So we have a service in the cloud called Amazon Bracket, where we make available quantum computers, and I'll talk mostly about that today. We also have a team that's focused on advanced solutions. This is essentially a consulting team that engages with end customers to do application studies, to do benchmarking, to do design and analysis, to work with the customers of AWS so that they can understand where quantum computing is headed, develop some intellectual property, benchmark and understand where quantum computing is headed. The third pillar is the AWS Center for Quantum Computing. This is where we build our own hardware, and I'll show you some photos of that hardware on the next slides. And then the fourth category is in post-quantum cryptography and quantum networking. And you learned a lot more about that with the previous presenter and the role of post-quantum crypto. But of course, AWS, we've got a responsibility to our customers to invest in that as well. And so we've got a lot of activity in post-quantum crypto, quantum networking, quantum communications going on. I'm going to mostly talk today about Amazon Bracket and a little bit about the AWS Center for Quantum Computing, but I'm of course happy to take any questions about the other pillars, and if we need to follow up, we can do that as well. So here's a look at our hardware center. So this building here is an AWS building. It's on campus at Caltech in Pasadena in California. So you can see the hills of Los Angeles out there behind. This is on campus at the California Institute of Technology, but the building itself is an AWS building. Everyone that works there is an AWS employee. We build and operate quantum computers in this facility. And here's one of my colleagues assembling one of those computers. We're taking a superconducting style approach to building quantum computers, which is similar to what IBM and Google and Rigetti and IQM are doing. We believe superconducting qubits have got some really interesting attributes that will allow us to scale to build up very quickly. And so here we are assembling a dilution refrigerator. Most of the equipment you see here is the cooling equipment. The chip itself, which is about the size of your thumbnail, sits in this gold chassis here. That chassis sits at the bottom of the dilution refrigerator. All this cabling, microwave control lines to control and interact with that qubit, with the qubits that are on board this particular chip. And so we're developing a whole range of different technologies to support this style of quantum computing. Something that we're focused on is introducing error correction techniques that would allow us to build a fault-tolerant quantum computer over time. And we released some news about this a couple of months ago based on a chip called Ocelot. Ocelot is a particular style of chip to test and to demonstrate some error correction technologies. And so if you want to learn more about what we're doing there, I encourage you to go read this article and learn a little bit more about the chips that we're building. Here's a closer look at the Ocelot chip, and this is the Nature paper that accompanied it, going through all of the technical detail about how we actually built that chip and tested it and the results that we got from the error correction there. We're not making these chips available to customers yet. We will do so in the fullness of time once those chips are ready. but for now we're investing very heavily in the error correction technologies that will support large-scale quantum computing in the future. But for now, you can access a wide variety of different quantum computers through Amazon Braket. So Braket is a quantum computing service in the cloud. We've been running Braket for almost exactly 5 years now. It was launched in August 2020. And Braket is just like any other service on AWS, which means you can access CPUs, GPUs, a whole range of different accelerators and quantum computers through the cloud. And in doing so, we give you a choice of quantum hardware to work with, pay-as-you-go pricing, so you only pay for what you use, there's no upfront commitment, it's meant to be very easy to get started with, and then a consistent user experience across different quantum hardware systems. So Braket really connects two sides of a market. We connect the quantum hardware providers, so third-party quantum computers, our own quantum hardware, with customer workloads today, which is mostly research and development, doing experiments for research and development purposes, but also learning and education and helping prepare for future scale-up, all within a consistent experience that's consistent as a cloud experience. It looks and feels just like any other compute in the cloud, but also consistent across a whole range of different hardware systems as well. So today on Braket, we offer 8 different computers from 4 different providers. So from IonQ, Rigetti, IQM, and QEra. We've got a range of different systems from each. They've all got different properties. They've all got different attributes for how they do the computational work. And they represent different kinds of quantum computing. So you can experiment with ion trap computers, superconducting computers, neutral atom computers, and try out for yourself what makes these computers special and the performance differences between them. So it's a really great opportunity for any developers in the room today to get hands-on with real quantum computers, run real code on them, test for yourself how they operate, the kinds of algorithms that you can run, think through the applications that could be made possible over time as well. If we get time in the presentation today, I'll give you a quick demo of the IQM system here. So let's see how we get through this. So just a quick look at how this builds up. So I'm going to show you now the stack that we work with. So at the bottom of the stack is the infrastructure we make available. We already saw the QPUs, the quantum processors, the 8 different computers we've got available. But we've also got simulators. We've got a whole range of GPUs and CPUs that you can run hybrid algorithms with. We can give different access modes, so you can access them on demand, run through different reservation cycles, and so on. On top of that is the software stack. So there's a software development kit written in Python. We've got local simulators, a whole bunch of different advanced features like pulse level control, hybrid jobs. Access to third-party libraries, including the Qiskit library, Penny Lane, NVIDIA's CUDA-Q, are all integrated as part of AWS Quantum right from the outset. And then as developers, you can then build on top of that. You can build whatever you want. This is AWS. We give you access to the tools and the infrastructure to get building and to start learning. And you could access all of these today from your laptop sitting at the conference. Just log into your AWS account. You can access any of these computers and start learning. You can get advice from us. You can ask for executive briefings for your boss, and we can help you get started with quantum computing. That's all part of the overall service that we provide. So to give you a couple of ideas of where the Philippines could head with this, we work with a number of different national hubs around the world. So in Singapore, we work with A-STAR, the National Supercomputing Centre. In the UK, the National Quantum Computing Centre. Australia with Pawsey, and in Ireland, the National Quantum Cloud Environment. And we help these national hubs coordinate research activity across the entire country. So we work with the national hub as a single point of contact so that they can set up administrative controls and set budgets in the cloud, give them access to training and support, help them provide a single entry point to the cloud for everyone in that country to do research and development activity through a cloud environment. And I'd be delighted to be able to support researchers across the Philippines and across the region with access to quantum computers as well, if we can do something like that. So we can build on these examples and do something just for you as well. Another quick example of where we're helping out is through hackathons. So we just wrapped up the Southeast Asia Quantum Hackathon. Well, it's actually running this week. I've got one of my team is headed to Thailand to support that. We're working very closely with QBraid as a software provider that builds on top of Bracket. They connect their software environment through the Python SDK that runs on top of Bracket, and then accessing QPUs and simulators for this hackathon. Hackathons are extremely important for building out that community, giving us feedback from the developer community about what we need to improve on Bracket so that we can understand where this is headed in the future. So we're delighted to support that. Hopefully some of you are involved in this hackathon as well. One last quick example is with India. We've been supporting a program called the Mighty Quantum Computing Applications Lab since 2021. We have an agreement with the government of India to provide up to $3 million in research credits, so offsetting the cost of compute in the cloud. So we cover the cost of the infrastructure, and researchers in India are able to access quantum computers through that. So far, we've delivered on 72 grants to 52 different institutions that's generating publications out of there. It'd be a great opportunity to do something like this in the Philippines as well, and be able to support research in your country. So that's another example of where we can work together in partnership and support research across the Philippines. So a couple of different ways to get started. We have a free online training pathway through AWS Skill Builder. So I'll drop the link into the chat. You can go online and run through some courseware that we've put together. It takes you through all of the training on Bracket so that you can run your own quantum circuits. There's a little quiz at the end, and you can earn a digital badge to put on LinkedIn if you like. We've got a whole bunch of different example notebooks and tutorials that you can work with. About 100 different notebooks on there. They're all free. They're part of the Bracket software development environment. And we can run workshops and immersion days. My team does training workshops and immersion days for corporate customers. Those are also at no cost. It's just a matter of getting in touch with us and helping to set up a date and bringing a group of people together. And we can take you through some hands-on labs in building out to help you learn how to build on Bracket. So here's my contact details. I'll drop these into the chat as part of the conference, but feel free to get in touch. My email is there, and I'm also available on LinkedIn. And I think I've got maybe 5 minutes before we get to Q&A, so we can do a live demo of a real quantum computer in the cloud. So why don't we do that? And I'll finish on that. So here I am logged into Amazon Bracket. I'm looking at the landing page for Bracket and through my AWS account. So this is just my regular AWS environment. You can access compute and storage and databases and AI tools and robotics and all sorts of cool stuff. One of the services available through that is Bracket. And so if we go to the dashboard, all of you would see this exact same environment if you logged into AWS today and access Bracket. So there's various announcements. You can access community support, different resources for getting started, including the learning plan that I mentioned before. This is our free online self-paced training. There's a developer guide. And then if you go to the devices page here, you can see the status of all the simulators and the quantum hardware we've got available. So 3 different simulators at the top. Hardware available from IonQ, IQM, QERA, and Rigetti. If you click on any one of these pages, it'll take you to more information about this particular machine. It shows you its availability cycle, the pricing. You can get a sense of the calibration and the layout that's available. There's a lot of information here about each of the different computers that you can access through the cloud. If we look at IonQ, you can see that the layout here is very, very different. These are different devices that have got different techniques. Here we've got the notebooks environment. These are all the free example notebooks that are available, and I'm about to switch into one right now, and we're going to take a look at running a quantum circuit on a QPU device, and we'll step through the code here really quick and show you what it looks like to run something on a real quantum computer. So I'm going to click through the code. What we're doing here is we're importing the libraries that we need. So we're saying, hey, program, bring in the bracket SDK, bring in some plotting libraries and a few other things that we need to support that. And then we're going to ask it for all the gates that we've got available on this particular device. So we said, hey, computer, what can I run on you? What gates do I have available to work with? And it's saying that in the SDK, we've got all of these gates, and then on the IQM device, we've got a subset of those gates available to us, including CNOT gates and so on, if you program quantum computers. And then we're going to set up this circuit. So what we've got here is 2 qubits. So we've got the qubits of the horizontal lines. We've got a Hadamard gate and a CNOT gate. Together, that creates something called a bell pair. And so we're going to define that particular circuit. We're then going to send that circuit to our local simulator, and we're going to do 1,000 shots on that local simulator. So, whoops, what happened there? Let's try that again. Let's go to the top. So we're going to do 1,000 shots on that simulator, which is essentially flipping 2 coins 1,000 times and getting the results from that. And what we've got is, because these states are entangled, we flipped 2 coins 1,000 times, and we got heads, heads, and tails, tails every single time out of there, and we got no instances of heads, tails together. So you would expect that we'd get 25% of heads, tails, and 25% of tails, heads, but we didn't, because these are entangled states, and so we always got heads, heads, and we always got tails, tails. Now we're going to run exactly the same experiment, but on real hardware this time. So we're going to send it to the IQM quantum computer. We'll just do 100 shots on here, and that's what we did. So we just sent it to the IQM computer. It's saying that it's currently queued up, and so if we go back to this page and we look at the IQM machine, you can see that oops, let's forget that for now. Let's see where we are in the queue and see if it's been completed. Great, so it says it's been completed. It's run on a real quantum hardware, and now we're going to look at the results that we got from that. Here we go, plotting the chart here. So we ran 100 flips of 2 coins. We got heads, heads, and tails, tails. But we also got some tails, heads, and heads, tails, because these are noisy systems. This is a noisy quantum computer. And some errors creeped in, which is what we expect on these very, very early stage devices. And we got some randomness coming into our entangled state. And so this shows us that we worked on a real quantum computer. We got results that were affected by noise, which means we, in the long term, need to build fault-tolerant quantum computers and introduce an error correction to correct for these errors that crept in. But we got a result that shows us that real quantum hardware is working in the background that broadly matches the simulation result, but with some noise that's added to that. And so what I just showed you was a real run on a real quantum computer in real time as part of this, and you can do exactly the same thing once you get back to your desk and start playing around with this and getting access to real hardware. So I'll finish up there, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Brent. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, so we are from Thailand. I'm actually one of the organizers of the CF Hackathon that you mentioned. So thank you so much, AWS, for being the supporter for the event. So I have this question that I never got an answer for. So you mentioned that the platform, the bracket, can access to multiple devices. right? Including the
Yep.
one from AWS. So like how does the cost and the queuing thing work with like this thing? Because I know that using the QISTCon and the IBM machine, there's a lot of complications going on with like queuing and waiting, and then the cost that takes from there. Like how do you manage with a lot of devices?
Yeah, sure. It's a good question. So queuing, we handle queuing on the AWS side. And so when a user submits a task, like what I just did, it goes into a queue. Sometimes there'll be lots of tasks that get batched up, but it is first in, first processed. So if you submit a task, you just stay at the front of the queue, and well, you are in the queue until you get to the front, and then you get processed. So we don't prioritize any traffic. It's very democratic. If it's a busy day, you might just have to wait. If it's not busy, then it's easy to get on, and that's what you saw in the demo that I just gave now. That it happened to be no tasks were queued up on IQM, so we were able to do it in real time. Sometimes we can't do that because it's busy.
Right, but
we also,
yeah.
yep, and then on pricing, so we price based on tasks and shots. So when you send one algorithm to any of the quantum computers, it's 30 cents to process that algorithm on the quantum computer. If you need to loop through that same algorithm many, many times, so you're doing machine learning or you're VQE and you need to converge on an answer and loop through, say, 1,000 times, you call that a shot because you're looping through the same circuit. And the shot price is very small, but it can add up because you're looping through many times over. So shots and tasks. So you only pay based on the consumption of the compute that you used. So it's 30 cents on every computer for the task, and then a slightly different price for the shot on each system. The Bell circuit that I just ran on that IQM machine, that probably cost 32 cents to run. Yeah, that's yeah, that's something that we might introduce in the future. A feature where we select on your behalf the device that's best suited to run that particular algorithm, but it's not something that we currently have. So right now, you as the user need to specify which device that you want to target, and that's a choice for you. But I can see us introducing some feature in the future that does that automatically on our behalf, but we don't have it.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. Any more questions from the audience? Mr. Brett, I have a question. So, do you offer any kind of reservation on a particular computer? Let's say 25% of the Q era computer.
Yeah, we do. So we offer two different modes of compute. So we've got the on-demand mode, which is what I've been talking about so far today. But if you get in touch with us and say, I need a reservation next Tuesday for 3 hours because I've got a big experiment that I need to run. It's a hero run and I need to collect all of the data and I need exclusive access to that particular device for 3 hours next Tuesday. We can do a reservation that gives you that exclusivity in advance, and that's a conversation that we have together to make sure that you're getting the access to the right machine. We do some verification with you to make sure it's going to run in the right amount of time, and there's a different price for the reservation window through that. It's not that common that we do that. We'll do a couple a month of that, of reservations. And it's typically for users that have been doing a lot of research on the machines in an on-demand capacity, and then they want to do something like really big to collect the final data set for their project.
All right. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Mr. Brett. So I think that ends our Q&A for Mr. Brett's presentation. Thank you so much, and I'll give back the floor to the masters of the ceremony.
Thank you so much for that very informative exchange of information, and of course for Mr. Lance as well as Mr. Brett for that very wonderful presentation, and of course for inviting us on getting the hands-on workshop for the Amazon bracket. And with that, we would like now to invite our next speaker from the IBM Quantum Business Development Executive for ASEAN. So let us now welcome our next speaker, Mr. Julian S.K. Tan. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, all right. Good morning. How's everyone doing? All right. Okay, so maybe I want to extend thanks to Bobby and the organizers of QISTCon, Philippines Organizations, and really nice event, and thoroughly enjoying so far. Right, so maybe just a quick show of hands, right? Who in the room is not familiar with IBM Quantum so far? Anybody? Okay, so I know that this is a very technically inclined audience, but I'm not going to talk about what is quantum, right, what are the capabilities and use cases, because I think you guys are very expert there. But let me instead spend a bit of time to walk through what IBM is doing, right, in terms of bringing useful quantum computing to the world. So just a quick introduction, right? IBM Quantum sits as part of the IBM research organizations, where we are building 4 key pillar platforms, right? In terms of driving the next paradigm of the future of computing, right? So obviously we have the AI platform, right? So part of the AI platform is the IBM Granite models, which is licensed under 32 licenses. But we have the hybrid cloud that aims to integrate AI and quantum, right, going forward. We have the semiconductor, right, of course, a couple of years ago, right, we spun off our production fab to Global Foundries, but the core research fabs, right, we still have them in Albany, as well as in Yorktown, right, part of New York Research Lab. Right, and then last but not least, of course, we have quantum, right, which we'll spend a lot more time talking about today, right. So the future of computing is really driven into 2 different paradigms now, right? The generative computing paradigm, as well as the quantum-centric computing paradigm. So this is a timeline, right, of the last 100 years. Obviously, we are celebrating the 100-year anniversary of quantum science, right? A really exciting year, right? The top line, right, is the quantum computing, the quantum mechanics timeline, right? And then the bottom line is innovations in high-performance computing timeline, right? And in 2024, right, these 2 timelines merge, right, through the demonstrations of the quantum utility use case, which I'll talk about, right? And these 2 convergence is really the convergence to the quantum paradigm that I'm talking about. So quantum computing is in the second revolution, right? Second quantum revolution, right? So I noticed a lot of the introductory video yesterday, right? Shows a lot of the first quantum revolution, right? Things like the inventions of the MRI machines, right? LED panels and things like that, right? So we are really into the second paradigm, right, of quantum innovations, and the first paradigm created a lot of economic value add, right? And then the second paradigm will probably add tens of trillions of dollars more, right, in terms of economic value add. Okay, so, investments in quantum has also been increasing tremendously the last couple of years, right? I've been doing this since 2018, right? And over this number of years, I've seen a lot of energy, right, moving to this space as well, right? So don't want to go too deep in the numbers, because I think this was covered quite extensively yesterday, but nation states are investing heavily into this, right? Just for the United States itself, right, 2014, right, there was a $1.2 billion budget, right, and the request for budget for 2025 is actually 3.2 billion, right, 3x increase. Right, and then of course we have this very famously used chart, right, we didn't come up with this chart, right, Kurita did, right, and what's obvious in this chart, right, is that it's obviously there's a quantum race that's going on, right? And one very prominent, let's call it a senior leader in government administrations in one of the three alphabet companies, right, in a closed law setting, he actually kind of said that any country that first achieved quantum advantage, right, will have an 80-year technological or economic advantage over the other countries, right? So not sure how he comes up with the numbers, but I think it's very hard for us to disagree with him there. Okay, so let me just spend the next couple of minutes to walk through the four eras, right, of how we think quantum computing will advance, right, starting with quantum utility, right, what we're trying to do with quantum-centric supercomputing, right, how we see quantum advantage coming into play, and then lastly, right, towards fault-tolerant quantum computing. So in this chart here, right, if you look at the purple line, right, if you take the average of all QPU vendor number of qubits available, right, and extrapolate that to 2041, right, you'll see that we'll only cross the 100 qubit regime somewhere around 2037, right, which is obviously not a very interesting timeline, right, especially for the audience in this room, right, and most of the number of qubits that you actually need can be simulated using classical machines, right. 10 over qubits can be simulated by a 1981 IBM PC, right, and then with GPUs and high-performance computer, you can simulate up to 50 plus, maybe 60 plus qubits, right, but nothing really beyond that, which is why we need real quantum hardware in order to break through the innovations in quantum advantage, right. So something interesting happened in 2023, right, when we put out the IBM Eagle, the 127 qubit chip, right, and beyond, right, the Huron chip, right, we started to notice that the average qubit used by our users, right, increased from 13 qubits in 2023 to 40 qubits in 2024, and today our average users are using over 115 qubits in 2024, and this year's numbers look something like 133 qubits, right. So the bigger machines we put out there, right, the users start to acclimatize and use the full capabilities of the machines, right, which is very interesting thing for us to see, obviously. So moving to this chart, right, quantum-centric supercomputing, right, in our collaboration with Recon, right, for the simulations of iron sulfide cluster, right, to simulate using classical methods, right, will take about 8 hours on a Fukuoka class supercomputer, right. If we were to do this method on a VQE using today's quantum computer, will take roughly 3 million years. If we apply this method using a fault-tolerant quantum computer, right, if it exists today, right, will take roughly 13 days, right, but using the combinations of the Fukuoka class supercomputer and the Huron chip, right, R2, right, processor that we have in New York, right, we took this number down to roughly 2 hours, right. So this is an interesting demonstration. To extend this further, right, what we're doing is that we recently launched the IBM Quantum System 2 machine, right, in Japan, right, co-located with the Recon supercomputer, right, just to eliminate the New York across the Pacific Ocean latency to Japan, right, so that this runs faster, right. So it's connected using a 400 gigabits per second infinity band, right, connection, right, and it's already up and running today. So another one of these bringing the two together, right, is in RPI, right, in upstate New York, where the ARMO supercomputer and our Eagle computer are kind of located, right, 10 miles, right, using a 10 gigabit per second Ethernet connection. Right, so we see more developments like this happening, right, in our partner space. So let me just take you through right now towards quantum advantage. So Jay Gambetta, our Vice President of Quantum, right, he's challenging the team, right, to demonstrate quantum advantage in 2026, right, and we won't be able to do that alone, right, we only can do that if we work together, such as partners like Recon and many others around the world, right, which is why I want to bring up the discussions of the IBM Quantum Network and what we're trying to do there. So the IBM Quantum Network obviously is something that we started around 2017, 2018, right, and it's really because who knows how to program a quantum computer at the point of time, right? So we need to really bring up the ecosystem, right, for co-creations, co-innovations, and collaboration. So that was where it was birthed, right? We have over 300 members in our quantum network today, right? Over 600,000 active users, right, per month, right? We have over 3,000 papers published using the machines by our partners, and then we have 10 plus machines on the fleet. So for those of you that's familiar with IBM, we know that this number changes quite a bit, right? We used to have about 25 machines on our fleet on the cloud, right? But we took the number down because Jay's vision is to work on only utility workloads. So he took away all the machines that's less than 100 qubits, right? So that he kind of wants people to use the 100 qubit machines, right? Such as the Eagle and the Elon. Right, so that's the numbers that we have here today, right? And we also have what we call work groups, right? So these work groups are also something that we kind of encourage and nudge, but we don't run these work groups, right? These are collaborations across our partners, right? So we have 5 working groups today across healthcare, life science, right? Material science, high energy physics, optimizations, and the newest one here on the block is sustainability. Right, so just to put that out there, right, in case you guys are interested in, right, just feel free to reach out. Okay, so we have also built many machines, right? Quantum computers are extremely hard to build, right? The supply chain lead times are extremely long, right? But we're kind of taking pride that we have built well over 80 machines to date, right? So we know how to build quantum computers, right? And we want to put as many machines out there, right, for clients to use. And this chart here is a little bit of a comparison based on what's published by our partners, right, showing error rates, right, on the horizontal axis, and then number of qubits, right, on the vertical axis, right. So we are trying to denote that upper right quadrant for utility class QPUs, right, and obviously, right, the ions are very high in quality, right. Superconducting qubits are a little bit inferior, right, but has much higher speeds and has much higher scalability. So, it is a trade-off, right. Every quantum modality has their own pros and cons, right, but IBM is still betting on superconducting qubits because we think that has the best trade-off across skill, error, and error rates. So ions, of course, is extremely slow, right? When we're doing benchmarks, right? Superconducting qubits are hundreds and thousands of times faster than ions, right? And because of that, right, the cost of ions are also thousands to tens of thousands of times more expensive than superconducting qubits. So that's something that we are hearing feedback from customers that superconducting qubits are actually cheaper to run, right, on the long haul. Okay, then of course we have the QISTCon, right? So I think everybody, I hope are familiar with QISTCon, right? We open source this in 2018, right? A survey in 2024, right, shows that it's the preferred SDK, right, for as a lingua franca for quantum computing programming, right, by 74% of the audience, right? Most of the contributions are external to IBM now, 74%, and we have over 4,000 branches of projects, right, under QISTCon. So something that we have also expanded, right, September of last year is what we call QISTCon functions. So third-party members, partners, they do put their their solutions up there as well, right, for licensing for customers to use, right. So algorithmic, right, Q control, right, CAPMA, right, they do have some of their solutions out there, right, which I urge you to explore. And also it's a big moment of pride for us, right? When we stack ourselves up, right, through scanning through archive, right, which QPU vendor do they use, right? So, we are the most published QPU partner out there, right, compared to the other QPU vendors out there in the field. Okay, so that's kind of where we are towards 2026, right? Doing the large scale quantum computer now. Right, so about a couple of weeks ago, right, IBM put out this announcement that we are building the first viable path, right, towards fault-tolerant quantum computer, right. So this is a quick roadmap. I know the resolution probably is not showing up very well, but we do see 2029 as the Gen AI moment for quantum computing, right. And just to dive a little bit deeper, right, of course this roadmap, you probably can't see it, right, but it's available on our website, right, and something that we do take a lot of pride on is the green check marks you can see, right. So I've been at IBM for 18 years now. I've been especially part of the hardware side of the business for many of these years, right, and in IBM, we never put out a roadmap, right? But in 2020, when we put out a research roadmap for quantum computing, I literally fell from my chair, right? Why are we doing this, right? It's a lot to hold ourselves up for, right? But anyway, thankfully, we've been holding ourselves out, right? We want our clients to have absolute clarity and confidence into what technology is coming into the market space at what point of time, right? So this roadmap is out there, right? And 2025, right, you'll see us hit all our commitments to the roadmap, right? And we have a roadmap, right, that brings us to 200 logical qubits in 2029, and then 2,000 logical qubits in the 2033 timeframe, right? Okay, so Poughkeepsie, right, is the birthplace of our mainframe, right? It's also, long history of innovations in Poughkeepsie, New York, right? Back in the 1940s, right, there was a production line that built ammunitions, right? That was an interesting fact that I did not know about, right, until I kind of visited that location, right? It's more thought like an interesting place to look at, right? Like I mentioned, the System 360, right, was produced there in 1964, right, and then just a whole series of mainframe innovations associated with that. So we are using that as the birthplace, right, of our fault-tolerant quantum computer, right. So this is an actual picture, right, taken in April 2025. I had the privilege to be standing there, right, in the middle of it, right, looking at it all coming to bear, right. So a graphical artist impression of what that site will look like. This is the Starling, right. 200 logical qubit machines capable of 100 million gate operations, right? And just a zoom out view, right? We are going to have 4 by quantum system 2 here, right? 15,000 gate operations, right at the top. Starling will be on the top left side, right? 2029, and then Blue Jay, right, by 2033, right? 2,000 logical qubits, right, up to a billion gate operations capability. Okay, so I think that's a bit. This is my last time, just to wrap up a little bit here, right? We do see the future of computing as very quantum centric. So I think that a lot of the speakers kind of talk about that a little bit, right? So quantum computers on its own will be powerful, but quantum computers on its own will not be powerful without the interactions with the high performance computer, right? So we're trying to build that fabric of interactions, right, through our cloud platform, right, where we see the orchestrations of CPU, GPU, and GPU, right, orchestrated seamlessly, right, and we do see quantum as the OS of the universe, right, and then you can scan this QR code, right, to find out more about us, right. So that wraps up my presentations, right. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for that wonderful talk. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
Yeah, good morning and thank you for that presentation. I'm John Paul Vergara from Computer Science from Ateneo de Manila University here in the Philippines. I'm most intrigued with the quantum advantage slide and the one after that. What's your intuition in terms of what area would we see quantum advantage? Because at least from the talks earlier, it's about cryptography, but it feels more like preparing for a threat more than an actual advantage. Of the areas you listed, what's your intuition on which area would probably offer quantum advantage? And maybe from an academic, which area is best to explain? Because quantum still feels like a black box to many, and it's not so easy to understand exactly where the advantage would come from.
Right. That's a good question, right? So just to add on a little bit, right? In IBM, our general view in research is that we are done with the hardest part of quantum research, right? We see quantum as more of an engineering problem, right? That's why we're building up the scale-up solutions, right? So we talked about the iron sulfide cluster simulations, right? So that was results that kind of do a lot of researchers out of the water, right? And that's why we're putting a system through on-prem there. So we do see chemistry and materials use cases to be the first to advantage, right? But I want to caveat that a little bit, right? Because quantum advantage means a lot of things to different people, right? So if I were to divide the world's data into 2 halves, right? Let's say this is the science half and this is the finance half, right? Laws of physics are governed by something that's repeatable, right? It has to be unrepeatable and to be, true, right? So we hold these advantage differently from how the finance people see it, right? Like quantum machine learning in finance, right? If I can get 0.5% better, forecasting and all that, right? 600 million people click. This camp is super happy with that, right? So to them, this is advantageous, but to this camp, it's not advantageous, right? So that's the point of interest, right? So when I speak to finance people, right, I take it differently from the group of science.
Thank you, sir.
Answer the question.
Okay, so I think we have another question here. Sir Bobby. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm actually very interested in the cryptography side of quantum computing. So based on your presentation, I saw that there is you'll be releasing in your roadmap 2,000 logical qubits.
2023.
Yeah. So is there any like a talk in IBM? When do you think will the years to quantum be? When will it happen? What do you think?
D-Day.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'll probably give the same answer as what some of the other speakers have spoken about, right? So the compression comes from both sides, right? One is innovations in the hardware development of quantum computing capabilities, including error suppression, mitigations, and error correction. Right. On the other side is on the algorithm improvement side, right? So I may be wrong, but based on my understanding, there will already 3 updates to Shaw's algorithm that even Dr. Peter Shaw himself was impressed with, right? And if we continue to see this trajectory, right, the timeline about between 2030 to 2033, right, kind of looks very reasonable to me in terms of RSA being broken, right? But of course, we don't expect to wake up one morning and suddenly all RSA to be broken, right? Because the amount of QPUs of that scale, right, is still very limited in nature, right? And the attacks are probably going to be very secretive, right? If somebody is hacked, they're never going to say, I got hacked, right? Because it's the reputation, the brand name and all that. And the attacks are probably going to be very impactful, very damaging, but very stealth in nature, right? But as we see more quantum computing of that scale being available, then the transition towards more broad-based, more news in the media type of hacking is probably going to be more pervasive at the point of time, right? So that may not be 2030, 2033, that may be 2035, 2040, who knows what the number is, right? So that's a transition, right, that we are probably going to observe from a cryptography standpoint.
Thank you so much, Sir Bobby, for that question. Mr. Tan, we have another question here from Mr. Shan. So go ahead.
Hi, Julian. Thanks for the presentation. So in your presentation, you mentioned that IBM had 25 plus computers, but you have taken all the quantum computers below 100 qubits out of, let's say, access to the public, right? So yesterday we saw the first quantum computer in the Philippines, like displayed outside. Is IBM selling those computers that you're not, let's say, offering access to external parties?
Yes, in fact,
discount, sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry, discounts?
At a discount, because you are not using it anymore.
Right. Well, I mean, any of those quantum computers that we sell out there is really discounted, if you ask me. If you consider amount of R&D, right, investments that we're putting, right, those machines are, to me, tremendously cheap, right? But of course, this is a package. We don't just sell a machine and then dust off our hands and say, it's yours, right, goodbye, right? It's a lot of investments from our side as well to build the ecosystem around those machines, right? So those are also non-tradable, right, in terms of, we're going to track them for dollars and cents, right? So not just the cost of hardware, but also the cost of support for the ecosystem around it. So IBM Quantum System 1 is the first modular, commercially available quantum computer in our views, right? That brings capacity up to 100 qubits. But we have kind of deprecated that. So anything going forward is IBM Quantum System 2, right? And that has the ability to host QPUs from between 100 to 2,000 qubits, right? Within that large cryostat, right? That has 3 quantum computers in there, right? So the way that we are building a scale is through what we call 3 levels of couplers, right? The chip to chip, chip to modules, and then fridge to fridge couplers, the long range couplers, right? So that's how we build that scale up capability there. So we have 9 machines that's deployed globally around the world now, right, on site in customer locations.
So if I may ask, and you can disclose it, how does the pricing compare to the Rigetti numbers we revealed yesterday?
I do not know what the Rigetti numbers are. You're talking about the 900,000?
Yeah, and everything included was, I think, around $2 million. So.
Yeah, well, we don't produce machines at that scale, right? Any of those machines are at least 127 cubics, so we don't have an apple-to-apple comparison.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishan. Are there more questions? Ms. Frank has a question. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for making time for another question. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I'm curious because IBM is not a pure quantum player, whilst also being a quantum computing hardware developer, obviously. So we had a talk this morning discussing alternative models and modes of computing. Are there any kinds of transverse innovations that happen within IBM because you are not just a pure quantum player? Can you see some interplay between other technologies that you have independently or codependently developed?
Yeah. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? There's a lot of echo
Sure.
in the room. And,
Besides quantum computing, have you gained some kind of advantage in terms of the technological innovation from not just being a pure quantum player, from either legacy projects or parallel projects that are not purely focused on quantum?
Oh yes, yeah. So the 4 pillars of research, right? So the quantum is obviously just focusing on quantum computers, right? And some of the other advanced computing architectures that Mr. Nando talked about earlier, right? We have those as well. So neuromorphic chips are coming, right? Analog chips are coming, and we also have a data flow-based accelerator that's also already in market today. So the hybrid cloud stack of research is working hard to integrate all of these different compute architectures into a heterogeneous stack, so that you program once through open source like QISTCon or PyTorch, then the translations to the compute hardware is transparent to the end user. So that's the goal that we're trying to build out of the research organization.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? We have one more question.
Good morning, Sir Wabi. Thank you for that presentation. I'm Dr. Olga Posan from Northern Samar. I am not much into quantum computing, but I'm into artificial intelligence. Based on the presentation yesterday and as it today, I could see that the future will be a marriage of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, as well as machine learning. Now, in that particular scenario, can you see, you were talking also a while ago about ethics. Can you see a future wherein there is utopia or abundance for all with these 2 disruptive technologies? Because we knew that quantum computing and artificial intelligence are very disruptive technologies. So in your being in the industry, can you see a future of a utopian future or abundance for all? Or will this disruptive technology result in a dystopian society? Thank you, sir.
All right, that's a very good question, right? We used to talk about the old and young divide or the digital divide, and now we are talking about the quantum divide. We are talking about the PQC divide. So there's a lot of divisions in the conversations. So to be honest, I do not know, right? But we do know that quantum computing is a super disruptive technology, right? Those BCGs, IDCs, they all say the same thing, right? And I think it's important for, so I think what's also important to recognize is that the education resources available for quantum computing, a lot of it is free of charge, right? So rather than worrying about whether this is going to disrupt me, I'll focus on, why don't I upskill, right? Especially in Southeast Asia, a lot of countries that are talking to in Southeast Asia, they're all talking about using quantum computing as an opportunity to quantum leap, right? What they have missed in the past, such as the transitions to semiconductors or the transitions to EVs, right? So where are the industries that will benefit tremendously from quantum computer? right? Educate yourself in quantum computing, right? Get a team, a champion to get your hands and feet wet, and then when the advantage starts to come, right, then you're ready to conquer the future. Right?
Okay, thank you so much. And I think that ends our question and answer. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Julian Tan. So let's proceed with the program.
Thank you very much.
Go through a series of information about Microsoft Quantum. I just wanted to quickly know if I'm audible clearly and my slides are visible. Can someone mention you're able to hear me okay? All right, I don't hear anything, so I'll just continue. So I'm going to be starting with our path to quantum at scale. And basically, you've heard from IBM and previously other speakers. Our journey is also similar. There are some aspects which I'd like to talk about. I'll start with framing our quantum efforts here at Microsoft, our goals to make the progress across the quantum computing and applications and bringing this together, which is built on cloud platform for our customers, right? And together we tackle some of these more pressing issues from climate change to food security in future. There are a few areas which I would say is interesting to look at from a quantum perspective, especially in terms of what we have been doing and what is available today, right? So if you're looking at quantum computers, it's important to remember that the quantum computers will not solve every issue. Quantum computers will excel for small data problems with super polynomial quantum speedup, especially because it's incredibly complex to load data into and out of a quantum machine. And furthermore, if you think about each quantum operation is much slower today than a quantum classical counterpart of a quantum computer. So therefore, while there a lot of discussion about the promise of quantum, the truth is that the quantum computer will excel for scientific simulation, like chemistry, material science, specifically simulating chemical interactions and materials. But we don't see quantum computers that it will replace classical computers. They will complement and integrate with classical computers in the cloud so that we can leverage the best from each design. It's a continuum of computing power and the acceleration of innovation which can achieve together. Additionally, I wanted to highlight very interesting aspects. Like if you think about the natural processes and understanding natural processes, these quantum mechanical interactions is at the core of advancing chemistry, material science, and also impact our daily lives in future. From the Iron Age, revolutionizing the agriculture, to the Silicon Age, revolutionizing how we communicate and connect, new materials have always been at the inflection point of societal progress. And in this case, when we talk about research, it has shown that today 96% of all manufactured goods rely on chemicals and chemical manufacturers, spanning from medical to sporting equipments to paint and jet fuel. In this case, the problem impacts all of humanity, right? These are from agriculture and water to clean energy to reducing climate change and even how we treat disease. Solving these problems will help create a better and a safer, healthier, and more sustainable future. So let's talk about the next generation of applications, which is requiring a hybrid compute platform. So our aim is to enable researchers like yourself to accelerate the next 250 years of chemistry and material science into next 25, unlocking new business capabilities, growth, and progress for all humanity. So let's start by exploring what it will take to achieve this vision. We have long understood that scaled quantum computers will neither replace classical computers nor will they exist in isolation. So we think about integration alongside classical computers like HPC and AI and creating a hybrid supercomputing platform that leverages the best characteristics of each design. So this continuum of hybrid compute power will enable developing fit-for-purpose tools and applications to drive discovery and innovation. We are enabling a new generation of hybrid applications that bring the best of both classical HPC, AI, and quantum at scale. To that point, I wanted to highlight that we are looking at reliable computation, quantum computing stack, made of QPUs from industry-leading partner. In this case, we have Quantinuum, which is step ion, atom computing, which is neutral atom, Pascal, which is neutral atom, Rigetti, which is superconducting, and the future photonic T-center qubits, which is photonically linked to silicon spin quantums. And also our own first-party topological approach, which is state-of-art execution. And in this case, we are also looking at virtualization and control, which is related to our logical qubit breakthroughs. Throughout the past year, we have made some announcements. I'll quickly share about it. And finally, the services that includes Copilot and various quantum algorithms for skilling and experimentation. So if you think about the practical quantum advantage, we need to think about at the scale needed to solve commercial problems. And a quantum computer which will require about 1,000 plus logical qubits for unlocking industrial quantum advantage. And when we say logical qubits, this is 1,000 plus logical qubit, meaning millions of physical qubits. There's a difference in that, and I wanted to highlight very quickly that achieving this journey will be seeing where we are unfolding across these three quantum computing implementation levels. So the first is foundational, which is the NISQ machines, the noisy intermediate scale quantum machines, where you are limited in the number of qubits. The qubits are pretty noisy. The second one is resilient. When we talk about resilient, these are quantum computers from let's say about 100 logical qubits, 1 to 100 logical qubits. And if we don't graduate from level 1 to level 2, we have no scope or hope for level 3. So we need to show in the industry that it's possible to have logical qubits and logical operations that we can protect longer and larger computations. Now, reaching 50 logical qubits, we would start to have a better than classical and any NISQ era qubits, right? And reaching 100 plus logical qubits, we would be achieving several milestones for entire quantum ecosystem. So earlier, last year, we announced with our partnership with Quantinuum, we have achieved the level 2 resilient quantum computing. And last year, we also announced with atom computing logical qubits up to 24. And then this year, we are going to be looking at achieving about 50 logical qubits. At the same point of time, we are talking about level 3 at scale. Now, with logical qubit in place, we will then move to level 3 scale. In this phase, it is possible to engineer a scaled programmable quantum supercomputer with thousands or millions of logical qubits that will achieve, we will be able to achieve and solve chemistry and material science. And such a machine can be scaled up to ultimately solve many of these complex problems facing in our society, like reversing climate change or addressing the food scarcity. So in this case, I wanted to quickly highlight about the reliable logical qubits and for resiliency and the criteria of achieving this. So I wanted to play a quick short video, which is about combining these physical qubits, applying the principles to create error-prone logical qubits. Less error-prone logical qubits from physical qubits. So the idea here is, in this past video, I just wanted to share how we build logical qubits, and we have been also working on reducing the error in this case. So past year, from April 24 to November 24, we were able to achieve several logical qubits up to 28 on atom computing with neutral atom hardware. Our goal is to scale these qubit capabilities and accelerate the pace with multiple hardware partners, and today's achieving these numbers is almost groundbreaking work in terms of leading the error correction with the team. Now, what I wanted to talk about is very quickly look into the logical qubit entanglement on record, which is 20, last year it was 24 logical qubits. We have demonstrated about 28, and this year it's going to be about 50 logical qubits with atom computing. Now, there are different levels. So right now, atom computing is built on second generation systems with about 1,200 physical qubits, and the plan is to increase these physical qubits count tenfold with each new generation of hardware. So with more than 1,000 physical qubits, we are looking at creating 50 logical qubits, upgrading the system to 100 logical qubits at a point where we can achieve scientific quantum advantage. Now, looking at the level 3 scale, this is where we believe Microsoft Topological Qubit Foundation offers a differentiated approach to achieve this fault-tolerant quantum supercomputing, which are capable of 1,000+ logical qubits for industrial quantum advantage. And that's because this approach continues to offer a unique path to scaling up with fast clock speeds, digital control, and furthermore, a topological qubit based quantum computers can be controlled with a digital system and can have more than 1 million physical qubits on a single chip, with the ability to process information faster than any other types of qubits. So in that pursuit, earlier this year, we announced the world's first topoconductor, a revolutionary new class of materials which was built where we can reduce the time to truly meaningful quantum computers to years, not decades. And these topoconductors or topo superconductors are special category of materials created with atomic precision and with the ability to achieve a new state of matter. It's not a solid, it's not a liquid, not a gas, but a topological phase which has been theorized for decades, but has eluded us till now. I just wanted to double click on this to give you a quick look into how this is developed. So at the center of this quantum hardware breakthrough, what we call a new state of matter, we're all familiar with solid, liquid, and gases, but in this case, our quantum processor, we engineered something radically different. It's a material that doesn't occur naturally. We call it topoconductor. It is a revolutionary matter in this case because we combine three different distinct layers. The first layer is a semiconductor, right? It gives us a precise control of electron density, primarily acting like a tunable hardware for electrons. We then overlay a thin superconductor, which allows electrons to flow with zero resistance, and this is crucial for coherence. And then we engineer these two materials together under extremely cold temperature, apply a precisely tuned magnetic field, and control the electron density, which is where something extraordinary happens. These layers, acting in concert, transform into what we call as topoconductor, a new protected state of matter that supports topological superconductivity. And this is what allows us to host and manipulate Majorana zero modes, which is the building block of our topological qubits. So in this image here, I wanted to show you exactly that transformation from conventional materials to a platform that supports exotic quantum behavior. And at the bottom, what you can see here is an actual section of devices which these topoconductors are fabricated at a nanometer precision on a chip. So these aren't just elegant physics, it's engineering quantum material from ground up to inherently stable, scalable, and error-resistant platform. So this is the power of a new state of matter and why it is central to everything we are building with Majorana 1 chip. So I just wanted to quickly give you a perspective here in terms of the convergence of physics and engineering. The form, in this case, meet function in Microsoft topological qubit. So at a first glance, this may look like just another chip, but in this is embedded elegant architecture is a qubit that's not only small, but fast and most importantly, reliable. We are looking at these topological qubits, precise engineered for real and useful quantum computation. So as we discussed about the three materials, in this case, the semiconductor, superconductor, combined together at an atomic level to create a quantum material for this exotic quasi-particle Majorana zero modes. Now, why this is so interesting, right? One of the most critical challenges in this quantum computer is not just about creating a qubit, but measuring it accurately without disturbing it. So in our system, we have developed a fast and highly reliable way to read these state of topological qubits. Let me explain this, how it works. So at the core, there is a quantum dot, which is shown here in the diagram, and we reflect a microwave signal of this quantum dot. Now, depending on the parity of the qubit, whether it's an odd or an even electron state, the microwave signals reflect differently. So you can think of these more like a sonar, right? The echo we get back tells us the internal state of the system without us having to touch or collapse the quantum state directly. This is what it makes this truly powerful, right? Is what you see on the left, the two peaks in red and yellow in this image. And then these represents a clear separation between the odd and the even state, so that a distance between the peaks is signal clarity, and the flat valley is in between is eliminated, which means that the noise is eliminated. This is kind of single shot parity measurement. And it is one of the key breakthroughs that makes Marana 1 a leap forward. So we don't have to average over hundreds of shots or perform complex signal processing. We get the qubit state directly with a high fidelity in real time. That's what enables us for scalability. So fast digital binary readouts that let us measure and correct errors across a large array of qubits without adding complexity to the system. So in short, this isn't just about reliable, it's engineered for industrial scale quantum computing. And if you want to notice this into a phase or a chip, this is how the superconductor breakthrough is on the basis of Marana 1. The first quantum chip powered by topological core is featuring the world's first topological qubit. In this case, these qubits are small, faster, as I said, and fitting 1/100th of a millimeter. They are reliable by design, thanks to this hardware-based error resistance. And furthermore, this is for the first time that these qubits are controlled and measured digitally, something that is not possible with other qubit architectures so far. So we have published this research in Nature, and then we recently also published the X and Y coordinate in Archive, which was released earlier this month into Archive as well. This convergence of quantum and digital technology combined with topological qubit really brings up a reliable and it also enables us to for the path for 1,000,000 qubits on a single chip to have a scale that can solve those problems intractable even with all the combined power of world's compute today. And to have that in a sense that Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, has selected Microsoft as one of the two companies to advance these rigorous benchmarking program under unexplored systems for utility scale quantum computing, and one of the programs that makes DARPA larger quantum benchmark initiative. With DARPA's selection to advance into this final phase, Microsoft also intends to build fault-tolerant prototype based on topological qubits in years, not in decades. So this is crucial acceleration step, and going forward, we are looking at utility scale quantum computing, and Microsoft views in recognizing the validation of our roadmap into different approach. So I wanted to quickly jump into one more area. While the topological qubits are in research stage and the chips are being developed and still under research stage, from a current perspective, we also see the applications. And while getting to scale, it is important we need to understand how a scaled quantum machine will help us, right? So we already know that quantum will be, we will need to integrate in with HPC and AI in a hybrid platform to really unlock meaningful solutions. And we also, when it comes to simulations, the interaction of atoms, we already use HPC and AI to optimize speed up and the scale these types of simulations. Now, already these simulations that took weeks now takes hours, right? And in applications like such as molecular dynamics, boiling point, solubility, spectroscopy, reaction pathways, and calculating energy of systems, these are quite powerful. So I wanted to also bring up that when it comes to simulation and the interaction of electrons, we need quantum if we want to achieve useful accuracy. And quantum is one of the best suited molecular simulation that is expanding the scope past the conventional computation into complex interaction of electrons to give to a given system. And thus, there are these driving forces. Our approach is to build a platform for scientific discovery. So we have been working and we have announced a couple of things around hybrid platform that brings HPC, AI, and quantum together so that you can leverage the complementary strength of each technology. and ultimately make existing advantages or into a new exciting advantages across variety of chemistry and material science with scale, speed, and accuracy. So I wanted to very quickly talk about today. It's not just a vision, right? We are making this real right now with leaders in the industry, like energy and life sciences and to chemical manufacturing. So you see here Pacific Northwest, Unilever. We have been working with several of the industry partners and customers to lead and take this forward. So since we have started this work, these are some of the global leaders we have continued to drive exciting collaborations and new capabilities. So you might have seen our work on Pacific Northwest Laboratory. This is where we joined forces to accelerate the discovery of sustainable energy storage solutions. Together we discovered and synthesized a new material for resource-efficient batteries, which is less than in a 9-month time frame. We also have been working on several of our other customers, and I can share some links and resources afterwards within Microsoft. So there are several of these areas, but I also wanted to add that while we are looking at chemistry, we are also providing the ability to augment and enable every scientist with this scientific discovery. And it may come from computer science who does not have background on quantum. And for scientists, physicists who are working on quantum but not have a computing background. So we have come up with Copilot. And Copilot is the ability where you can ask questions. It's an AI-enabled system, your assistant, which is deeply integrated into every aspect of the scientific method, from the knowledge research to hypothesis generation to experimentation and analysis. So we will be able to use Copilot to articulate these steps needed to solve the complex scientific discovery, chemistry, and material science challenges, and help us translate those proposed workflows with code. And thanks to this AI co-reasoning, the Copilot, it uses its output to further refine and subsequent iteration. So in this case, that's one of the key aspects. And last but not least, I want to touch base on the security aspect, which is also a key scenario. While we foresee that chemistry will come first, there is, of course, the question of not if, but when cryptographically relevant quantum computers will come in. So to that end, Microsoft has been preparing for a quantum safe future, and we have been unlocking tremendous benefits in this field like chemistry and material science. It also poses this cryptography challenge problem, right? And specifically for asymmetric key cryptography. So Microsoft has been working with several of the organization's bodies, in this case from IETF to NIST. We have been actually working with NIST since the full post-quantum cryptography standardization process from 2017. But Microsoft has started earlier in 2014. We have a research team focusing on these cryptographic algorithms. And we already have announced our new Quantum Ready program, which is designed to address some of these exact problems by providing business leaders with insights and the tools that they need to needed for this business impact, quantum ready business strategy, and also to execute a quantum ready application. So to that end, there are some of these resources. And last but not least, I wanted to quickly leave you with the idea of how these Copilot are super interesting and important, that enables to not only learn about quantum, but also apply that. You can go into quantum.microsoft.com and then have a look into katas, for example. So for people who are not from a quantum background, are interested to learn about quantum computing, quantum katas are one of the best platform available, powered by Copilot. So you can ask questions and learn more about it. But also looking into what are the different research areas we have been working on, and test out some of our partner enabled quantum hardware, QPU, and simulated QPUs on Azure Quantum by spinning some of those into your workspace. So these are some of those links which are available for you to take a note. You can go to Quantum Compute Platform, AQCP, AK.MS Quantum Ready, and Copilot as well. Thank you so much for patiently listening. And now I'm opening up for any questions you might have around this platform and the talk. Thank you.
Questions? Do we have questions from the audience? Yes, we have one question right here.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for the talk. Very interesting news about a topological qubit. I'm curious if you could share more there on the next steps and the roadmap. Like, as I understand, right now it's not even possible to have single qubit gates, not to speak of entangling multiple qubits. So what are the kind of the technical barriers that are still there? What are the next steps? And do you have any timelines that you can share, any roadmaps?
We haven't published any roadmap yet. It's still in the research stage, but we did publish a couple of papers on arXiv. In fact, recently, earlier this month, we have published a paper around the X and Y coordinates of the topological qubits. So what I would recommend on this is to actually go into quantum.micro.com, which is the link. Let me go ahead and share that here so you can read more about it. And our engineering and product team is actually announcing that more updates in that. So let me just share the link here quickly. This is quantum.micro.com. And in this case, you will be going through the different aspects. So we have been talking about the logical qubits, and then we have been talking about the topological qubits. So you will be able to get more details right on this page, where we have been publishing about the research, and any new roadmap or updates will be published here. So this is the latest on this month. 11 July, we have talked about the X and Z loop measurements on Marana Tritron device. So a lot of these papers are being continuously published, and just quantum.micro.com is the right place to go and find this information.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question, Mr. Huber. Any more questions? We have one more question. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for that very informative presentation. Thank you for providing us with Copilot. It seems I have a junior programmer always with me using Copilot. Now, my question, sir, is that Copilot and other platforms are rapidly developing to a point that we software engineers and software developers are a little bit nervous if it will come a time that it might be able to replace us eventually. So, could you see that future, sir? We're in senior, because Copilot right now, as I evaluate it, is at a level of a junior programmer. I still have to correct the code that it produces in order to refine the system that it produces. So, but it is rapidly improving to the point that we in the computer industry is a little bit apprehensive that it might one day affect our jobs. And in the academic industry, would you still recommend students taking up IT, information technology, or computer science, when in fact there are several models in the market now that can produce systems in a matter of minutes? Thank you, sir.
It's a great question. Thank you for asking this question. So very quickly, I wanted to mention that co-pilots are not to replace humans, but to empower them and increase their productivity. So for example, if I'm a new person trying to learn about qubit and this Q-sharp language, I would, instead of going through multiple content, reading through that, I could directly ask, like for example, explain this code to me, and it will go on and go through that particular scenario. It will go through this question and explain exactly step by step how I would want it to be explained, right? or learn about it. So I can ask further questions about this, and for example, what's the purpose of Hadamat Gate, and so on. So it's a good point where we are talking about should we take IT? Of course, we should take IT. When we are looking at productivity increase, we need to have that background knowledge. If you don't have the background knowledge, you will not be able to use these systems efficiently. So I would highly recommend still to continue and look at these platforms, but at the same point of time, continue to increase the knowledge, learn about the core fundamentals, because we will be able to use it efficiently only when we have those fundamental background. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the questions, and also Mr. Kumar for the presentation. So I think that ends the question and answer for Mr. Kumar's presentation. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and of course, to Mr. Raquel. Before we move on, allow us to acknowledge and express our gratitude for the invaluable support of the Wikipedia Science and Policy Facilitator Foundation and the Open Content List. Their commitment, together with that of our dedicated partners, took a vital role in bringing QISTCon.ph 2025 to life. So thank you to the bottom of our quantum hearts. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Thank you. And I know our day is getting filled with a lot of quantum goodness, and we've just gone through some seriously mind-breaking this conference that you for me. It was really challenging for a communication practitioner, but we think your brain deserves a quick breather, so go ahead, stretch it out, grab some coffee and tea, and if we have that at the end of this conference room. So, and also vibe and make connections with each other. And we will be back after 10 minutes. So everyone, stay on.
We are all about innovation and progress. We lead and partner with public and private accredited institutions in generating science and technology policies, strategies, and technologies that spur national economic development. We formulate policies and strategies for specific and technological directions. We fund and support R&D efforts in the industry, energy, and emerging technology sectors. We provide opportunities that enrich human resources and facilitate the development of institutions. We move technology forward through adoption, transfer, and commercialization of available technologies. We ensure timely and effective delivery of research results. The Council encompasses sectors under these priority areas. And all of these are backed by a highly skilled and science technology workforce for quality technologies and innovations. We are driven in bringing homegrown science and technology to the fore of the competitive global arena, creating impact on the country's progress and improving the quality of life of every Filipino. We uplift lives through innovations. Be sure, we are the Innovation Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technologies.
Since I started working in UP way back in 2012, DOST has been very helpful, and it has been a huge factor in my putting up, being able to put up a modest terahertz research and development laboratory at the National Institute of Physics. I have been receiving funding through research grants and travel support from the DOST since 2015, and up to now I have a program that has been ongoing for the past 3 years. And we are developing terahertz conducted antennas for terahertz transmission and reception.
In the case of the Department of Science and Technology, specifically shared group, its value in really as a collaborator and helping improve the industry in the semiconductors so that in its role in capacity and capability building. While basic education and tertiary education are important, it is the research component that actually provides greater depth and context that tends to solidify this development of knowledge and down the line the improvement of the overall manpower capacity of the industry. So I believe that the continuing support that the DOST shares is an essential component to the overall capability and manpower development for the industry.
PSHERD helps me through the Balik Scientist program by providing support through grants and incentives so that I can continue doing R&D in the Philippines. But more importantly, PSHERD connects me through local and foreign institutions so that I can do collaboration.
And technological directions. We fund and support R&D efforts in the industry, energy, and emerging technology sectors. We provide opportunities that enrich human resources and facilitate the development of we move technology forward through adoption, transfer, and commercialization of available technologies. We ensure timely and effective delivery of research results. The Council and Capacity under these priority areas. All of these are backed by a highly skilled and science technology workforce for quality technologies and innovations. We are driven in bringing homegrown science and technology to the fore of the competitive world, creating impact on the country's progress and improving the quality of life of every Filipino. We uplift lives through innovation. Be sure, we are the Innovation Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technologies.
Since I started working in UP way back in
And technological directions. We fund and support R&D efforts in the industry, energy, and emerging technology sectors. We provide opportunities that enrich human resources and facilitate the development of institutions. We move technology forward through adoption, transfer, and commercialization of available technologies.
Good morning again, everyone. So, while we're enjoying our little break, we would like to invite you to join our QISTCon block competition outside the venue, wherein you can join and play QISTCon blocks. And once you try to solve the puzzles, I think there's 16 puzzles tops. So for every puzzle that you solve, you can win merchandises from the Quantum Computing Society of the Philippines. So we would like to invite you to play with us right outside the venue. Thank you. We are now ready again for more quantum lectures, and with that, moving forward to our next segment, this will focus on the quantum grassroots development in the Indo-Pacific region. And to further moderate this discussion, let us now welcome on stage the former Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Attorney Joshelle Batapa Siga. Everyone, give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I'm so energized to moderate this particular session today. First of all, I'd like to check if everyone is having a great time in Cebu, especially the first-timers. First-timers, raise your hand. Oh, I'm glad you took the time to be here. You know, just this morning, I woke up and I saw on social media that tomorrow is the start of the Lechon Festival. Here in the city, in Lapu-Lapu. So, you know, I might actually extend my flight booking. Anyway, going down to business, I'd like to mention that 3 months ago, I actually finished my term as Undersecretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, not the trade and industry. So I'd like to make that clear. But I'm here as a staunch policy supporter of digital innovation. Having sat through yesterday and today listening to all these quantum terms, you know, gave me some sort of a nosebleed. But I try to be here and I try to attend a lot of digital innovation conferences because I think as a national and as a local policymaker for the Philippines, I need to be, you know, in the know with all these developments. And so thank you so much to all the organizers for having this activity, having this pioneering and trailblazing conference in the Philippines. So as mentioned earlier, this session is very vital for the Philippines and all our countries because it is where we will see how grassroots efforts can drive national momentum in quantum science and technology. Yesterday, I heard a speaker said, this is not about science. This is about making meaningful use of technology and science to impact the lives of our fellow men. So today, we will hear from regional experts and champions how we can help our countries shape our own ecosystem. So please listen closely, and we hope to have questions later on after each speaker. Now, it is my honor to introduce to you our first speaker. And by the way, looking at the room, I see that everyone has some sort of a gray-black motif, but today I chose to wear pink because I'm also advocating for digital innovation for women. We call it the DIWA movement in the Philippines. We'd like to increase more women numbers in courses related to computer and IT. And so I wore pink, and I'm happy to announce that 3 out of 4 of my speakers are women. So our first speaker is a distinguished quantum technologies expert who holds a PhD from the Center of Quantum Technologies in Singapore and an MSc from the University of Tokyo, Japan. She currently serves with QAI Ventures in Singapore, where she plays a pivotal role in advancing quantum innovation ecosystems across the Asia-Pacific region. With a robust background as an industry professional, community organizer, and a researcher, Dr. Frank has established a strong track record in fostering both national and global quantum ecosystems. She has held key positions in partnerships, development, and product management within the quantum industry and is a founding member of the Singapore's National Quantum Young Researchers Association. Her leadership extends to serving as committee chair, speaker, and lecturer for initiatives that promote dialogue around national quantum strategies and the ethical development of quantum technologies. Passionate about inclusion and collaboration, Dr. Frank is dedicated to building ecosystems that encourage interdisciplinary connections. Please let us all welcome, for our first speaker in this session, Dr. Angeline Frank.
For the very friendly and welcoming builder, but I think most essentially as a passionate ecosystem builder. And by functional ecosystems, I think we refer to ecosystems that are both competitive as well as inclusive. That's a universal functional perception of vibrancy. And I come here with the intention to, I guess, instill some lessons, some learnings from building communities, from building functional quantum ecosystems in Singapore, and what that could mean and what that could inspire in the Philippines. I come here also knowing how diverse the audience here is, with an appeal to the stakeholders to really take the grassroots initiatives seriously as an essential asset to any thriving, functional innovation landscape. Okay, Singapore is a very particular ecosystem in itself. So let me first give you an overview of some of the entities that the Quantum Researchers Association, which is the first and national scale quantum grassroots initiative in Singapore, has engaged, has connected with, and has really created transdisciplinary bridges with since its inauguration in 2021. What you can see here is if we subdivide into the different factions, these are also all the factions that we see present in this room. So I think this is really an actionable environment to take some lessons forward from. We have policymakers, we have industries that are quantum adjacent, we have startups, and most importantly, we also have the researchers, the experts, and the environments that foster the technical excellence that's needed to be robust to the building. Okay, so the curious aspect about, I think, building ecosystems or building community initiatives is that we tend to look at the optimization of numbers, of scales, but in my experience, when it comes to building any kind of functional community effort, we oftentimes start with very small numbers, with a very small number of high initiative actors that are being approached directly, that we have a high trust relationship with, that's reciprocal, goes in both directions, and that we then empower to really take ownership of initiatives that build follow-up structures, and these structures will then thrive on themselves. So I know this is a lot of text, but I thought maybe you can just take a picture in case you zoom out in the later part of this presentation. The key ingredients to building a functional effort is to have these small kernels of motivated actors that are really in contact with the system, with the technologies, with the knowledge, and the people behind that knowledge that you want to access. And then once you have these actors, really take them seriously. Take them seriously and understand how indispensable they are to your system. Yes, they might be on the younger side of the stakeholder pool, but in the end, they are stakeholders. They are the fiber that you work with. A very dynamic, sentient fiber, of course. Ownership, budget, bureaucratic support, and the last one is access. Access and network. Include them in networks and in discussions with external partners. For example, industries. When an industry player is interested in a country, they want to know what talent is there, what technology is there. There is no better way to, there are not many better ways or equally good ways to encourage that than by directly being able to offer them an exposure to all the talent that could be interested in. Another key aspect here is what made the initiative in Singapore thrive. Is the paradigm to not put any industry first, but to put the interest of this quantum community first. So we came there, the way that the Quantum Researchers Association in Singapore was founded was basically by having the first director of the quantum engineering program approach a colleague and myself as quite motivated community actors back then in 2021, saying or recognizing that we need to build a community and that we were quite high contact with every part of that community, and then giving us the budget and the access to make things happen. So we came from a point of not wanting to promote any industry, not wanting to promote any revenue, but wanting to know what makes people thrive in Singapore. And we were the best people to say that because we listened to our own needs as well as the needs of our peers and friends and familiars. That's where the human element is really functionalizable, if you want to take it to a more industrial entrepreneurial lingo. I will figure this out by the end of the presentation. I think. Yes, great. So the community building that Kyra has been doing has been an event-driven. Our community consists of about 300 or more people in Singapore, all not kept as members, but kept as members of a mailing list. That means that the access was quite to this pool, to this information, to this network is quite agile. We're in a place that is so internationally connected. There are very short-lived stays, so spontaneity is a key element to really have people attend the events. And the key recipe for most of these events has been an opportunity to connect with technical peers across institutions, time to socialize in an informal setting across different kinds of levels of hierarchy, if we even want to use that word in this context, and to provide relevant national or international keynotes. So this is really the outline of what Kyra is, what Kyra has been all about. About 300 people or more, which is approximately 80 to 90% of the ecosystem, the content ecosystem in Singapore. We have realized different events, including town halls, including of course social events, multiple panel discussions, starting with Zoom meetings during COVID, workshops on creative writing, science anticipation, to trigger people's minds on where to bring their technologies to, and of course some other kinds of intersections with different kinds of functional advice also, when it comes to advertising channels, institutional mailing lists in general, word of mouth, have been the key communication channels for us. And this is where I want to again appeal to the stakeholders and the institutions, recognize grassroots initiatives and give them access to your information distribution channels. It will be to everyone's benefit. Along the same lines, to the grassroots organizers in this room, take that responsibility seriously. This trust is highly non-trivial to have. Once you've been given it by stakeholders, pay it justice by being prudent on the expenses you need, for example, for venue organization, booking of things that you would consider pleasantries but are actually essential to lower the activation threshold for people to attend events. Take that trust seriously and use it and make sure that you can nurture it as best as you can within your initiatives. And then, of course, since we're talking about a community of around 300 people, the sign-ups were usually up to with a 65% success rate, up to 100 people per event. I'm giving the outline data here for you to have an idea of what grassroots looks like here there in Singapore. So another thing that has helped us build credibility for the Quantum Grassroots Initiative is definitely having a consistent visual identity. And this again comes from a volunteering effort of one of our quantum specialists, fellow PhD student, building this visual identity here for Kyra. And I'm just showcasing some events here, but I would be very happy for discussion after the session. Besides all these different kinds of creative workshops, I think one of the flagship events that had really the most impact in Singapore has been a town hall event that we have organized with all the national strategy stakeholders at the end of last year. And one of the other community organizers in Singapore is Clara, who is sitting at table number 5, and who has been playing a key role in facilitating these efforts past the first generation of Kyra leadership. And what this event did is it brought together the professors, it brought together the enterprise, so the entrepreneurial development boards, it brought together the key figures of the National Quantum Strategy, NQO, in Singapore, and the students to to discuss together how can we retain talent, what do we need to retain talent, and then really derive and discuss actionable solutions within this sphere. This event is meant to conceptualize to be iterated every year in order to just establish more of these bidirectional feedback channels. So this brings me back. I usually go over time, so I'm trying to do that not do that for once. So this brings me back basically to the summary slide, which is this one, and which is for you a recipe to build resilient grassroots structures. And whilst being here in the Philippines, I want to emphasize that I think I'm preaching to the choir. I have rarely seen a grassroots community that is, one, so large in numbers, and two, so respected in the efforts that it's creating. I can commend everything I've seen here so far and the exchanges I've been allowed to have with representatives. And so to anyone who is not part of that organizing team itself, that is a treasure to hone and to empower. And I'm looking forward to the kind of thriving environment that will be created, continue to be created here in the Philippines. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angeli, Dr. Angeline Frank. I'll stay here because I want to be true to the concept of grassroots. So I'll stay right down here together with the audience. I have so many takeaways already from your sharing, especially when you said that you are not out to promote any industry, but you're just out to promote quantum computing. I think that's the best learning I now realize, because technology is always tied up with an industry. And normally conferences and town halls are usually, in a way, promoting industry, some sort of industries. And so I love your presentation. I'm a countryside grassroots advocate. And since yesterday, I was already sending all the pieces of information I got to all the regions in the Philippines. You know, the Philippines is now officially 112 million people with 18 regions. And this is an international conference, but sadly, many regions are not here. But I'm glad that some key champions from Mindanao, from Visayas, of course from Manila, are all gathered here today. So thank you for your wonderful input on how we can make social media platforms to really, spread the information. Now I open the floor to questions. Maybe you can also ask Flava, your organizer. Anyone here? Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. I'm a very proud provinciana, so I want to also listen to the questions of other regions. All right, so yes, sir, please.
Hi, my name is Patchen from Malaysia. So I just want to ask, so who is actually financially supporting Kyra?
Thank you for this wonderful question. You were pointing at a key bottleneck that we are facing currently. So initially we were founded, supported by the quantum engineering program, which meant a stable source of funding of around 30k euros per year, which is necessary in Singapore to have events exceeding the scale of 60 people, because anything that's air conditioned above that level is usually not free of charge. And that's also why I want to appeal to the Philippines and any kind of national effort here. When it comes to the turnover of national level strategies, make sure you involve or are aware of the grassroots networks that exist. Kyra is currently looking for a restructuring that would allow new funding sources. One aspect of that, one necessary aspect is the registration as a society, which is something that's pending for Kyra at the moment. And of course, the easiest pathway is to just be recognized within the national structure, within the national scheme, which directly gives you channels to access to funding, as it was the case in the inaugural phase of the program. So in the future, we're looking at industry funding, or Kyra is looking at industry funding.
All right, so another question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the excellent talk. My question is, how do you engage
stakeholders who are not from expert in quantum backgrounds? Like, is there a certain strategy for the national quantum strategy workshops and for the marketing in order to target and invite and welcome stakeholders who don't already have some expertise in quantum but want to stay involved?
Yeah, I guess when you talk about stakeholders, then it could be non-quantum expert policymakers, for example. It's a very delicate balance because, especially with quantum, we wanted to have these events for the community, happen for the community. But you also want to enable external people, external actors to become familiarized with this ecosystem, become more familiar with the ecosystem. So what did work for us at the scale that I'm talking about, up to 300 people, is a word of mouth. We have Manoj as a representative of the social, of the Rajaratnam School, social science policy making. And that, for example, then led to a follow-up of 5 to 10 people for each event from that kind of sphere that is genuinely interested in learning more about quantum and in engaging with it, given the tools they have to make change in quantum. So for us, the word of mouth is the vehicle to communicate these events. And then the attendance is filtered not by strict criterion, but by self-identification as part of the quantum community.
Just to add on to that answer, I agree with everything that Angelina said. I'm Clara, by the way, so if you also want to talk about Singapore quantum grassroots, you can come talk to me if Angelina's busy. Another element that goes into bringing in different stakeholders is actually trying to figure out where our interests are overlapping. So for the case of the town hall, where we were very intentionally trying to bring in multiple elements of the ecosystem together in the same room, we had a call for different conversation topics, discussion topics, that we then would filter down to ensure that the number one priority, that it will be of the interest of the early career researcher community, and secondly, of interest to the stakeholders who are attending. So for instance, the topic of talent retention is one that has been of very high interest for our local startup incubators, for the National Quantum Strategy, because they're trying to push more PhDs and more master's students to stay in Singapore after they graduate. So just trying to figure out what those interests are, and while we also prioritize our own community, was I think really essential to get them to come. To a point where we had only invited maybe 5 or 6, and then we started getting emails saying, hey, why weren't we invited? We also want to come. So it was, I think we hit some pretty good topics there.
All right. So, yes, you want to add to the question, to the answer? Okay. So, anyways, based on the advice here, we still have about a couple of minutes more to take in some questions. But at this point, I'd also like to share this opportunity to share with you one of the acronyms that we use in the Philippines in my sandbox as a community organizer. We call it MAGIC, Making Academe, Government, and Industry Collaborate. So I've shared this magic formula to more than 25 countries as the ITU Counselor of the Philippines for 3 years now. And I think bringing diversified lens into, pushing up a particular cause is very important. And I like what you said, Angeline, about taking a scope of the grassroots. In the Philippines, aside from Metro Manila, we have a lot of communities in startups, in blockchain, in IoT that are actually hidden in faraway cities outside of Metro Manila. So this is very important to us because the Philippines is not just Manila, it's not just even Cebu. We have a lot of other major cities where communities can actually be supported and created. And we'll take all your advice with us. So any other questions, inputs? Or is our second speaker ready? All right, so I've been given a signal that our second speaker who's coming to us virtually is ready. So thank you so much, Dr. Angeline.
Thank you so much.
So now brace yourselves for another great speaker coming our way with regards to grassroots development. She is the co-founder of the Vietnam Quantum Technology Network, also known as VN Quantum, a pioneering platform that fosters strategic dialogue and international collaboration on quantum technology in Vietnam and beyond. Her global impact in the quantum space is marked by key leadership roles. As head of product at Orca Computing in London, she spearheaded the launch of PT2, the company's second-generation photonic quantum computer, built or purpose-built for high-performance computing and generative AI applications. Prior to that, at River Lane in Cambridge, our speaker led the development of the world's first quantum error correction ASIC chip, a breakthrough in quantum hardware engineering. Friends, please join me in welcoming our bold advocate for quantum innovation in Asia and around the world, Ms. Rosie Nong Nguyen.
Thank you very much for, great. Thank you very much for inviting me today, and special thanks to the organizer, Quantum Information Science and Technology Society of Philippines. It's an honor for me to be here, but I think even more after listening to Angelina talks, I felt like Vietnam, what we are building now in Vietnam is actually going to make a difference. So I'll start with sharing my screen, which require me to log out and log in again. I'm so sorry for this. Maybe someone in the organizations can help me with my slide.
Hi, Rosie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm so sorry. I think I need to log out because the first time I joined in with the browser.
All right, let's have our team fix it at the back.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually very excited. It's been great to listen to the first talk, but I'm also very eager to share about what we're doing here in Vietnam. So maybe I just going to talk without a slide. Let's try that, just to save everyone time. So hi everyone, my name is Rosie.
Rosie, excuse me, sorry. You really need to log in and log out. Is that okay?
Okay, of course. Yeah.
All right, so don't worry. We'll stay here. We'll wait for you. Take your time. Do you have delegates from Vietnam here on the floor? Oh, hello. Hi. Do we have delegates from all of ASEAN here on the floor? Singapore, of course. Malaysia yesterday. I don't wanna mention. I might miss Thailand and Indonesia, right? Indonesia was also here yesterday. And what other countries do we have here? Of course, our distinguished speakers from the U.S., France, of course. Which other countries are here? Bulgaria. Oh, wow. Amazing. Yeah. That's far. You took a very long flight to come here. Yeah. So you should stay a little longer. Who else? Yeah? Of course, Singapore. All right. So Germany? Oh, wow. Welcome. Yeah. So, yeah. I think I need to go to Bulgaria. That's the only country I still need to. Yeah. Anyone else from other countries? By the way, I also would like to mention that I'm glad that we also have the major universities represented here. Ateneo, I heard speak earlier. UP, I think, is also here. Of course, our Cebu universities are also here. We need to have more university people in the room. Is she back? Okay, so hi Rosie, are you back? We're still
I
here
am.
waiting for you.
Let me
Okay.
try the magic again. Okay.
All right.
I think I can share my screen now. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. Okay, there you go. All good.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for the patience. Of course, there's no good conference without technical issues. Yes, so let me continue quickly because I know I'm running out of time. So I'm here today to tell you a bit more about quantum grassroots in Vietnam. And I think I'm telling this from the perspective of, let's say, a returner, because I spend most of my time in Europe and UK working in quantum industry, but recently moving back to Vietnam because there is the reason for that. So if I have to to talk about quantum grassroots in Vietnam, I think I have to talk about an event as early as 2019, when one of the course about quantum computing was organized, and I was invited as a speaker there. And I think throughout the years, I've seen a lot of small, very good efforts organizing courses, community events around quantum technologies or quantum computing in my case. But it's been not yet a significant momentum as much as this year. So earlier this year, earlier this year is truly a spark moment for us when we have this resolutions directive from 57, where the Vietnamese government committed to invest 2 to 3% of the GDP in high-tech innovation sector. And somehow, and I don't know, probably there's a lot of thoughts going into that, but quantum technology made it to the list of 3 to 4 core technologies. And you can imagine that this is a significant step of commitment from the government, but often people will say, yeah, how long does it really pan out? How long does it reach the execution mode? But to my surprise and to a lot of my fellows in Vietnam, things has been moving very, very fast. So you can start seeing with this spark, with the government commitments, we see a lot of activity of conference organized in a large scale across the countries, right? So it's like when you have a commitment, you see a lot of public and private interest on quantum technologies, and you see a lot of, let's say, dormant or let's say partners that suddenly saying, okay, we need to figure it out how to actually raise public awareness. So here is an example, one of the conference that's happened as early as a month after the news that we hosted a conference with, I think it's around 200 people, both from academia, from industry, and from researcher and quantum enthusiast. And that happened within a month. And I think for me, it's not only the interest, the surge in interest, but also people who show up there, they have a very core knowledge about quantum technology that surprised me. So we started with the commitment from the government, a lot on the news, to actual conference, and to even a more strategic dialogue. Since then, we have hosted a lot of strategic dialogues with industry, corporations, like head of and deans of university, who's really sitting together and say, okay, now how do we make a start, right? Because I can tell you, this is very much so my opinion and my experience, that quantum technology, let's say, ecosystem is non-existent in Vietnam. Right? We have a lot of great foundational work and university courses and programs, but when it comes to the actual technology itself, we don't really have many. We have a lot of experts that I was lucky enough to meet during my time working in this field, but most of them are located abroad. So now with this strategic dialogue, we were really hearing people saying, how do we create the environment for people who, for experts willing to come, Vietnamese expert to come back or foreign expert to really come and work with us and help us to build something we call the Vietnamese quantum ecosystem, right? We are in a very early day, I understand, but this is people are not going beyond their interest and actually talking about how do we, actions, what action do we need to take? And so one thing came clear to us, which is we need a common forum. We need a trusted and unifying voice for Vietnam quantum community. And because we're not only hearing, questions, discussion from the industry, also government officer coming to us and say, how do we support you, right? A dean of university say, how do we join this network? How do we join this, momentum and movement? And so we decided to set up something called the Vietnam Quantum Network. And this is not yet official. This is the first time we're sharing with our friends and international friends. We are planning to launch the network actually end of this month. But I think I cannot say that it's going to launch end of this month because there's a lot of activities already happening, a lot of the ball is already rolling for this network. And one great thing is that the way we see this network is not only just the community side, but also the expert side. And I think one of the questions in our earlier talk was talking about how, the fact that we need to unite not only academia, but also industry, not only expert, but also non-expert. And that is definitely something that we see with this network. With the conversation that we're having today, there's a lot of non-expert who would like to be part of this ecosystem. And I think this is very much so a commercialization view of technologies that I own across the year, that you cannot build an industry with just experts, right? We need people, user, we need supplier, we need providers of system and service. We need people who work in this field, researcher, students even, right? So that's the reason why we see VN Quantum is not only just one layer of the stack, I like to call that, I always call it that way, but a kind of full stack of quantum community. Yeah. And speaking of our launch end of this month, we actually quite honored to be supported by the Vietnam National Innovation Center. So they are, from my understanding, is that they are like a national incubator program. And they have committed to support us along the way, helping us launching, but also setting up connections within Vietnam and outside of Vietnam. So that is something that I have to say that it's quite incredible that things happen within just a quarter, that we get, a grassroots movement powered by sparked by a government commitment and a lot of interest. And we are just though at the very start of our grassroots movement, but we are very happy that we have a lot of support from the community. And speaking of that, I think I just wanted to end with one slide saying that we do believe that having a grassroots movement or having laying the first brick of the foundation for the Vietnam quantum community, we need to hold the collaborative mindset. Right? There's a lot of opinion, there's a lot of way of doing things, but we truly believe that a community will thrive with open mind and open conversations. So we are very much so open for partnership, and we're lucky enough to already gain some international partner, being able to join the conference like this. And we just wanted to, and I just wanted to end that I'm overjoyed and overexcited that we are just at the very start of our movement, but we also full of energy and full of commitment to really building something for Vietnam. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Miss Rosie, for that generous sharing. And now we open the floor for just one question because we're nearing lunch, or we are actually over our time already. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think on behalf of another grassroots initiative, it's very interesting to see the parallels. And I'm curious about when you mentioned the governmental support, what the kind of commitment cycles look like in terms of the times that you can trust in receiving support.
A very, very interesting questions. I myself actually don't have much experience with as you mentioned, the cycle of the support. But from what I know is that the commitments start from the top, and what we see is a ripple effect. So our partner university, for instance, reach out to us to say, hey, do you want to collaborate to organize certain things, event or courses? So I myself don't know how the effect actually panned out, but we are the receiving end of it. And so, and it happened within, I guess, like the next event is in a few weeks. So yeah, it does have quite an impact.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rosie. Indeed, we are starting the ripple effect today for grassroots development for quantum. Once again, can we give Miss Rosie a hand? Thank you. Now from Vietnam and Singapore, we will move on to Thailand. And I'd like to call our third speaker. She's an associate professor at Mahidol University, where she works on quantum measurement, quantum information, and quantum control. Her focus, or her research focus, is on understanding and managing noise in quantum devices, an important area in making quantum technologies more stable and reliable. We're pleased to welcome and to have her today, Dr. Aria Chantasu.
Introduction, and I'm really glad to be here. This is my first time in the Philippines, and yeah, it's like, well, looks like really much like Thailand. So we are really friends in terms of the country, and a lot of cultures are really similar. And today, I'm going to share a lot of my story, maybe, because I'm actually part of like building the community, quantum community in Thailand. So we listened to the Singapore one, right? And you all know that in Singapore, they have a lot of researchers already, and they are now building the community based on that. And then now you heard from Vietnamese side, and Vietnamese has like the push from the government, right? So Thailand is kind of a little bit different. We are building from the bottom, like really the bottom, meaning that we have quite a lot of academic side. I'm actually one of them. I'm a researcher, and there are a lot of researchers in Thailand. And then we are like trying to go together and work together and build a community from there. Okay, so I'm from Mahidol University in Bangkok, Thailand, and the community is named Quantum Technology Research Initiative Consortium, QISTCon, which I have my t-shirt here. If you want a t-shirt, you should come to Thailand this weekend. Well, I'll tell you why. Okay, so the next slide. Okay, so this is the continuing talk from Warawat from yesterday. So he talked about the kind of the overview of what the community in Thailand is about. And we have a lot of research going on with like these three: metrology, communication, and simulation and algorithms. So almost everything. And we have like a single ion experiment. We have a single atom vacancy with basically the NV center experiment already. We have molecules like neutral atom trap already. And we have the entangled photon with part of the QKD experiment. That's already done. And we have the medical sensing applications, and we have the theory team, the quantum algorithm, and also the application. So how can we get to this point? Like, how can we get to this what 120 professors and researchers working together. How can we get this publication and how can we get this 9 million of USD government funding from nothing? And this is actually, I'm going to tell you that this is only like the past 5 years. So Philippines is not behind us. We are actually on the same kind of pace, and hopefully you can learn from us and we can learn from you and we can work together. Okay, so I'm going to tell you from my side. Basically, from what I understand, the first thing is the key point, I think. Thailand has a lot of scholarships that send a student, like Thai students who don't have much money, I would say, to go abroad to study. Like I was studying in the US, and so many of my friends who was like in Ivy League and in the US, in the UK, in Europe, and even in Singapore. And so they came to Thailand because we are the scholarship students, and you have to come to Thailand to serve and work in Thailand for the government. You have to work for the university. So there are like, not at least, that's like 20 students. That's like right now, it's about like 50 up to 100 faculty in Thailand who was PhD students abroad. And now they came back to Thailand and work on their own field. And at least like maybe 50 of them were quantum scientists. So that's like the starting point. And so we were lucky that many of them were from like different background, like computing, metrology, and communication. Myself is quantum computing and noise metrology and so on. And then the second bullet point is the strong connection. I think this is like important part. When now we have the expertise, we have the researchers working in different fields, how can we make them work together? And that's what I am actually doing, which is like trying to make meetings and conference and then collaboration together. So how? It was actually, I started working on this kind of thing around the COVID time, and that's when the Zoom meeting just initiated, right? We never had online meeting before. And so COVID somehow was useful in that sense. So I start a lot of meetings, like an online meeting, like a journal club. If you study abroad before, and then let's say that you came back to Philippines or in Vietnam, you might understand what I'm gonna say here, that I miss so much of like the community. I want to talk to my professor, I want to talk to my friends in the PhD level, in my research group, but I can't find it in Thailand. So what I did is I tried to like find as many people as possible. Hey, come to my journal club, talk to me, and then read the paper together, discuss the paper together, share the knowledge. You tell me what you do, I will tell you what I do in my research, and then we share the knowledge together. And then it was really, really useful, because then you start sharing the knowledge, you start learning it about each other, and then you get to know each other, and that's why the strong connection was built. So when we did that, we did a lot of, what is it called, like a workshop. So this is actually part of the next slide. This is a little bit of detail, which maybe you can copy and paste. So we start building the community online via Slack, or you could use Discord, but I think Slack is really useful. So in online community, you could talk to anyone. You could like ask anyone question. Like if someone has a question on quantum communication, hey, can you help this? Can you help explaining this? And this is like a really, really useful community in Thailand. So that was a Slack, and then we post the paper every week, and then we discuss it through the journal club. Okay, and not with that, we also we were like really excited, and then we try to engage with the public. So this is the thing. Look, when the researcher talking together, we were excited, and when we were like, oh yeah, let's do research together. But then you are not alone, and you need to get the funding from the government. How, right? So you need to get the public attention first. So the public attention was done mainly by my friend. I think many of you probably know him. He's a CEO of QTFT, which is the first startup company of quantum technology in Thailand. And actually, I'm part of the co-founder as well. So he was really good at like speaking out of like what is quantum technology for the industry in Thailand. And that's like, we did a lot of like, YouTube video, workshop, and seminar. So it was really hard for like academic like me to start talking about quantum mechanics in the simple way, but we tried. And it was really useful because a lot of students were really, really helpful understanding it, and then a lot of students come to talk to us. So that was good. And I think from there, we got more bigger community, and then we applied for the big grant together. And this is when we got like 9 million, which is not a lot, well, compared to like Singapore level, but it's good money already for like frontier basic science, right? We did not promise for any industry related because we want to build like a really basic expertise in quantum. So we got a lot of funding from the government via the PMUB, and I said that the first one, it needs the hardworking academia, faculties and students. It's really hardworking. Especially, I think, in my past 5 years, I slept less than what I did when I was like in PhD. But I'm glad I did that. So we finally got the government agency working together with us, and we got a lot of funding from them, so that was great. Okay, and I think I'm going to go next. What about the next slide? Thank you. Okay. So this is the National Research Grant, and so we got a lot of collaboration from different universities, which is a lot. This is amazing. Like, how can we get a lot of people working with us? And we call ourselves as QTRIC, and then we right now got to 120 professors and researchers working, and 17 government institutes, and then 2 startup companies. And we got long-term funding, which is really, really amazing in Thailand. Like, once in a lifetime, you will get 5 years funding on quantum research. And this is like quite amazing for us. And from the funding, we got a lot of conference and workshop. And this is the one that I was like really proud of because I'm actually one of the main organizers. It's called the SQST, Siam Quantum Science Technology. So we brought a lot of our advisors and a lot of collaborators outside of Thailand, and they came. We got a lot of speakers from like Ivan Deutsch, who worked on the atomic trap, and we got Tanya from PTB or NIST in Germany to come to Thailand, and they loved it. Okay, then this one is the Quantathon that we're gonna organize this weekend. So if you are joining, so I will see you there. And this is the amazing collaboration between us and ASEAN. And we got a lot of students from Philippines, Vietnam is also coming, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. And the last but not the least, this is the last slide. I would like to just leave the key factors from what I learned building the communities. The first thing, you need the talent pool. You can't do anything with talent pool. You need to build it somehow. The second, you need a strong connection between them. The third, you need to give them enough time, place, and also money, right? And the fourth is you need to get the public awareness, because if you don't get the public awareness, the government would not buy you. And then you get to get attention from the government side, and then organize a lot of conferences, and then hopefully you should have the good direction and sustainability. Okay, I think that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aria Chantasri. Thank you so much. Any question for Dr. Aria? Indeed, as you mentioned, this advocacy needs hardworking teachers, professors, and students, just like you, very hardworking. Yes, Clara?
Hello, thank you so much for the wonderful talk. It's really nice to be able to hear the origin story of QTRIC and get to know more of your community. Yeah, it was Anjan and I had visited Warawat and met several of the QTRIC folks earlier this year, and it was really wonderful to see. I have a question about how, like, what were the most compelling narratives that you told when in conversation with the government when you first applied for that very big grant, like altogether? Like, what was the thing in the end that convinced them? You mentioned that public attention was really essential to get the government on board, but what were the main, like, stories that really compelled them?
We got to talk privately with a lot of policymakers, and even the government, what is that? The minister, that's right. So we try to organize like a private meeting with the minister. Like, you know, politics, they change the minister so many times throughout the years, and we have to organize like every meetings with them. And like when we meet with them, we have to bring a lot of things into their plate, and we need to know what they want. So we have to do a lot of homework in terms of what we should speak to them. We can't speak as like academics way of like, hey, it's like entanglement. Oh, do you know entanglement? No, they don't. So it's like we have to find the right way to talk to them. Yeah. I think for me it's really difficult, but it's a process of learning. And I think we were lucky that on the minister side, they also want to understand us, and we want to communicate with them, and that's why it was good enough. Yeah.
It sounds like a very rich dialogue that required a lot of new learning, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and also it depends on different countries, different culture, so you have to work with that as well.
I have a second question if someone else has.
Any other question? All right. So I can relate to changing ministers and secretaries. Politics is very on a personal note. On a personal note, I can very deeply relate to that. Yes.
I was wondering what was the involvement of the students in this whole process? Like, were they involved, like PhD students, graduate students, undergraduate, in this process of being recognized as like a solid?
So the journal club is the main thing that I was kind of proud of, and I'm a faculty myself. So what I tell them is, I usually tell them that, hey, there's a lot of opportunities now in the world, not just in Thailand. And they once they know that quantum technology is not about Thailand, it's about the world, they are excited. And so once they have that idea, we launch a lot of journal clubs. And in the journal club, you need to be real scientists. Like, I'm in science, and so students appreciate like how much debate on that, like real debate on science, and understand the industry side a bit, and know what's the hype and what's real and what's possible and what's not possible. Yeah, I think the students appreciate that, instead of just like, hey, quantum computing is beautiful and so on. That's why we got a lot of attention. Like, I have been working for 5 years, and I got supervised like more than 20 students. Like, it's a lot. Like, students are excited.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, I've been given instruction for one question, but I will give you. You are my bonus. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Super impressive, not just what you built in Thailand, kind of from the grassroots up, but also I was really impressed how international and how you managed to have these international links. Maybe also exemplified now by the hackathon that you mentioned in a few days. And I wonder if there you have a vision or just general recommendations to share going forward in strengthening these links between different Asian countries, but also in general how countries in the Southeast Asia region can get closer integrated into the global quantum network and of course inside the region.
Oh, this is a hard question. I've been thinking for months now. So I'll try to tell my answer. From my point of view, I think ASEAN should start from academic side. This is my point. I don't know. I mean, other people might not agree with me, but if you don't start with the academic side, you will not be able to point out which is true or not true from the technology point of view. And so it should be easy enough that we should bring the scientists together. Let's say, for example, we can organize like a ASEAN quantum conference. And then we do it by rotation, like Thailand and Philippines and so on. And we let's say 80% academic and 20% industry is fine, yeah. But I want to focus more on academic side. Yeah. I think that will be the starting point. And then once we have enough of the expertise and enough of knowledge, then you step up to the next stage.
Great, thank you, Aria. And in 2023, I was the chair of the ASEAN Digital Senior Officials. These are deputy ministers. I'll pitch the idea to the digital ministers, ASEAN Quantum Community, and let's consolidate. And to complete the ASEAN picture for now, because some of them are not represented here, I'm happy to move on to our fourth speaker. From our own, this is what we call hometown advantage. He is the only thorn among the roses, representing the Philippines. He is a researcher at the Quantum Computing Society of the Philippines and has led initiatives to promote emerging technologies nationwide as the former Director of Operations and Community Growth. He is also one of the country's representatives on the Southeast Asia Quantum Consortium, driving collaboration for responsible development of quantum technologies in the region. Our last speaker for this panel, please welcome Mr. Jabez Aison.
I think we should have chosen or asked a female participant from our team to present. But again, on behalf of the organizing team, we welcome you again here. I know it's lunch time already, so I hope that you still listen and you still see me as a human and not a fried chicken. But I'm sure you're curious. We're halfway on the conference, but right now we would like to share about us, our journey so far, and what we want to do in the future. Okay, so let me start with this. So as just like any emerging technology, when we're developing it, we always have to have these stakeholders and the collaboration between them. So we have government doing the policies and grants, industry on industry training opportunities and placements, jobs, and the universities on the research and innovation and knowledge transfer. And Analyst has extended this to be to also have this cross-cutting portion on the civil society and the overall on the environment. So that's actually one of the reasons why we do QISTCon, and it's very different from the other conferences that we have on the region. So you might be curious, why is it like this, our logo? So the three orbs represent the role of industry, academia, and the government, and the blue represents technology. And we believe that civil society and the environment falls under a big umbrella of responsibility. And responsibility binds the three sectors together. And we really focus on values, ethics, and accountability. That's why when we had a roll call on the first day, right, we have people from all of these sectors. So, next slide. All right. Okay. So, we talked about the other countries and their approaches. So they have researchers already, but here in the Philippines, we do have researchers on the theoretical and application side, but they're more on the adjacent technologies like semiconductor. We do have some on photonics and such, but not really working on quantum information science and technology. So right now, we've seen from the talks of Dr. Paringit yesterday, a top-down approach wherein there's a government push for quantum technologies, and it is a big ticket program for the country. So DOST's vision is by 2030, the Philippines will harness quantum technology, positioning the country as a central player in Southeast Asia for a quantum-enabled industries and research. So someone has to respond to this, right? And fortunately, we have passionate people here in the Philippines, and we respond with this. We want to empower and produce quantum-capable professionals and researchers. So these people will be the one to enable the economy and the rest of the citizens. And we also want to build an ecosystem wherein these researchers can thrive doing quantum research here in the Philippines. We actually know a lot of Filipinos. They're very smart and they're studying quantum abroad. And sadly, they can't get a job, like they can't easily get a job here in quantum. So we want to build the ecosystem, have startups, projects such that, yeah, they can study abroad and then they can come back and jumpstart the ecosystem here in the Philippines. So these are our core functionality and focus area of the organization, the Quantum Computing Society of the Philippines. We want to do collaborations and partnership, capacity building, R&D, policy, and community engagement. So I'll just run through this and a bit about our team as well in the end. So first off, capacity. Dr. Paringit already mentioned this yesterday, but we have some sessions, lecture series with faculty. For example, here with Bulacan State University, we teach them and we upskill them on quantum technologies. And also with Pangasinan State University. And right now, actually, we have an ongoing project with TIP. Like it started last week, and we just paused this week for QISTCon, and then we'll continue afterwards. But also, we want to start reaching out to the industry as well. So one of the first that responded is SGBN Pro. So thank you po sa thank you for responding on our call. And we also have some of the industry partners here, and they might be curious on what quantum is. That's why they attended. We also are involved in research. So we have here KISLab and StarKey projects. So I won't go deeper than this since they have their own presentations tomorrow. But internally, we also do research within the organization. So this is Sir Dylan on IEEE Quantum Week. So Dylan might have met some of the quantum companies over there. We also have some Filipino friends on Taiwan and in NVIDIA BBC as well, and SQST in Thailand. And also, we're able to have trainees, on-the-job trainees from undergrads within our organization. So one did research on the cerebral computing, and another on the traveling salesman problem, which is, I think, academic paper number 7, just outside. All right. Yeah, so we're also, please pakibalik na lang. We're also included or in the talks about policy. So we're included on the DTI committee on, sorry. We got spoiled on my slides. Yeah, DTI Quantum Technology Standards Committee. This is certain last time. And actually these two photos just happened yesterday on the APEC. So 2 of our members, they should have been here, but they're now in Korea, and that's Sir Dylan on his hotel room yesterday, having a panel talk. And also, we partner with the government, the universities, so with DOST, ASTI, with MSUIT, and more. There's so much partnerships that I wasn't able to find all of the photos. But yeah, we're very happy that they're receptive on this technology. And also, beyond the Philippines, we are proud that we are included on the C Quantum Network. And yeah, see you on the weekends. Really. All right, so we also want to talk about responsibility, responsible development of quantum technologies. That's why, yeah, it started as a conversation within us after the Sikpuro project at Dell. I wasn't able to join, but yeah, it was a fruitful conversation during the online talks, and even in the ResPT event in Singapore last year. So we also met some of you there. And I think this is the I saved this for last, but we started just like in Thailand on online events. So these are some of the webinars that we had. As you know, Philippines is very separated in the islands. So we want to open it to everyone. So we do it online, most of the things online. And our flagship program is a lecture series that we do online, and it's open for all. So we started in 2023. There was 7 sessions, weekly sessions on quantum computing. And then in 2024, we started including the intersection with AI, particularly in natural language processing with our partner in QISTCon. And this year, we had one with quantum computing and blockchain. So yeah, it's not really just quantum computing, but also the other emerging technologies as well. So yeah, before we started with around 250 online participants. We've grown to 600 plus, and this year we're proud that we've overcome the 1,000 number of registration mark on our lecture series. So that's undergrad students, teachers, educators, people from the industry as well. There are high school students that joined the lecture series. And after the lecture series, we usually hold a hackathon in person. So 2023, we started at Cebu, so one of our partners, just over there. And we had 18 students, undergrads in computer science, computer engineering, and physics. Last year, we had one in Tacloban, just in the Visayas region as well. We had 18 undergrads, and for the first time, we had 3 STEM senior high school students from the Philippine Science High School in Tacloban. And this year, we've gone bigger. Instead of just one hackathon, we extended it into 3 in Manila, in De La Salle University, in Ateneo de Naga University, and MSU IIT. So it's a goal within the organization to visit all of the regions in the country so that, yeah. And even in the lecture series, there are people all over the Philippines. So if they can't come to us in Manila, we will go there and hold the hackathon there. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, well, this is just a reflection that we're really building up the youth. Since the researchers right now are focused on their own research, so we really double down on community and engagement so that we can encourage them to pursue further studies in quantum and even respond to creating startup in quantum. So yeah. And lastly, I think this is my last portion. What's unique with us is that, again, for other organizations, they start out as researchers, probably old researchers. But for us, we are actually quite young, and we are actively looking for volunteers, and we've recruited over 45 young people around here. So if you see some young people running the show in the back, so those are very passionate. They're still in undergrad or they just graduated, but they're really interested in it, and that's why we can build and scale this much because of these passionate people. Right now, they might not be. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, let's appreciate this. Yeah. Right now, they might not be doing quantum research per se, but they are already contributing just by creating these designs and talking to you guys all throughout. And yeah, and even if I'm a man speaking here, I think we can improve this, but most of 35% of the team right now are women, so we can definitely improve. But yeah, at least in this standpoint of emerging tech, I think this is much better than that. So yeah, I think that's the end of my slide. We're now open for questions.
Thank you, Jason. That's indeed a good figure because generally in ASEAN, we only have around 16% in terms of general ICT courses. So for quantum, that's a very good question. One question or any question for Jason? Very passionate quantum advocate. Yes, Aria.
Hello. Okay. I haven't asked you this, but I wonder, like, what's the kind of geography of researcher in Philippines? Like, what are they working on, and how many of them?
Yeah, I think you're asking about on the context of quantum.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So right now they're working on adjacent technologies and not particularly in quantum.
Okay.
So I think only a handful of people are doing it actually on the side as well, not really focusing on it. So we have some people working on photonics, on semiconductor technologies as well, and others. But for example, in quantum information, not really. We do have some researchers in the government, the OST, ASTI. I think there are 3 or 4 people over there actively working on it. But on the other universities, they have their own research and not really focusing.
Because one thing I can see that like Philippines is more on the industry side, and I was thinking like Thailand is more on academic side. We should work together.
Yeah, definitely.
That's my comment. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think based on instruction, we have just one room for one question, unless there's a very urgent matter that needs to be raised. Going once, going twice. All right, so let's give it up for Jason. Thank you so much, Jason, for sharing with us. We'll definitely connect with you, and as you wish. It would be great for your advocacy to be brought to the countryside. Just to wrap up, quantum computing takes a lot of hard work. That's what we saw today. But as an innovator, my innovation principle is always innovation is not just what we do. We all do a lot of things, but it's more around how we do what we do. So the 4 speakers today showed us how difficult tasks and objectives can be done when there is collaboration. My important takeaway for this session is, and I love to keep this discussion going around get the attention of government. Now, get the attention of government. I really love that. On a personal note, I am so happy to hear that Vietnam invested 2 to 3% of their GDP to R&D. In the Philippines, we're still less than 1% in this investment. And so the intervention is really very strategic. I guess today we have heard from our speakers very strategic interventions. You know, we can go around organizing these events, but we need to create strategic interventions for sustainability. And I think one of the very strategic intervention that we can do, and this is a challenge to Sir Bobby and your community, is really to help mobilize the grassroots to get the attention of government. So thank you for joining me in this session. I've learned a lot from all our 4 speakers. And at this point, before we break up for lunch, very quickly, I've been asked to call on stage Mr. Elias Huber.
Exactly. Very, very brief announcement before lunch. For the afternoon activity, especially the part on the quantum diplomacy game, anyone needs to have a roll card. And for that roll card, I would ask you in the lunch break, ideally right after I stop talking, outside of that door, there are 3 tables with these roll cards. Everyone, please just very briefly go past there. It only takes a few seconds. Take one of those roll cards. Angelina, Ziki, and me will be there to help facilitate that if there are any questions. Just to make sure that in the afternoon for the session, everyone has one of those roll cards. You don't have to read it yet. You can if you want. There will be plenty of explanations later. Just that everyone has this card. Again, outside of that door, there are 3 tables with these colorful cards. Just take one of those and then enjoy your lunch.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Yesterday, we heard insightful presentation from Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand, highlighting their national quantum initiatives and ecosystem. Today, we continue the momentum with presentation from Vietnam and Malaysia, each offering a unique perspective on their quantum strategies and ecosystem development. Our first speaker this afternoon is Dr. Hung Q. Nguyen, the director of the Institute of Quantum Technologies at Vietnam National University. Dr. Hung completed his PhD in quantum physics at Brown University in the United States and has since worked at some of the world's leading quantum research institutions, including Aalto University in Finland and CNRS in France. He also joined Microsoft Quantum Project at the University of Copenhagen, where he continued to the development of topological quantum computing chips. With more than 40 publications in top-tier international journals, Dr. Hung is recognized expert in superconducting quantum devices and now leads several research initiatives in Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Hung Q. Nguyen.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the few minutes late. Okay. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Hung, and I'm the director of the Institute for Quantum Technology. I believe that is the first kind of institute that like especially as I like focus on quantum technology in Vietnam. So before moving on, I'd like to thank you, the organizer, and especially from the people from Quantum Society of Philippines. You have done a lot of amazing job in order to put this thing together. I really appreciate that. Okay, so I think that I'm the wrong person to talk about the ecosystem because I'm more like an academic researcher. But anyway, I try to describe that. Just a little bit description about Vietnam. We are a very long country, and I think that we have more or less similar situation to all other countries in Southeast Asia, in the sense that we are not so famous for, we are not so well developed in terms of science and technology. Most of the income from Vietnam recently, you might heard that the economic growth and stuff like that, but mostly they come from the FDI sector, in the sense that we do not have a lot of core technology, and so it's really difficult for us to describe to join the effort in quantum technology. But anyway, we have some hundreds of universities, about 20, 30 of them are research universities, so we really have some research lab, and we try to do some science there. We have about 20,000 academic paper per year, something like that. And we send, I don't know, a few hundred of thousand people, students abroad per year. So there's a lot of workforce in terms of science. Many of them go to Korea, Japan. Many of them go to the US. So in the previous talk from Rosie, as you might heard of, I mean, before 2025, I would say we try, I mean, I, I have a lot of sympathy listen to Aria's talk when she said that they really need to try a lot in order to build up the quantum community. We were in the same thing. I also try to organize some communities talk like every 2 weeks, really similar to the Thailand Sky. But then, since the beginning of this year, 2025, we have, as you might heard of, we have a new leader of the party, and really he tried to reform the country. I mean, the reforms taken place in every sector. He combined ministry together. For example, the science technology, the Minister of Science Technology is combined with the information, the Minister of Information. There's a lot of reform inside the government sector. And also he tried to combine province together. Like in 2024, we have more than 60 provinces. And now we have about 30 provinces. So really, we reduce the number of provinces by half. And the argument is that he wants to reduce the size of the administration. So he wants to do something like he wants to improve the effectiveness of the government. And so in the light of that, he also, the government, the Vietnamese government, also tried to have a resolution called 57 that they try that after all of that reform, then we try to have science, technology, innovation, and digital transformation as a foundation for the coming year. So he really wants to spend a lot of money on that. So one example, typically, like previous year, 2024, the government spent 0.5% of the state expense for science. Although by law, we say that we spend 2% of the GDP, but we never managed to do that. Last year, we spent 0.5% of the state expense. And this year, there's a huge pressure throughout the government, saying that we have to spend at least 3% of the state expense. So 5 times more money for science technology. And really the government doesn't know how to do that because after the huge reforms of the province, of the administration, of the combination of different ministry, nobody knows what to do. But still we have a lot of money to spend. So there's hope for that. So really the aim is that we aim to achieve advanced level in key fields in the next 5 years. We want to reform the institution. We want to enhance the financial autonomy. And we want to increase the workforce up to 12 researchers per 10,000 people. And there are a lot of, I mean, sometimes I even think that the whole government is like a sandbox for now. Right? They really want to do a lot of good things. So with that expectation, this thing is really within the last month. So they decide that, okay, there are 6 pillars for the strategic technology. There's going to be pillar in the institutional reform. There's going to be the pillar in system for scientific and technological breakthrough, human resource development, security and safety, advancement of strategic technology and digital infrastructure. And the last one is something like a Manhattan project, something like a large-scale, high-impact project. So we really want to spend some money on that. For example, my guess is that we're going to try to develop the semiconductor industry in this direction. And within this pillar, the quantum technology fit into the number 5. In that document from the issue from the government, I would say that that is the highest level of the document. from the government. They specifically say that we need to spend money and we need to own the core technology in quantum computation and in quantum communication. And then after that, the Ministry of the Science and Technology, they issue a list of 11 strategic technology in AI, in semiconductor, in rare earth, in cybersecurity. And as you can see here, quantum computing is on the is number 2nd from the list. So we are building up program. There is a quantum national initiative. It's currently under. We are preparing for that, and I hope that we're gonna be able to launch that thing soon. So this thing is really exciting, but this thing is very new. It's only like this year, and I hope that we're gonna be able to develop quantum technology out of this program. Of course, we are in this region, so we have a lot of challenges and we have a lot of opportunity. I think that we're gonna share the similar challenge because we do not have a lot of talents. There's a lot of Vietnamese researchers working abroad, but they do not really return to the country. There's a big research gap in the technology. For example, we do not have any cryosat. We do not have any single photon detector or single photon source, that kind of thing. In terms of ecosystem, we really do not have much in terms of the ecosystem. But then the opportunity, we also have a lot of opportunities. For example, the national security is one big pressure put a lot of pressure on the government because we do not want to leak our information to the outside world. But another thing that I look when I look at this is that I think that the whole quantum technology is going through a phase transition. We are transitioning from NISQ to FTQC. So Southeast Asia country like us can take this opportunity and do the shortcut. I mean, we can just learn the NISQ technology. We do not need to pay the price for the last 20 years when people developing NISQ, right? And then we just catch the thing up, and then we jump right into FTQC because everybody is now focused on FTQC. And I think that's a good time for us to enter the business right here. Okay. So, in terms of ecosystem, I just want to list a few of the name here. We have Research Institute. My institute, the VNU, the Vietnam National University in Hanoi, I would say is among the leading institutions in terms of academic research. I myself is an academic researcher. And there's also other universities, for example, Duy University, Tôn Đức Thắng University, and many other universities that have quite a lot of researchers. We also have an Academy of Science and Technology where we have Institute of Physics, Institute of Chemistry, of Informatics, Science. And then in terms of cooperation, we also have a few corporations who are really interested in developing science technology. Some renowned names could be like the Viettel, the CMC, MK Group, the Bean Group. They spend a lot of money on science and technology, and especially on quantum technology. In the last few months, I myself is a consultant for many of these companies. They want to develop quantum technologies. They want to spend money on that. So I think that is a very good sign. Okay, this is the last slide. This year is 100 years of quantum as announced by the UNESCO. And frankly, I myself, I don't know why we have that much of event in Vietnam. So on April 14, the Quantum Day, we organized a school on quantum computation. And I like that school very much because in that school, we didn't teach anything. Like we didn't teach physics, we didn't teach computation. The only thing that we teach is that we teach Grover. And the point is that after 2 days of lecture, people managed to program Grover. And that is the only KPI that we ask from the student. So after that, I think that we have a lot of positive feedback from the students. And as you can see, we have a long list of events. Just in October this year, we have 4 conferences in quantum physics. So I would love to invite you guys to pay attention to that and go to Vietnam to attend our conference. Really, like 4 conferences in a month is really a lot for me. I myself never see that before. And I'm also chair of one of the conferences there. So I hope that we can, some of you can come to Vietnam. Similar to that, you have come here to Philippines. And with that, I would like to conclude the talk. Thank you very much.
Hello. All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Hung, for her informative and forward-looking presentation. So now I am opening the floor for the audience for the question to Dr. Hung. Anyone?
I just want to really confirm what you said earlier because it was really such a catching information. You said you have 5 times the money now in Vietnam for science. That's amazing. I mean,
Yes.
And that's part of the R&D investment of the Vietnamese government.
Yes.
I don't know if this is classified information, but may I ask, what really is the clincher for that push to increase your budget to 5 times? Is your president a scientist or something like that? I mean, give us the secret sauce for pushing that type of strategic intervention, because I'm really sad to see that one of your shortages is one of your challenges is a shortage of talent. In the Philippines, we don't have that shortage. We have so many. But the strategic intervention of a mainstream, institutionalized government support and a stream of funding, especially for R&D, is not present. So I wanna hear some tips from you.
Well, thank you. Actually, I think that we Vietnamese are also shocked about the reform of the government. I also don't fully understand why the government have changed so much. I mean, the reform, it should take like 10 years or something, right? It happened in a month or something. And they issue like a change of resolution in science technology, in business sector, and anything like that. And they are all like really like a different vision from the government. They're different, they change a lot. And it's still the same money. So before they spend on infrastructure, they spend on other things, on business, but now they decide that. But anyway, 0.5% is not a lot, right? It's written by law, it's like 2% of the GDP, but the government never do that previously, right? They spend money on other things and they always have excuse for that. And now the head of the state said that no more excuse. You have to spend at least 3% this year. So I don't know. I hope that they're going to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hu. Another question from the crowd?
So I guess we have something similar with Vietnam and the Philippines in that Vietnam is a very long country. Uh, but the difference with the Philippines is that we're an archipelago separated by lots of the bodies of water. So do you have any advice to the Philippines? So how can we connect talent from all the different cities because it's very spread out across the three main land masses?
It's a very hard question. I, I, I'm sorry, I don't know. I think that maybe if you look at Thailand's case, if you look at Vietnam's case, and Malaysia's, I think that we are all similar in one way or the other. And I think that there is currently there is a pressure between countries in Southeast Asia that we are all trying very hard to develop our own quantum technology. So maybe that's another thing that the Philippines should take into action because like Thailand is moving very fast. Vietnam, I hope that we also moving fast. So maybe I don't know.
Thank you.
All right, so once again, let's give a warm of applause to Dr. Hu.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Chung Pak Shen, a theoretical physicist specializing in quantum information. He is currently a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute for Mathematical Research in SPEM at University Putra, Malaysia. While trained in theoretical physics, Dr. Chung's research interests extend across multiple domains, including science diplomacy, responsible quantum technologies, quantum use case development, and even art-science collaboration for public engagement. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chung Pak Shen.
So, very good afternoon to all. So I'm supposed to talk about quantum strategies and ecosystem in Malaysia. So we have what we call as a Malaysia Quantum Information Initiative, which started from a conversation in 2023. So there are a few people over here which are the main drivers. So over here you see Shamshuri, Marisha, and Yap. So together they tried to apply for a long-term research grant through MyQI. And unfortunately, in 2023, it sort of failed, but the coalition still stays the same. So basically, now we are trying to work together and sort of like have a quantum community in Malaysia. So if you are familiar with the Malaysian map, this is only half of the Malaysian map because the other half, we don't really have any quantum physicists in the universities. So you can see over there on top you have University of Malaysia Police. So that's where Shamsuri's University is. At the bottom near the Singapore side, you see University Technology Malaysia. That's where Yap's University. And I'll be at the middle with University Putra Malaysia. And then you also see, for example, if you know who is Manajan, she's from University Malaya. So we are sort of like separate throughout the countries, but we do have like sort of like a list of countries in Selangor and KL. The membership for MyQI is sort of arbitrary, so we are separated as principal investigators, members, and associate members. But those are just based on your commitments to the initiative, so to say. So currently the research is kind of like grouped into these 4 tiers. We have quantum communication and security, quantum algorithms and theories, quantum computing technologies, which is championed by Yap Moni. He's doing instrumentations. And then we have quantum humanities. So Carissa is one of it. You'll meet Carissa later on. We also have a few center of excellence. So if you see the ACE over there is in the police. And then IPQC is in IRUM. So IRUM is on the right side of the map. And then right now we also have UM, which champions in quantum information science and technology. And right now in UTM, we are trying to build on our own teacher-driven research program called PTRP in theoretical and quantum sciences. So last year, I believe, we do establish a form of like post-quantum cryptography migration framework. And our Prime Minister says that we want to be quantum safe. So we managed to get this done through the other group, the post-quantum cryptographic groups. And right now we are sort of like engaging with a lot of different government agencies to sort of like build up our own quantum strategies. So these are some of the engagement with the government sectors from MyQIS, from like different research groups. So if you notice about Malaysia's news, like earlier this year in February, NIMOS had a quantum day in February, whereby they announced that they wanted to work with STT to build a quantum computer in Malaysia. We also organized a lot of different workshops and talks, especially during the World Quantum Day, where we try to, like similarly to Thailand, we try to engage with the public and talk about quantum science and information and so on. So these are some of the workshops and seminars that we have organized. So particularly for this slide, this is actually the events that I sort of participated in. So I try to engage with different groups of people through World Quantum Day events. And on the very right side, I will talk about that tomorrow. But essentially, this is the event that I organized with Carissa on I'm Not Quantum, whereby we try to educate the general public with quantum art and gamifications. So those are not specifically to the experts, but more towards the general public with no knowledge about quantum. So I believe you all already see this slide already. So essentially last year we tried to talk to other Southeast Asia countries to sort of like see if we can work together. So during this workshop called Strategizing Quantum Science and Technology in the ASEAN Context, we managed, I think Warawat and Arya managed to invite like 23 scientists from 5 different countries. So Vietnam, unfortunately, was not in the conversation last year because we did not manage to contact from him. So we have 4 common goals. So those are the 4 common goals. We do want to upskill and reskill our quantum workforces in academia and industries. And then we try to develop use cases and see if we can promote some kind of policies and agendas throughout what we are doing. And then lastly, we are trying to see if we can collaborate in research, industrial partnership, and scientific communications. So this year we managed to contact Vietnam, and Vietnam is managed to sort of like join the conversation and so on. So also just to showcase that this year during the World Quantum Day event, Vietnam announced that they do have a quantum expert network, so to say. So what are the initiatives that we are trying to do right now? QISTCon will be one of it. Like you guys managed to invite a lot of different Southeast Asia countries' representatives to join the conversation. And then, as you already know, later on in 3 to 5 August, we will have our C Quantathon 2025 alongside with QTRI. And then, hopefully, we will be managed to host ASEAN Quantum Summit 2025 in November. So you guys already see the slide, so I don't need to go through this. Yeah, essentially what we are trying to do here is to see whether or not we can collaborate together and then develop some kind of quantum use cases for the Southeast Asia context. And as Arya already said, this is co-organized with QTRI. So if you are coming to Bangkok, then yeah, please come. So what we actually try to do with C Quantathon is essentially after the event, because the quantum use cases are focusing on the Southeast Asia context, we actually hope that we can generate some kind of white paper or intelligence report so that we can use those information to forward to our own government, like respective government, to see how we can forward our own quantum strategies in the regional context. And hopefully, like Arya said, we can try to continue this tradition with other countries in rotations and so on. So I would like to end my presentation with this quote. I think today's presentation is a little bit different from yesterday's. Yesterday we keep on talking about we want to have a quantum race between different countries, like they want to race between each other. So today I think the mode is slightly different. We are sort of like starting to see the similarities between these countries, and I hope that we can focus on the similarities and the common goals and work together. Yeah, that's all from me.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Chu, for your insightful presentation. It's inspiring to hear about your work at the intersection of quantum information, science diplomacy, and public engagement. At this point, we'd like to open the floor for 2 questions from the audience.
Hi. Okay, you know me. So I haven't asked this question to you, and I think I got a question similar at my talk about how to, like, what kind of activities you want to do with Southeast Asia to build the collaboration. Like, what do you think should be the first activity, or maybe something that more continuing in the future that will make the collaboration stronger? I mean, my answer was the conference, but maybe you have a different answer.
Okay. I think there are a lot of ways that we can collaborate together. Tomorrow's talk, I will talk a little bit about how I work together with Kay, if you know the team. Yeah, I will talk about a little bit of that tomorrow, but essentially I think we can focus on, like you said, conferences. The other one would be more like low-hanging fruit kind of thing, whereby I think we are already doing it, organizing the hackathon. That's already one thing. So going forward, I would expect us to be able to like write a research proposal together and then try to submit bilateral or even multilateral research grants together. Yeah.
Any other question from the audience?
Thank you very much for your talk. I'd like to ask your thoughts on some news from a week ago, which is that 9 countries from Africa had a workshop to discuss and plan for building an African quantum computer. Do you think this approach it could be applicable to ASEAN, and so to realize an ASEAN quantum computer?
I think at one point we do have that kind of conversation whereby each of of the countries, each of the ASEAN countries, sort of build up their own peripheral technologies and then see if it is possible to actually build a quantum computer somewhere in ASEAN country. But I think that needs a lot more discussion to really understand how we can really work together on that. So I think prior to that kind of conversations, I think it is more important to do some sort of like matchmaking to see who are committed to this and then who will be responsible for what. Yeah.
All right, so we have a final question.
Hi. Can you expand a little more on that area on quantum humanities and specifically how its role on like promoting the ecosystem, maybe perhaps in terms of reachability and relevance?
For the quantum humanities side, so what QISTCon is doing is on the ethical side and the responsibility. So we also work on several other projects, like for example, how you are going to. So there are two kind of like projects that we are working on together right now. So one is to see, like for example, if you try to compare between the development of AI technologies and quantum tech right now, so you can sort of see where QT is heading towards, whether or not we are too late to develop something or we are at the right time. So that's one thing we are looking at right now. Another thing will be on quantum arts and gamification, so to say. So essentially the idea is to teach the public about quantum science without trying to dumb down the physics or the science behind. So from what I did, I basically try to gamify the kind of like the physics behind, let's say, quantum teleportation, and let the public play the game. So after they play the game, they will sort of like understand how quantum teleportation actually works. Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Chum. Another warm of applause for Dr. Chum.
All right. Thank you again. Our sincere appreciation goes to our resource speakers, Dr. Hong and Dr. Chun Kang-shin. And of course, Dr. Jesse, thank you for moderating the Q&A session. And all right, up to our next set of speakers. So we'll be moving forward, and this session will focus on responsible quantum technologies for emerging markets. And to moderate this session, we would like to invite again on stage the former Undersecretary for Information and Communications Technology Industry Development of the UNCC, Attorney Giselle Capapa-Sigue. A warm round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. So they said this is the best time of the day. I hope everyone already got their coffee so that you can fully concentrate on our next batch of speakers. Again, this is a topic that really resonates with my role as a policy innovation advocate. In my previous role, I also handled creating policies around ethical use of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. So welcome to this vital session on ethical, legal, and societal dimensions of quantum technology and emerging markets. I was telling Dr. Angeline that I really admire people who advocate for technology at the same time for ethical use and responsible use of technologies. And that goes to everyone here in the room. So as quantum rapidly evolves, how can nations still building their digital and scientific foundations ensure that innovation remains inclusive, fair, and accountable? Today's panelist brings global insights and practical frameworks that can help guide responsible quantum development, especially in the context where governance and capacity are still catching up with the pace of technology. This conversation is going to be not all just about science. It's about shaping a future where quantum empowers and not excludes. So now let's begin. My first speaker is going to be online. And of all the speakers I'm introducing today, I want to give a little bit of a justice to the credential of this speaker. So I'll introduce her a little bit lengthily. The speaker is the group coordinator of the Physics, Information, and Quantum Technologies Group at the Portuguese Quantum Institute, or PQI. He holds a degree in physics from the Instituto Superior Técnico, or IST, and a PhD in physics from the University of Oxford. He is currently a professor at IST, University of Lisbon, where he founded and leads the Physics, Information, and Quantum Technologies Group. And he is a corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences. He has published more than 60 articles in this area. In the last decade, he has won more than 12 European and 1 American research projects in the field of quantum technologies. In 2019, he founded the QT Lab, or the Quantum Technologies Laboratory, where free space quantum communications were demonstrated for the first time in Portugal. He was also the founder and director of the doctoral program in the Physics and Mathematics of Information at IST, University of Lisbon, and the coordinator of the Gulbenkian program, New Talents in Quantum Technologies. He is involved in the coordination of the European Quantum Technologies program and is the chair of the advisory board of CERN Quantum Technology Initiative and also the president of PQI. Together with colleagues from more than 65 countries, Dr. Omar created World Quantum Day. Every 14th of April, an initiative for scientific outreach at global scale and is involved in the coordination of the UN's International Year of Quantum Science and Technologies for this year, 2025. I guess we owe him partly about this celebration for this year, and so it is my honor to introduce to you Dr. Yasser Omar.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
yes,
can you
doctor.
hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much for the very kind and generous introduction. I'm extremely honored to be here at your event. Thank you so much to the organizers for the kind invitation. And I'm really sorry I could not be there in person. I would love to. And I hope we'll get the chance to meet in person in another occasion. And if you ever pass by Europe or Portugal, please do let me know. It would be a pleasure to meet you in person. So congratulations also on the organization of this event. From the talks I could heard online, it was already very impressive. I'm very positively impressed with the dynamics in the Philippines and in the whole of the ASEAN region. And this is actually, I would say, to some extent original at international level. So let me tell you a bit about the experience in building national and international programs. And here by international, I essentially mean at the level of the European Union, so a union of 27 countries in Europe. But first of all, let me wish you a happy International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Thanks to all of you who have contributed with activities for this, and also wish you a happy World Quantum Day, which is celebrated in April, but every day in this special year of 2025. So let me tell you about the Quantum Flagship. This is the program on quantum technologies by the European Commission, which is not really, but sort of the federal government of the European Union. Not really, but the closest we have to that. And this is a program that was launched in 2018 with the vision for 10 years. And 10 years is very unusual in policy because it goes beyond the mandates of the political offices, the parliament, etc., including at European level, which typically lasts 4 to 5 years. So it's very unusual to have a long-term vision and a program and funding going beyond the multi-annual framework budgets. But this was the vision from the Commission, which was a very important and unusual one. And this can be an interesting lesson, recognizing that quantum technologies were, an emerging technology, was so-called deep tech that needed time to develop. This goes back to 2018, when the topic was not as hot and as funded as now. And already then they had the commitment of investing 1 billion euro for that 10-year period. And to date, we are still, not at the end of the program. Things completely exceeded expectations, and the investment so far was multiplied by more than 10. So currently we are at a 10 billion investment in the European Union in this topic, and growing, right? In fact, just earlier this month, the European Commission announced the European Quantum Strategy, now involving all 27 member states. So before, this was something centralized by the Commission, funded directly by them. Now all 27 member states of the European Union committed to, they signed the Quantum Pact, and they are developing a unified, multilateral, multinational within the Union quantum strategy with 5 dimensions that are represented here. So the first one is research and innovation. The other one is infrastructure. There's very significant investments in infrastructure, both for computation and communications, and now for sensing in Europe. The third is the quantum ecosystem. In fact, what they mean is industrialization. So there's a huge emphasis now on industry and business around quantum technologies, which is very challenging, but it's a challenge to address. Also, a huge investment now on skills, on training people, on attracting, retaining, and training talent. And finally, for the first time in many years, the issue of dual use. So recognizing that quantum technologies are sovereignty technologies that have application to defense. So dual use, and this is very relevant for the responsible research and innovation, is referring to the applications beyond the civilian sector. And so these are now the 5 dimensions of the European quantum strategy that are going to be developed, and we are now talking about a quantum act in Europe. So going into regulations and laws to consolidate and develop these fields. So I think this is a major development and can be an interesting example to learn from, and also to take the good things and to learn from the challenges that occurred and will certainly continue occurring as we develop this. And so these global international relations are very useful and important. So let me share a bit some experience building a national agenda in Europe with a bunch of different colleagues in different countries. So there are now, out of the 27 EU countries, European Union countries, about a bit less than half, 12, 13 have developed their own national agenda. And until recently, one of my tasks was actually to coordinate the national coordinators of these different national agendas in the European Union, so that we could find synergies and better connections between these programs and how to find these. So this connects to one of the previous questions, asking how to connect the ASEAN countries, and there was a very good answer by my colleague there. And so we have some experience there, and if there's anything we can help you with, including after this meeting, please feel free to reach out. So here are some lessons learned and some ideas that I would like to share regarding how to build a national agenda. So the first one is aim at ambitious goals. Push the stakeholders out of their comfort zone. The goal should be to develop the country. There's an easy temptation to use these initiatives to just keep the status quo. Some powerful stakeholders, they get resources and they continue doing what they were doing before. Make sure people and stakeholders are pushed to really develop something in the interest of the country or the region and to develop it. And this, of course, this is a challenge, but I think this is what deserves to be done. The second point is try to identify the niches where your country or your region can be competitive. There's a lot going on. There's huge competition from many parts of the world, very talented people and stakeholders all around the world, but there's also a lot to be done. This is a new paradigm of information, motivating new information technologies, and maybe other ideas that haven't been developed yet are still to be exploited. So, try to identify niches where you can be competitive. And then, of course, you should identify aspects that you won't necessarily be the most competitive country or region in the world, but you don't want to be left behind because they have strategic interest. I heard this idea in the questions before: should there be an ASEAN quantum computer? I really like the answer. The answer was very good, but it's interesting. I think it's an interesting challenge to consider. I mean, why not? Creating such big challenges can have a very significant mobilizing force. So it's something to consider. So I'll come back to this very quickly. So identify the key gaps and strategic bets to overcome them. What do you need? What do you really need? And here, I want to mitigate a bit the expectations on quantum technology. And, don't get me wrong, I've been working in quantum technologies for more than 25 years now. That's more than half of my life. I'm super excited about it, but we have to be very honest. There's a lot of hype around quantum technologies. So we have to, mitigate expectations, be realistic, what we can expect, what we can promise, and especially what we can deliver. So I do not want to curtail the enthusiasm. I just want to convey that it's very important not to be driven by this hype, which may turn out to be counterproductive. So identify what you really need, get advice from, people around the world. I'll come back to that in the end. And see what is really interesting for your country and for your community. It's very important to engage with your community. Be inclusive, right? So what we've observed, and this is maybe a politically incorrect statement, is, there are three types of approaches that we've identified from stakeholders. Some are very collaborative. That's great. That's the best. Some are competitive. That's good. So they don't want to collaborate. They want to do their own thing because they think they can do it better by themselves. Okay, fair enough. I think competition is healthy. But then some stakeholders, and I share this with you because of frustration, very significant frustration from colleagues from some countries in Europe, that they've experienced that people who were not really experts, but they had some power in the country, they wanted to dominate the landscape. So again, this is not a politically correct statement, but it's a cautionary tale. I have a long-term friend and colleague from an Eastern European country who said, I'm about to quit quantum technologies. I came back to my country a few years back. I made a huge effort to develop the field here, when it was not fashionable, when it was not a hot topic. I really worked hard. And now we have a national initiative, a national program that was hijacked by people who were not knowledgeable, who have no expertise, but they had power. And this is incredibly frustrating and not, taking the country in the right direction. So apologies for being maybe a bit politically incorrect, but I just want to share with you these cautionary tales that I've seen happen here, in neighboring countries in Europe. So this is the reality. I hope this does not happen anywhere else, but I just want to share this. So, collaboration or healthy competition, of course, and inclusivity. Keep everybody on board and listen to the experts. That would be maybe my key message. So the other thing is try to have measurable outcomes. Scientists like me hate that. It pushes, and I wouldn't advocate to impose too much, but I think it's fair if you are using public money or whoever is sponsoring this initiative, including private, to expect tangible outcomes and to have some metrics. So as a scientist, I don't want to care about key performance indicators and deliverables. I want to feel free to develop my research. And I think that you should definitely accommodate space for that type of activities. Don't kill that. That will be completely counterproductive, and we would not have quantum technologies if we had curtailed that. But I think it's fair to responsibilize people who get funding, and they have to have tangible and measurable outcomes. So it's very important to have, from the experience we've observed, both top-down and bottom-up approaches. So if you have an agenda, if you have some goals, you identify these niches, you identify these gaps, you identify some strategic bets. This is a bit a top-down approach, and this is very important. Grand challenges define the directions, the guidance, but make sure you keep some room and significant, resources for bottom-up approaches that may surprise us all and be really, some innovative direction that really gives you a competitive edge. The other thing is going back to this question, should there be an ASEAN quantum computer? Yes, produce rather than buy. This would be great. This is very hard. But, beware of what we call now quantum neo-colonialism and, paying a lot of money for a black box. So there's, of course, advantage in knowing how to use a black box. I can then expand this on the questions. But, whoever owns the black box has a huge power over those who can just use it without knowing how it works. So this is, of course, very, very hard. Quantum technologies are evolving very fast, are getting, very advanced in terms of engineering, etc. Still, there's a lot to do. So, this is one suggestion. Multidisciplinary approach, be very inclusive. There's a lot of things, different expertise that can contribute here, right? So not only within the different fields of science, so I'm a quantum physicist, so obviously I think of physics, but think also of, chemistry, mathematics, engineering, computer science, material science, etc. But also beyond these sciences and think about enabling technologies. So, quantum technologies require a lot of classical enabling technologies, a lot of classical engineering and control. And maybe you have great stakeholders, academic, industrial, even in the state, who are, even at the infrastructure level, etc., for telecom or computing, who are great experts on these classical enabling technologies and infrastructure. And so definitely involve those. So you don't need to be quantum to have a key contribution to quantum technologies. So it's a truly multidisciplinary field, and there's true advantage in having a multidisciplinary approach. And then to build on that, I would say a comprehensive approach. So of course, there's a lot of research going on, many startups, their activity is pretty much research, a bit like in academia, maybe in a different context with different goals and constraints, but many startups are still doing a lot of research. Of course, also development and innovation, but there's still a lot to do in terms of research. I insist on the enabling technology. This is the question that many colleagues have asked me around Europe over the years. A few years ago, at the beginning of the quantum flagship program, 2018, many colleagues would say, "Oh, we have so little quantum. How can we do something?" I always said, think of classical enabling technologies. You can contribute a lot there. Industrialization, which is a big goal in Europe now, it's very challenging because it's not clear. Let's be honest, it's not clear there's a market. Maybe some of you disagree with me. I hope you are right. But what we've been observing here in Europe, there's not really a market. 90+% of the investment in quantum technologies is public. The European Commission is trying to create a market where the governments are the early adopters, are the first customers, hoping it will, push a more natural market. I think it's fair strategies. It makes sense. These are sovereignty technologies, and so it's good to try. But again, mitigating expectations. I would be super happy to see more quantum industry. I think we should push it, but let's moderate expectations. Then issues that are very important are standardization. This connects to international relations, education and training, to have a comprehensive ecosystem, and then other dimensions that I was very happy to hear, including in our chair. Thanks again for chairing this session, which are the ethics, the legal aspects. So for example, in Europe, as I said, we're going to have a Quantum Act, so the European Parliament is going to legislate on that. And so all these dimensions should be considered. You have a great expert on some of these topics, Zeki, who I know is there, and also the public engagement and the outreach to the general public. This is very important. It's a matter of democracy to share the knowledge we have. So I want to finish just by very quickly mentioning the World Quantum Day, which I think you know, but essentially the World Quantum Day Network. So the World Quantum Day Network is this is just a small sample, is a network of experts all around the world, and the key criterion to be a country representative in the World Quantum Day network is to be an active quantum scientist and have capacity to network in your country. And so this is a very unique and, in my opinion, powerful network, because you have trustworthy colleagues in many countries who know they are experts in the field. And this is maybe my main message to all the policy experts and people there, is always listen to the experts. Listen to the experts. And so to have an expert network that is willing to share knowledge, share experience, share best practices from very different places in the world where there are many common challenges in developing this domain, I think is a very precious thing. So I don't know how am I doing with time. I just wanted to very briefly also mention about the Quantum Cities Initiative for public engagement, and suggest that Cebu could be a quantum city. You just have to submit your event to the website of the World Quantum Day, and you automatically join the, more than almost 300 quantum cities around the world, and I hope others in the Philippines and the ASEAN region join that. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm available for questions. Sorry if I took too long.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amar. Thank you. It's an honor to have you here, even online, and thank you for leading us in this initiative. Let's take advantage of the virtual presence of Dr. Amar to ask a few questions. Yes, Clara. So we have one question, Doctor.
Hello, Yasser. Nice to see you again. Thank you so much for such a wonderful talk. I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit on the produce, don't buy, and you mentioned very briefly the longer trends of neocolonialism and how quantum could be part of that. And then also I'm wondering how you think about that in contrast to like for instance, I often hear that a strategy could be to find a critical place in a larger supply chain and to make your industry essential in in a global quantum world. So how do you balance focusing on critical technologies versus producing your own and thinking about what would be best for the country you're developing for? Sorry if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. It's a great question. Thank you very much. But do you think they are contradictory?
No. It's just big ideas to think about.
Okay, sure. So I would say they are not contradictory. So there's, I could spend 1 hour replying to your question. Let me try to do it in 1 minute to respect the time. So quantum technologies are sovereignty technologies. So by definition of sovereignty, those who own the technology, they don't want to share it, right? And so this you can observe. You observed already, for example, during the Biden administration, when the relations with Europe were, better than they are now between the USA and Europe. Even then, the USA was putting export controls on parts for quantum computers, which are a machine that is still super elementary, right? So this is to even in this more friendly environment. And to some extent, this makes sense. This is the logic of sovereignty. However, this poses two challenges. The first is the supply chain. No one is autonomous on that. So given the trends in the world, should we try to do that at national level? Probably extremely hard. Should we try to do that at regional level, like ASEAN or Europe? Even in Europe, we the European Union and neighboring countries, we cannot control the entire supply chain, right? But if there are no other partners to complement, what do we do? So this is more now a general political problem in the current context, but you can find other partners, right? So I certainly advocate for collaboration between Europe and ASEAN and Europe and all around the world. However, there is this sovereignty issue that is always there, and this raises 2 points. The first is, if we continue with this protection, this will create what I call the quantum divide, a huge quantum divide, a gap in knowledge, right? And so the countries with less knowledge, with less technology in this domain will be left behind, and those who own the knowledge and the technologies will have a huge competitive advantage if and when this technologies make it, and they may make it. I believe some of them will make it at some point. So one initiative I've had in the context of the International Year of Quantum, in fact, even before that, we created an event we called the Global Quantum Connections to try and address this. It's a contradiction. How do you establish international collaboration for sovereignty technology? It looks, and it is to some extent, a contradiction, because if, for my definition of sovereignty, you want to be protected. However, there are great examples of that in the past. All the, defense technologies, nuclear power, etc. These similar problems have been addressed in the past. So I don't have answers, we don't have immediate answers, but this is something we should discuss. And so in the context of the International Year of Quantum, we are planning to organize an event in Kenya at the headquarters of the United Nations in Africa, but open to the whole world, to discuss this, how to address the global quantum divide and find a global governance. I think the UN and the UNESCO can be a very key vehicle for that. Finally, yes, so if the only thing you can do is to buy black boxes or to rent or pay to access black boxes remotely, then there's very little transfer of technology and transfer of knowledge. So, and this is a very good argument you can present to your governments. These are sovereignty technologies, so it's in the interest of your government to have some autonomy on that. If this can be used to promote more international cooperation, which may sound like a contradiction, but because of your point on the supply chain and no one owns all the knowledge, then I think this could be a good way forward. My last point is the quantum internet can be whatever that is or will be, can be, I will finish, sorry I'm taking so long. This can be a good vehicle for that, although it's some time away in the future. So what I think is very important to address this quantum divide is to share three things. The first is to share knowledge. This is training, capacity building. I think this is not the biggest of challenges. And your event is a great example of what can be done, and others that have happened recently and reported here in the ASEAN region and around the world. So sharing knowledge is okay. Then sharing the use of technology. This is interesting, and there are some initiatives helping that. You can access a quantum computer remotely. There's some interest in that, but what is very important is to sharing the technology itself. And of course, there's huge challenges that I already explained, and you understand even independently, so I won't go to that. But think of the internet. The internet requires that there is some infrastructure and some technology in your countries, as opposed to a quantum computer, which can be a machine that you access from far. So developing a quantum internet will require some global governance, will require transfer of technology. And so, although this is very far away, for example, in Europe, we are talking about connecting 3 cities, which are just a few tens of kilometers away, so we are still very far from an actual global internet. But it's not too early to think about that. So I advocate for the quantum internet as a vehicle to share more technology and do more international collaboration in this topic. Sorry if I took so long.
Thank you so much for all those details. A lot of new things to think about.
All right, so thank you for that very inspiring sharing, Dr. Omar. If I may just say, you touch on many points that are interesting. It's like a eureka moment for me as a policy maker. The fact that how we can advance ethical use of a technology when we don't even understand and support the idea of sovereignty in terms of technology. And by the way, I'd like to mention that I sit in the Digital Innovation Board of the Innovation Alliance of the International Telecommunications Union. Only about 30 countries sit in the board, and only 2 from Asia, which is Japan and myself from the Philippines. ITU is the policy-making body of the UN in terms of digital, and we'd like to connect with you more on this topic, Dr. Omar. Thank you so much.
With great pleasure. I'm really sorry I could not be there in person. Congratulations once again for this great initiative. Count on my support and those of my colleagues and the World Quantum Network to assist you in any way we can. And I'm also honored by being chaired by you, and count on whatever help we can provide and assist. exist. And also we are learning from you, and I think what you are discussing in terms of doing something at the regional level in the ASEAN is actually original at international level. So you may also lead the way and help others learn from your experience. So
Yes.
thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Amar. I like that he appreciated our idea about an ASEAN quantum community. I say community because, as I said, the technology is really sovereign in terms of ownership, but we can gather as one ASEAN in this aspect. And I'm proud to say that the Philippines also pioneered the ASEAN Girls in ICT celebration for the last 2 years. So after Girls in ICT, we can do like an ASEAN quantum community. All right, so thank you so much for your time,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Amar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we will move on to our next speaker on the same session. And I think she's joining us here and not online, or online. Online, sorry for that. Okay, so our next speaker from Monash University in Malaysia is a researcher whose work focuses on the ethical and societal dimensions of emerging technologies, particularly responsible innovation in quantum technologies. With a background bridging physics, digital media, and innovation, as well as creative studies, she examines how quantum research intersects with the issue of governance, equity, and global policy, drawing on her previous work on nuclear technologies in developing economies. Her interdisciplinary approach integrates speculative design, participatory design, policy studies, and critical theory to explore how quantum technologies can be developed ethically and inclusively, especially within the context of Southeast Asia and emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Clarissa A. Ling Lee.
Thank you very much for the very kind and warm introduction. I hope you can hear me well. Is the audio clear? I assume it's fine. Okay, so let me know at any point if you cannot hear me. So I'm going to proceed with my talk. Firstly, it's also a bit of a challenge for me to have actually come after Dr. Yase, who actually has given a pretty nice broad scope on what is it like to be doing quantum technologies, even though he was doing a kind of like a more global scoping, but a lot of what he says is also very applicable to emerging markets and to emerging economies as well. But it's also thankful that, thankfully, I'm also going a slightly different route from what he was presenting. So let's see how my talk actually can complement what was actually done by Dr. Yase. So probably I would like to start with this idea of quantum technologies and the global south as being part of the emerging markets, and also the difficulties of these two terminologies because of what they encompass and what is actually represented by the kinds of countries that are associated with being emerging market and global south. So it's a very heterogeneous setup, and there are also many inconsistent standards. And it so happens that yesterday I was also part of a panel for a discussion on standards in quantum technologies. And one of the things that we were discussing as well is like when we say standards, who gets to determine the standards? What are the dominant voices? And what about for emerging players and those who are part of the supplier user economy chain? And this chain could potentially be subverted and upset over time, though we'll see how that goes, right? So how we then decide what are the standards in terms of quantum tech? Because this was also something that was actually also discussed by Dr. Yase, right, in terms of measurable outcomes. What does that actually look like? And what is the difficulty and even the challenge and also the problem of actually having these so-called measurable outcomes when the standards for those measurable outcomes are determined by a few main actors. So what are emerging markets? This is actually something I'm also tackling in my other non-quantum related work because, as you know, I also come from management in business, and I look a lot on the broader scope of innovation practices as well as creative practices in innovation. But at the same time, I'm also very interested in EDI, which is equity, diversity, and inclusivity, right? So when you take all these lenses and put them in, so thinking about OECD, right, countries and what are non-OECD countries, there's this idea that non-OECD countries are the emerging markets. And actually in a lot of fund houses, for instance, countries like China, which are powerhouses of AI and quantum technologies, are usually associated with an emerging market. But yet at the same time, it also stands on its own, right, in a way that's very different from other emerging markets in terms of technologies. But yet at the same time, it's also emerging in kind of many other areas that are, I would not say it's non-technological because the entire world is technological, but probably in the area of sort of socio-economic techno impact. And of course, there's also technology roles that's associated with the supplier, developer, user, agency. I mentioned the economy. Now we are talking about agency and its implications as well. So with all that as a preamble, how do I add responsible before quantum? Right? We have discussions about what it means to have an inclusive quantum setup. How do we actually bring in grassroots participation? How do we bring in a multiplicity of voices? And how can we shift the meaning of progress, quantum progress, or quantum advantage? So first, I would like to actually bring to your attention the way of thinking about progress by way of social indicators and not just through technological progress. So firstly, we don't really have such social indicators beyond what the SDG is actually providing at this time. So, but even so, I'd like to have this framework that I've listed here as sort of like the starting point for thinking about that. So one of the perspectives that I want to summarize all these 5 different parts: demographics, diversity, power imbalances, literacies, as well as resource allocation, is also to think in terms of diversity of perspectives, power dynamics, and also how do all these then contribute to how resources are being allocated and distributed. And of course, all of this also point to the difficulties of wicked problems and complex societal challenges, which requires balancing technological innovation with social needs and equity. Right. So, equitable access and inclusivity in quantum frameworks. Just give me a second. I just want to check to make sure everything's fine. Okay. Sorry, this is actually the challenge of being online in a physical conference, because I always have to check to make sure I'm not getting like any emergency messages, like you can't hear me, I can't see you kind of setup situation. So anyway, just to go back to my presentation. So equitable access and inclusivity within quantum frameworks, because we do have a lot of emerging market economies that some of whom are in the process of developing their quantum strategies. Of course, there are some which are still kind of like watching and observing and seeing how others are doing it. And of course, there are many, particularly in the developing regions of the world, the so-called global north, right, which are actually already have those frameworks, and in a way are even trying to legislate how the distribution of quantum access and how those technologies can actually be used. So we have a lot of conversations around safeguards, which is very reminiscent of the same conversations we had in nuclear. And in a way, it's also kind of interesting because I always see quantum tech as a sort of like the top triad of the tree that came of the tree, including the two that came before, nuclear and AI. Although they do have very different ways of having developed and evolved, but in a way, they do have fairly similar starting point, right? Because the 1.0 version literally was around the same time. And the thing, but the nuclear and quantum probably had a lot more connection, largely because of how we think about instrumentations, how we think about, the advantages of these two technologies, even though nuclear operates primarily, well, at least up to this point, in a kind of like a classical framework, despite nuclear actually also being a sort of like a quantum object in itself. And then this quantum technology, which is about, disrupting that classical framework and going into a framework where the logics are a little different and the logics are not as intuitive, even though, of course, the word intuition itself is also problematic. But I'm not going to go into the whole dimensions of epistemology and ontology of quantum, why it's intuitive and what's not, because that's not the point. But the reason of me bringing that up is actually to say that what we think we understand about the technology based on our day-to-day experience. For instance, for AI, it's something very, very close to because we use Gen AI all the time. And me as an educator, I have to navigate Gen AI a lot in my teaching, right? And in the work that I do, even when I'm doing research, how do I use Gen AI? There's in fact this whole area of research now in responsible AI, which I believe probably did borrow as much from quantum tech as much as it does from responsible innovation, working in responsible research and innovation. So, and in responsible AI, we're also thinking in terms of how AI is connected to other both established and emerging technologies. And then now we have quantum. And now we have quantum AI. So what is that even supposed to mean and how is that supposed to look like? So this is actually where the question of justice becomes very important and how it's necessary to actually include justice as an element in technological advancements. And this, of course, is a bit of a work to be done in terms of how is that even going to look like. So when we talk about competition, and of course we live in a hyper-competitive world, how do we include provisions for equitable access? How do we institutionalize inclusivity and parity, like literally institutionalize it and have it embedded in whatever framework there is, whether it's epistemic framework or sociological framework or techno frameworks? And how do we prioritize diverse perspectives, including for those who are not notably known as players in quantum tech world? They either have no strategies or they probably don't even really have the capacity at this point, which includes a lot of island nations and also much smaller nations that probably maybe have one or two quantum physicists, if at all. And some of these physicists may not even be living on site, right? So how do we still include these perspectives, even if they are not directly involved in the production of quantum knowledge and quantum technologies? Because they are part of the supply chain regardless. And how do we account for power imbalances in technological implementation? So this is actually where I want to bring in the whole idea of the PASO approach, which is quite well known in the business world. And I think it's also used actually in other areas of social sciences like the political economy, for instance. And this is actually my way of trying to break down the quantum technological question and also to try to position this later within the whole so-called responsible research and innovation setting. So there is the political, right? So what is actually the momentum that are present among the state actors? So, for instance, politically, state actor strategies influence global security dynamics. And now we definitely have a lot of global security issues going on even outside of the quantum realm, right? So, but if you add the quantum part of it, and given how, as Yase was saying earlier, that it's such an interesting part of even development of military policies and strategies, and I would say it's actually even interesting from the Malaysian perspective and even a lot of other countries where, for instance, if military was not as interested in nuclear and maybe also not as interested in AI, have become very interested when it comes to quantum tech. Because quantum tech is almost like, it's not even just the icing on top of the cake, it's not even the cherry at the top. It's actually almost like the embodiment of a long journey of, technologies that are increasingly, in a way, I would say, taking agency out of people, because even though the technology is the product of human creation and of human activity, but at the same time, it could also create a sort of scenario where your ability to control what is going to happen next and your ability to kind of like ask questions and then be able to tackle those questions in a sort of like a more measured way could actually be taken, the agency to do that could be taken away from you, primarily because things are going very quickly. Changes are so rapid. You just think in terms of AI, again, as an example, or you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear, when it was developing, yes, it did develop quite fast at a particular early decades of its development, but it was not that rapid, and there was still a lot of ability on the part of different players to still control how far and how fast you want to go with it. Whilst in terms of Gen AI, it represents a sort of technology where after it reaches a particular threshold, this is also back to the Colin Rich dilemma, again, which is like, the early stage technology and the late stage technology. And this is also complicating this dilemma because there's a blurring of boundaries between what is constituted as an early stage and the late stage technology. So you may be a late player, a late adopter, right? And being a late adopter at this point doesn't mean you're adopting the technology a decade later. It literally could just mean you're adopting it a year or two later than everyone else. And even with that, so much could actually have changed to actually change the landscape for you as a player, right? This actually connects to what the other question on environment and society and technology is about. What is the consequence of QT on other technological developments which are actually happening and probably will be happening, because we have other hybrids of technology that we are not seeing yet and which may look completely different from any kind of technology we imagine. And this is actually what we consider as emerging and emergent technologies. And how will society accept QTs, right, quantum tech, and other kinds of emerging technology? And how do we want to redefine the framework of literacy in line of that? Because whatever we used to say about literacies, like STEM literacy, science communication, most of it probably is no longer hold water at the rate in which technology is going. And of course, there's the legal and economic aspect. The legal part, I know in Europe, they're actually doing a lot of work in that. In most other areas, as it is also, I think because Europe has a tradition of developing legal frameworks around a lot of technology, sometimes probably in a way that is overly over-regulates the technology in a way that's not healthy. But in most of the other parts of the world, the idea of having a legal framework for any technology that they're already using itself is still also an emerging practice. And so you have to see who are the people involved and whether they feel that they have agency over what they want to say and over how they can interact with the technology. And I guess that brings to the question, which we can actually learn from AI as well, who are the contributors to AI governance and AI ethics versus who are the contributors to quantum governance and quantum ethics. Because there's this idea that quantum definitely is premised on a particular very exotic form of knowledge that requires the understanding of not just pure concepts, right, but also of various sort of the mathematical accompaniment to them, as well as how do you operationalize those concepts of technology. I mean, it's so different when you go from the theoretical to the practice. I would argue it's the same actually for all the other previous technologies, but it's just that maybe it's psychology and also probably it's perception that for a lot of people, because like AI is something that's so close to them, they don't realize that it's actually just as abstracted and actually just as complicated and complex as compared to quantum. So I'd say perception actually matters as well, and this connects to the economics as well. The financial resources, why are venture capitalists throwing money at quantum startups or startups that are adjacent to quantum, for instance. I actually heard conversations about this even all the way back in 2023, actually, about creating funds that invest in quantum tech startups. And this was in the extremely early days of quantum tech startups, and probably only very few countries even had that. So what are the advantages and disadvantages that we can see here? I think I actually have a top part that got cut out, but never mind. So the advantages and disadvantages of being, for instance, late adopters of quantum tech. So one is you can borrow best strategies. Secondly, you may have access to technologies that are most cost effective. You can integrate QT more readily to non-QT because you see all the teething problems that's going on there, and you probably can also slowly prepare yourself or prepare your non-QT your non-QT infrastructures to more readily accept QT. Can prioritize technological fit with wicked problems. Of course, this is itself also questionable to say that, because wicked problems are wicked because they are very difficult to solve regardless of what technologies you use. Clear distinction between the hype and reality, because you get to see how people are following the hype and how they're for the hype, right? So you can steer clear of that. And of course, avoiding expensive trials and errors, right? So in a way, this is an expansion of the origin Coleridge dilemma of what happens if you're a late adopter and you lose agency. But of course, that's where also the Coleridge dilemma comes in if you're late, right? You probably unprepared for PQC attacks. Actually, this conversation around PQC is actually very interesting because most conversations around security, around standards, is actually around security, cryptography, PQC particularly, and how that looks like. This is idea of harvesting first and attack later, which is something very new. It's almost similar to this whole ransom attack, right? Where you ransom something. So what if they are no longer ransoming? They're just holding the stuff and they're not going to give it back because they want to find ways to access it later through attacks. So there's whole conversations around it, which I feel is extremely important, including for nations that are not yet part of the QT strategy or who are not yet involved or have any strategies around that. And it's also, in a way, becomes more expensive to adopt because you are not integrating it, and you also become like, as what Yasin was saying, you are probably getting the technology as a black box because you're not part of the engineering of it so much. You become more of a user. And when you want to come in as the engineer, there's a lot of learning curve because you're coming in late, right? And then I can actually give an analogy actually to computers, right? How, for instance, how I would say that the personal computer has become more black box as we move into laptops, because there are a lot of things which you can do when you own a desktop PC, where you can actually modify the hardware and you can even play around with the software and you know what's going on. That's clearer, more transparent, especially if you're more of the techie type. It's not even transparent to you, even if you're a techie type with, a laptop these days. I'm using a MacBook right now. There are a lot of things that's happening in my MacBook that I'm less aware of than when I was a teenager playing around with the desktop. So I would say this is kind of similar to when I'm saying about, expensive to adopt and where everything becomes black box. I didn't put the black box in there, but that's what it actually means. Then there's also inadequate preparations in terms of industrial ecosystem. But of course, we probably need to rediscuss what does that mean, actually. Catch-up track, this is actually a perennial problem for a lot of developing nations. They're always stuck in this catch-up mode. Less agency in deciding on policies and also losing out the chance on becoming an early adopter. So I'm reaching the end here. So some strategies of foresight. I actually have these three here: sense making, strategic intelligence gathering, and setting priorities. So sense making is literally making sense on how your foresight strategies align with the user criteria that you have within your region or within your nation. Then strategic intelligence gathering focuses on collecting information based on future trends and, of course, signals. Sometimes these signals are weak, but there are still ways to see, why do these signals exist, even if they're weak. And, of course, setting priorities. And I think this also is guided by how you see how the technology moves from the context of 1.0 to 2.0. So, finally, emerging markets is not need to be a space where the failure of governance and justice are made manifest, but it can be also a space for leading policies on responsible use of quantum tech to influence global tech design. So, with that, I end my talk.
Thank you, Dr. Clarissa, for such an insightful sharing. I really love the pestle questions. I always believe that to get the right answers, you also need to ask the right questions. And I like the three strategic ways: foresight, sense-making, and the other inputs. So now we open the floor for some questions. Can we see if we're still awake? I know we are on our day 2, and there's a lot of learnings to absorb, but I like the fact that Dr. Clarissa is really into acronyms. I also love acronyms. And this last slide really resonates with me: sense-making, strategic intelligence gathering, and setting priorities. And I love hearing this from a technical person because essentially these strategies also has something to do in terms of political and governance and a lot of other fields. But I'm glad that this is applied to quantum technologies. So any points, any questions to ask? All right, so if there are no questions, I'd like to ask Dr. Clarissa, how may we, as earlier mentioned, maybe a plan to really create some sort of a support community for quantum technology advocates in the ASEAN? Would you have some thoughts about it? How can we kickstart this idea, Dr. Clarissa?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'm also actually myself, I mean, I'm not just here as a speaker because I'm also part of the community of quantum tech, multidisciplinary group. Although in ASEAN right now, majority of them are physicists, but we do hope to broaden that to include more people from other backgrounds. I mean, I'm sort of like a bridge because I did have a background in physics as well, but I'm not a practicing physicist. And I mean, I don't have a PhD in physics. And what I feel that actually could be done is actually to have grassroots movement, but not just only in physics. Because I believe that you do need to have insights from very different disciplines, some of which may not be technical, and even some are technical, they may not be technical in terms of like quantum. I mean, in terms of just like being experts in quantum physics. And we actually see that happening now. We have a hackathon that's ongoing right now, even as this conference is ongoing, where you have participants who are originally not from physics. Yes, you have some from physics, but you still have some who are not physics, who are also learning to see if they can actually, firstly, engage with the technical material and then bring it back to what they are doing. So that's one thing. And I think earlier, Dr. Chung was also showing some of the different activities that we're actually doing relating to arts, right? Where we do include people who are from the arts with no prior background whatsoever in physics. And I think once we have all these different movements going on, I think the next challenge is to figure out how can we, not to say strategize, but how can we actually connect with each other and have a more systematic approach when it comes to organizing. Because sometimes organizing can take a lot of energy and it's too reliant on just a few people who are driving it. If that person, stop having the time to do it or move on to do other things, then the thing will kind of fall apart. So we do need to, in some way, create a sustainable network where there's always other people who are taking over, and when they're taking over, they're also growing it more. And even the person who originally was in part of it, they can actually move on and kind of bring whatever they were doing to the next level. So it's actually growing up and not just remaining stagnant, and it's not also just reinventing the wheel, doing the same thing, but multiple variations of the same thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, so much takeaways from what you said, Eureka moment as well. You stressed on the multidisciplinary approach. I love that. And I don't know, just a quick question. I'm so interested, since I'm not a technical person, as mentioned earlier, I'm a lawyer, I'm a policymaker. I was a politician for about 10 years. In terms of technical, you said your physics. What are the other key technical verticals that need to be part of quantum computing? I know computer science, yeah.
Yeah, well, definitely computer science, because I feel like whatever that is really happening in the quantum space is very much driven actually by developments in computer science, I would say. And also, of course, in other forms of engineering, and also even in like areas such as business analytics, for instance, in finance, and even biologists. What they are doing is actually, in a way, they produce use cases that are relevant to testing how far should we go with quantum technology. And artists are also starting to use quantum computers to create art as well. And also, in a way, they are also complicating what is constituted as quantum physics through the work that they're actually doing. And so I would say, like, yeah, lawyers like yourself are actually involved in this because they're also part of the legal framework. They're also asking difficult conceptual questions that are too messy to be tackled by any physics equations, right? About how the impact on the world, and also the impact on how do we legislate the effects of the technology. Because we've seen them now doing the same thing for AI, and I guess we're learning a lot from what's happening with AI. Because AI itself, in a way, I would say quantum represents the messiness of AI and also the so-called risk factor of nuclear in a way, but yet in a sort of like a very different mode. And when it's integrated with these other two technologies I just mentioned, it actually becomes a very helpful and potentially also problematic tool in a way, depending on how you actually use it. In a way, it's also society changing. It's also changing the way we live our lives, changing the way we deal with technology, and also changing the way we see technology. And I think the whole black box metaphor just now is actually very important. So let's say if we have to work with black boxes, right? How do we then create legal frameworks around that? How do we create ethical frameworks around that? Especially when there's this whole area of potential interactions, right, that are close off to Earth. If these interactions does not have anything, it just stays in the box, it's fine. But what if it extends out of the box? Like we still have no idea what caused it to happen. If you don't know why it caused it to happen, do we know what are the side effects of it after that?
All right,
So, yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Clarissa. I've never met such a passionate physicist or expert in physics. Thank you so much. And I got your second recommendation, which is how do we organize? What is the platform? I think this is going to be an assignment probably of Sir Bobby, the Quantum Physics Society of the Philippines. The Quantum Technology of the Philippines. But I have to say that organizing is also a special skill. It's also separate skill. So this is also a challenge for our young people in the room, our researchers. It's time we actually leave our desks and maybe network, like what we're doing today. So I guess we're running out of time. Dr. Clarissa, next time you come and visit the Philippines. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so let's give another applause to Dr. Clarissa. Finally, our last speaker is going to be speaking on stage, I guess. She is a PhD researcher in the Law and Governance of Quantum Technologies Research Group with the Institute of Information Law at the University of Amsterdam. Her PhD looks at legal dynamics in the quantum innovation value chains. The project delves into the role of law in the ring fencing of access to material resources, the politics of knowledge production, and value appropriation from techno-scientific research. Please all welcome Ms. Ann Nguyen.
Hi everyone, I'm Anne. I'm based in Amsterdam, and my research group is part of the Dutch Quantum Research Consortium, where we have the Center for Quantum and Society, where we're looking at ethical, legal, and societal problems of quantum tech. So what I'm going to be presenting today echoes a lot of things that you already heard from Clarissa and from Isar, so I'm going to try to keep it short, and we are running out of time, so let's speed right into it. So, okay, that's a big black screen. All right, so this is just kind of a summary of everything that we've already heard so far. So the framework of responsible quantum comes from the RRI, so Responsible Research and Innovation Framework, which has, broadly speaking, these 4 pillars. It's about anticipation, so thinking about what could be to make good decisions about what should be, right? And the next pillar is transparency. This is about openness and sharing the what's going on in the system, and generally also being transparent about the sources of funding in order to determine criteria of integrity and research independence. Another pillar of transparency is good documentation. So you have the good bookkeeping, record keeping. It's easier to then be more inclusive and do better in terms of stakeholder engagement, which is the third pillar on inclusion, to have as much as a wide stakeholder engagement as possible. So this doesn't extend just to civil society and public engagement, but also diversifying the sort of expertise you have in the ecosystem. And then the last pillar is responsiveness. This refers a lot to the agility that you have in responding to new technical developments, but also regulatory developments in a very fast-moving, geopolitically fraught world. All right, let's move on. So when we talk about responsible quantum, there are, broadly speaking, four areas you can apply the responsible innovation framework to. The first is pretty obvious, is about the development of the technology. What are we building? Who's involved in building it? For what aims? What kind of risks are there? And what kind of measurable outcomes are there? So we've heard a lot about that, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. A second area where we need to think about responsibility is the issue of funding, actually. So funding in terms of how do we guarantee that the funding does not impede on the integrity and the independence of researchers. But then other questions on funding also relates to, well, it's kind of like this blunt question of making sure that we just don't throw money at the problem and just hope that that there's a fault-tolerant quantum computer that's going to emerge just because we throw money at the problem. The third issue is access, which I think is a pretty relevant nexus to the emerging markets. It's about how to arrange and how to structure fair access to quantum computers that might be developing in these so-called technology-holding nations. And the fourth issue is how to responsibly develop the use cases. I mean, obviously, this links to the issue of dual use, the dual use nature of quantum tech, but also really relates to the kind of proliferation of all types of use cases that we've been seeing that needs to align with all the 16 or 17 SDGs. Do we really need that many use cases? Not all world problems need a quantum solution, so we have to be very judicial about the kinds of use cases that we're putting out there and the kind of resources we put into trying to find as many use cases as possible, which in the end might not be so feasible. So that's not like the most judicious use of the resources in terms about how to use and see the applicability of quantum, and that kind of also links to my my comments on the funding and how to use those funding properly to identify the relevant use cases, especially to contextualize it for the local ecosystems. All right, so the second part of my presentation is about the work that we've been doing at the University of Amsterdam. So we've, sorry, it's a little bit down here, but we've been working on a report with a consultancy company, AWO, based in Brussels, where we looked at the relationship between quantum computing and how it relates to the G77 states. So we came up in the report with different type of country profiles that are developing in the quantum computing space. So obviously you have the first profile of countries, which are the builders. These are the big technology holding states. It's the US, it's leading states in the EU like Germany, France, Netherlands, and Canada, Australia, so the usual suspects. And then you have a second category of states, which are what we call the procurers. These are the people who are buying quantum computers instead of trying to build up their sovereign capacity from scratch. So think about the recent Quantinuum in Qatar joint venture. It's like people, you are basically buying the computing infrastructure to have it on premise. And then the last category of profile of countries that we identified were users. So these are countries where their quantum ecosystem is basically accessing the technology through the cloud. So one of the categories that we didn't include in the report is actually this really emerging issue, or like this emerging notion that you can be part of the quantum ecosystem by being key component suppliers. So if you are very good at building cryostats, or are very good at doing microelectronics or control electronics, you can have the part of the pie and play a crucial part in occupying a very important node in the global supply chain. So those are the key component suppliers, which are not part of here, but please think about those too when we move forward. So the question about responsible innovation then boils down to, well, it depends on where you are in what kind of profile you have as an emerging market. Are you a builder? Are you a procurer? Are you a key component supplier? Or are you going to be a user? And your stance on responsible innovation depends then on where you are within these kind of categories, or what kind of activities you are doing. Okay, I think you are looking at two me's. Okay, we're back. Right, so I think we heard a lot about sovereignty and developing sovereign capacities in developing quantum technologies in infrastructure. So I think the debate is quite now very pressed on building everything from scratch, or like only procuring from national players or national champions. But I think a more nuanced way of looking at the issue of sovereignty is actually, it's not really about having those sovereign capacities, it's more about managing the interdependencies between countries who are all part of the global supply chain. So it's a bit more of a nuanced position to take, rather than saying, okay, we have to all be builders, because if for budget reasons, it's not possible to build everything from scratch, then it becomes more of an issue of how do we manage the interdependencies and how do we manage technology dependencies with countries who are indeed builders. So to kind of like round off my presentation, this is just a little bit more of, sorry, wrong slide. This is a bit more of an open question to you, maybe a round of question to the audience, where you think your jurisdiction is at, or where you think your ecosystem is at. So I think we had a panel of experts from all different ASEAN countries. Do you want to share maybe where you see your jurisdiction is within one of these categories? Yes, no?
Anyone? Builders, procurers, users. Anyone who wants to speak for the Philippines? So I think
no, it's okay. Well, let's move on so we can move to the next panel. That's fine. Food coma, that's fine. I totally relate. So that's okay. So depending on who you are within one of these country profiles, builders, procurers, component suppliers, or users, you will relate and you will ask questions about responsible innovation in different ways. So if you are a user, what is important to you is probably the issue of access. How do we structure access to quantum computing? Do we structure those access to have fair terms? Is it more possible to have those fair terms if you have institutional collaborations? Are those fair terms better negotiated if it's on an ecosystem level, or is it even feasible to have a bilateral, for example, bilateral between the Philippines and the Netherlands? So where is the most relevant channel to be able to manage and structure fair access to quantum computing if you're a user and you want to negotiate with the builders, for example? And for example, if you are one of the procurers and you are interested in not just procuring, but also doing some sort of technology transfer, then of course you are interested in how to implement and how to operationalize responsive innovation in terms of how you negotiate technology transfer terms, especially when it comes to issues of IP, compulsory licensing, and access to relevant IP pools. Or if you are interested in being builders together within a regional basis, then how do you manage those relationships in terms of, let's say, IP again? Do you choose an IP pool, or do you choose to have an innovation, open innovation network? So those are things to consider. I'll end my talk there. If you want to continue the conversation in the Q&A or in the breaks, or even after we leave the Philippines, you can reach me through my email at the University of Amsterdam. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anne. Okay, I just have to take a picture of your email because I'm sure the conversations will continue. You pose such a very interesting question. Are jurisdictions builders, procurers, or users? In the meantime, not really talking of jurisdiction, I would like to classify myself not as builders, procurers, or users, but as a dreamer. Dreamers. Because this is something that we should collaborate on. And you mentioned, Anne, that you have a report about classifying certain economies. What is the count? I mean, how many countries did you scope in terms of this study?
Yeah, so the scoping is basically covering, we try to cover, or like our partner EWO tried to cover all of the G77 countries. So, so of course, because of the scope, we did mainly desk research. We had some couple of interviews, which are more like in-depth interviews to kind of validate and triangulate the desk research that we did. So we had an interview with an expert in Brazil, one in India, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, one in Singapore as well, but most of it is kind of desk research and covering all of the quantum strategies or quantum initiatives that exist within the G77. And we made a lot of the similar observations that the research shared with us, that emerging markets is such a broad and very broad brush stroke to categorize a huge chunk of the globe. So there needs to be a lot more granularity and a lot more nuance in how we categorize and kind of relate to emerging markets, because they're not like a monolith. They're just very diverse in the capabilities and how to engage with them.
Right, right. But still, I appreciate, even if this is a general research, it collates a lot of data that may be useful to us as we map out and design our quantum future as different jurisdictions. So, is this available? You can share the results?
Yes, it's available. So I forgot to put a QR code, but if you just Google quantum computing G77 AWO, it's online, it's public.
All right. So, quantum computing GW G77. Okay. Or you can approach Anne as she goes down if you want to get hold of the research. Last call for questions. All right. So, if none, okay, please.
Hello, thank you very much for the talk. Can I ask a devil's advocate kind of question? I say that in classical computing, there isn't such a clear distinction between the three categories of builders, procurers, and users, because there's so many, because the supply chain is so interconnected. Many countries participate in different portions of the supply chain, so there isn't such a way to draw the line. How did you do so in your study?
So again, I think I need to also very caveat that this categorization comes from just studying the quantum computing ecosystem. But if you, of course, look at other types of quantum technologies, which I guess you are referring to, right?
I was referring to classical computing.
Oh, classical. Oh, I'm not sure if I will be able to answer that question from also considering the very technical considerations as well. So I do have to say a lot of this kind of categorization is very much tailored to how we see, or like this categorization came from our key observation that quantum computing will be accessible, or people will be accessing it or through the cloud. So that's where we had first the cloud users and the builders, and then somehow we came up with the procurers as a second kind of middle ground category. But I wouldn't say particularly that that maybe this is reverse translatable to classical computing. I don't know enough about the real computing, like classical computing value chain to make that observation. So I don't think I can answer that question fully.
All right, thank you. I don't think the classification is hierarchical. Everyone is on the same level as user, builder, procurers, because it's part of a whole ecosystem. So thank you, Dr. Ann. Miss Ann, can we give her a round of applause? All right, so my phone is ringing. It means this session should end right now. Mr. MC, take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this generous introduction. Welcome to the session. I'll make the intro very quick. We've heard a lot about quantum technology, ecosystem building, and communities. We've heard a lot about a lot of technical talks about different fields of quantum technology, a lot about different government strategy. This session fits also right into the ecosystem and community building, but how I would summarize it is more, it's asking how we want the advent of quantum technology to look like, not just from a technical and commercial standpoint, but also from an ethical, from a values perspective, from how does quantum technology interact with society. So on that topic, we have three very short presentations that we'll now just do back to back. So if we have time, we'll do one joint Q&A at the end, but we'll just take the talks back to back. And the first to go needs no introduction. An Nguyen, she just gave a presentation in the previous session, a PhD researcher at the Law and Governments of Quantum Technologies Research Group in Amsterdam. Welcome here to the stage, An Nguyen.
Sorry guys, I'm back. Okay, let's start. Do I have the clicker? Thank you. Right, let's start. So I'm going to be talking about ethical quantum and science anticipation, and then it's going to be, again, grounded in my research about law and governance of quantum. So before we start, let's do some foundation laying. What do we mean when we say ethical quantum or quantum ethics? So very briefly, ethics is all about, okay, how do we judge the decisions that we make? It's a normative framework for us to assess the quality of our decision. Are we making the good decision and the right decision? So basically, ethics in a nutshell. It's really about studying the kinds of values that underpin our decision making and the kind of principles that guide the way that we make decisions in innovation. So values can mean things that we find, virtues we find quite desirable generally for society or for a specific aim like innovation. So think about values of justice, equity, responsible innovation, openness in innovation. So I think it's no wonder that a lot of the ethics work also shapes and influences the kind of governance principles that that emerge in regulating quantum innovation. So ethics doesn't just touch the decision making of how we build the technology, but also touches our decisions on how to regulate these technologies and what kind of legal instruments and what kind of regulatory choices that are made with respect to quantum. So think about ethics as a framework to judge whether or not we should put export restrictions on quantum computers, whether we should do screening of researchers on the basis of their nationality, whether or not we should move forward with increasing a lot of patenting in quantum, or whether or not we should adopt open innovation framework instead. So how does all of this relate to science anticipation? I'm not going to talk too much about it because I know one of our speakers from Justa is going to talk about it. So in a nutshell, it's about thinking what could be to help develop what should be. So what could be is the science anticipation part of it, and what should be is the ethics part of it. I'm going to move on. So I'm going to share generally in my talk what I think is the other challenges that people with an ethics and a social science and legal background kind of face when we're trying to assess the quality of the choices that we are making in terms of regulation. So I think one of the recurring themes that we've had in over the past day and yesterday is that hype is a really big issue in quantum. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with this character. Yes, no? Yes, this is Dr. Manhattan from the comic book series The Watchmen. It's a comic book series that came out in the 80s. And so in this fictional universe, the US wins the Vietnam War. Why? Because there's this scientist called Dr. Manhattan. He gets into a radioactive accident, and then he comes out as a humanoid who has quantum characteristics. So he exists in multiple dimensions. He can be at multiple places at once. He experiences past, present, and future all at the same time. He can see through objects and see through walls, a lot like quantum sensors can. But crucially, it's a very nice analogy because he becomes a military asset for the US, and He's one of the reasons why they win the Vietnam War in the Watchman universe, because he's considered something more powerful than even the atomic bomb, which actually also happened in the Watchman universe. So this kind of like hype and hope about quantum, in that the hope of it being something extraordinarily good, and the fear that it is extraordinarily bad, leads us to this very reductive framing of quantum for good, and also implying, well, there's a quantum for bad. So it kind of like it leads us to mythicize the technology, and also exceptionalize the technology in a way that's quite unhealthy. And because these are the kind of dynamics that frame our understanding of quantum, it really it kind of has a very negative effect on how policymakers and lawmakers kind of base their decision on, because it's often based on an imaginary of quantum that is not very much rooted in real developments and trajectories, but rather rooted in kind of constructed fears about what quantum represents, and what constructed fears and threats about what happens if our competitors has quantum and we don't, or like if our knowledge base is leaked to our competitors. So it's mainly about the constructed threats that is rooted in a mythicization and exceptionalization of the technology. So there's a lot of nuance that's missing in these kind of debates, because it's a very binary black and white framing of things. So it's because nuance takes a lot of time to kind of digest and comb through what is really going on, and what are the real threats, and what are constructed threats that are also securitized and politicized. So in order to address the issue, or make more principled and ethical decisions with more nuance, I think one of the key things to do is basically, this is not very interesting, but it's basically about bridge building between policymakers and the scientific community, for them to have a bit more of a quantum literacy, in order to kind of like decode what are real developments, and what are real promises, and what are just constructed threats, and threats that we just take for granted, or threats that are based on certain biases. So I'm going to end the talk by showing the more of a summary side of how to think about ethics. So I think one of the key takeaways when you think about the issues of ethics and how to assess the kind of decisions that we make, especially in the regulatory space, I think one of the biggest takeaways is thinking about who gets to decide what kind of ethics framework that we adopt, and also kind of being mindful that ethics framework don't just exist just to serve certain innocuous values like justice or equity, but ethics framework is also underlined by a lot of economic interest and political interest in why certain quantum technologies are always stamped with a label of being ethics, but is it really so? Do we have to question whether or not it's just part of this kind of like ethics washing campaign, or to try to kind of like very much window dress a lot of decisions that are made? So I think that's one of the main takeaways. If you're interested in more, I think we can keep that for the Q&A. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Anne, for this excellent introduction into ethics in quantum, and also anticipation. Also really highlighting some of the subtleties that, if we talk about quantum for good, also some of the drawbacks and some of the pitfalls that come out of that. I'm sure some of you have questions, or if not, so feel free to think about more questions when you digest the material from this talk and the next one. We will come back to Q&A at the end. Right now, I will directly call up our next speaker, Zeki Zeskia. He's a researcher at KIT, at the Karlsruhe Institute for Technology in Germany, specifically at the Institute for Technology Assessment and Systems Analysis. He is leading and participating in various projects related to quantum technology, especially quantum technology and society, responsible quantum technology. I think he might talk about some of these projects, or mention some of them in this talk, about ethical, legal, and social aspects of quantum technologies. Let's welcome Zeki to the stage.
Hi, I'm Zeki, and
there's one more talk after you.
And also that's great. Yeah, as Quick introduced, I'm a researcher at KIT, Institute for Technology Assessment and Systems Analysis. So if you see anything interesting in my talk, please feel free to contact me via LinkedIn or through my email. And today I will try to go through my slides very quickly. So if you can't understand me, please just yell or raise your hand so that I can slow down. So I will go over this part quite quickly because I assume everybody here has some understanding of what we mean when we say quantum technologies, but I put these for completeness sake. When we say quantum technologies, we mean these set of technologies that emanate from the principles of the quantum world, and the quantum world is the world of the very small and very cold and very isolated. And in specifically the European context, the quantum technologies are separated into 4 pillars. It is computation, communication, sensing, and simulation. Quantum technologies, there's a lot of hype now and interest and all that stuff going on, but it's not new. It has been around for quite some time, and it has been popular for quite some time. So this is you can see in 2014 it was covering time, the D-Wave device. So it's not everything is new about quantum. Quantum is not invented in the last few years. What is new is that the amount of public investment going into it, it has been increasing quite heavily for the last few years, especially after COVID. People realized, we cannot rely on others all the time because of the supply chain vulnerabilities and the increasing geopolitical tension. This has been already talked about by Yasser, and we are here because it's International Year of Quantum, was declared by UN, so we are all excited about it. One quick disclaimer, so the name of our institute is Institute for Technology Assessment and Systems Analysis. In German it is Technik-Folgenabschätzung. So we are primarily interested in the consequences of technologies and not necessarily the technologies themselves. But automatically if we're interested in consequences, we're also interested in technologies. We work closely with the Office of Technology Assessment at the German Parliament and the Panel for the Future of Science and Technology at Brussels for the European Parliament. I will go over very quickly to some of the projects we are doing so that you have a kind of understanding about what we are doing practically and not just about the concepts themselves. This is the general project called QTech, Quantum Technology Innovation for Society, which is intentionally vague because we wanted to be able to explore the field. It has been going on for the last 4 years. We did landscaping of the QT ecosystems, like patents, publications, investments, education and outreach research in QT, like what are the core concepts of quantum information science compared to quantum physics, and concept of exploration and operationalization for ELSA research on QT, which is a mouthful, but like we try to explore and operationalize concepts like what does democratization mean, what does readiness mean. And this is actually the project that kind of brought a lot of grassroots together so that we met with each other and tried to get entangled with each other. And you only see my name because I'm the only one affiliated with ICAS, but like Lia here was a co-project leader, and we had a professor from TU Delft who supported us through it. We had a week-long summer school in Delft and one day in Amsterdam with Ans Group to talk about ethical, legal, social aspects of QT for QT grassroots activities, including the wonderful one that is organizing this event. We had follow-up events in many countries like Zimbabwe, and we had additional online workshops and meetings. We had a study commissioned to us by the German Ministry of Research and Education that we, again, did all this stuff. And now we are supporting a project at the German Parliament for exploring the military use of quantum technologies with a specific focus on what are the implications of the military use of these technologies for peace and security policy. So not about like how can you build quantum bombs, but what capabilities will come into play and how will it change the policy landscape. Also, we have been organizing this event series called Responsible Quantum Technologies for the last 5 years. Yeah, we organized the 5th one this year. And if you're interested, just let me know. Okay, so I come from Germany. We recycle everything. I recycle plenty of slides. And here you can see what we mean operationally when we say responsible. So these are caricatures of different two camps. So there's one side, there's technology enthusiasts. They're very enthusiastic about technology. They want to develop technology, and they don't care about the consequences. On the other side, there's the environmentalists here, but basically people who are kind of afraid of technology, or they want to mitigate the risks at the costs of the benefits of the technology. And the responsible path is to take some place in between. Technologies have benefits, they have risks. These are not equitably distributed, so let's think about this. And some examples from the enthusiast camps. I think you already, all of us know this guy. And they move fast, they break things, and sometimes they really break things. But you can say that this is social media, it's not that important. But sometimes there are more important, breaking things happen. And I mean, this is a bit older, but you all know the story probably. But again, you might say that, these are American companies. We all know what the US does. But sadly, it's not just an American problem. I don't know whether you know this, but if you don't, just check it out. It's a very crazy story. But you might say that markets, they correct themselves. These companies, they suffer financially, so why should we care? Well, we should care for a lot of reasons, but one of them is like there are externalities. Like it's not just markets and financial costs. There are actual human costs and other environmental costs. And this also makes you question, like, is technology good or bad for society? But it's not a question that we kind of ask. The question we ask is, what are the consequences of technologies for different groups in societies, for different stakeholders? What are the direct and indirect consequences of these technologies? And we do actual research on them, and then we inform policymakers and parliamentarians and different stakeholders on this. You already heard about the Collinrich dilemma from Clarissa Spolk. It basically is a conceptual tool that was developed in the 80s that we use to argue that in an emerging technological phase, you have a high possibility of control. It's not certainty, like you cannot certainly control something, but you have a high possibility of social control of the technology, but you have no evidence of impact because the technology is not there. So quantum technology is not there. Elias, can you show me like when I have 4 or 5 minutes? Oh, 5. Great. Just think about AI. There are a lot of people who think that AI is going to kill all of us, or we shouldn't develop it or like limit it. They have no evidence of impact. But when they get evidence of impact that AI is going to kill all of us, it will be a bit late. So like it's a dilemma. Like how do you intervene? When do you intervene? Like what kind of evidence is actually enough to intervene? And anticipatory governance plays a huge role here. So just a shout out to our colleagues at OECD. And one other concept that I want to introduce or like just talk about is path dependence. I'm not going to talk about it long, but for example, the reason that our keyboard layout is like this, I really strongly implore you to check it out, is it goes back to mechanical typewriters. Right now we are not using mechanical typewriters, but it's still the same layout. Why aren't we changing it? Because it's hard. It's path dependent. Similarly, it goes to the size of the trains, and there's a really cool video about how the size of a Roman horse's butt actually put a constraint on the number of people we were able to send to space with the space shuttle because of the size of the tunnels that the boosters had to go through. And for quantum, it kind of makes sense to discuss these things now because, as you know, there is no dominant design for quantum computers yet. It can be superconducting, it can be ion traps, it can be topological, it can be a lot of different things. We have a lot of options. We won't have all those options in the end. There will be a dominant design, or maybe 2 at most. There is not a market for all of those things. And we we need to start thinking about what would be the consequences of different technologies. Like, is a superconducting creature different than ion trap creature? Or, for whom? What? So these are things that we don't have evidence of impact yet, but things that we can explore. Okay, you already know. And this is the quote that I love the most in the field by Carl Harris. The space of technological possible is much greater than that of economically profitable and socially acceptable. So for a technology, of course it has to be technologically possible. Like impossible technologies, we are not going to be able to make them. But for a technology to actually make into the societies and the markets, it has to be profitable and it also has to be acceptable. And we have very good examples like GMOs, nuclear, like just look at what's happening in Germany now. Like we don't have any running nuclear plants. So the summary, the quantum technologies has been gaining more traction and we need to start thinking about the potential impact to not repeat previous mistakes like AI. The ELSA, ethical, legal, social aspects and responsible technology development, they are wide fields, there are different approaches. Identifying the most suitable ones require research. So we don't know the answer. We should look into it together with all the stakeholders. And technologies do not succeed or fail solely based on their technical feats. For a technology to be adopted, it has to be also economically profitable and socially acceptable. And this can actually vary between regions. So this is not a global thing. Like nuclear can be very successful in France, but terrible in Germany. GMOs can be banned in Europe, but very successful in the US. So this is a region-dependent phenomena as well. So for the ASEAN region or Southeast Asian region, these things are different from Europe or US. So you shouldn't take our word for it. You should, also support your own researchers. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Seki. Some really excellent and nuanced kind of frames to how we can think about the development of quantum technologies. So one thing I took away, I think you called it Colin-Rich dilemma, this idea that very early in the technology, it's still much more malleable, we can change the trajectory, but the impact is much less clear. But later on, when there's actually a market for quantum computers, when there's actually a lot of impact, it may be much, much harder to shape that trajectory. And same with the other frame, this of path dependency. We have a lot of different also competing technologies in quantum, and there may just be certain historical trajectories, not because they're the one that's technically right, but that still be the one that will become dominant in the end. And why I wanted to highlight these things from the talk is because I think it really also speaks to the relevance of an event like this, which is at a very early stage in the development of quantum technologies here in the Philippines. So in the sense, at a moment of time, according to this Colin-Rich dilemma, when it's still possible to really shape the direction, and also then set out on paths that may, just based on things that happen here, which are not just relevant today, but then which set the participants and the trajectory in the Philippines to a path that may be really determinant in over the coming years and decades. So thank you, Seki. Last but not least, we have one more talk from Dr. Marianne Schörling. Marianne will join us online. She's a senior program manager at Jester. So Jester, you've heard of that organization quite a few times now, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. Together with the Open Quantum Institute, which was established by Jester, it's one of the main sponsors of this conference. Marianne is leading capacity building efforts at Jester. She also co-developed a quantum diplomacy game, which you'll all get to know very well very soon, later this afternoon, amongst other things. She will talk about the Open Quantum Institute's vision for the future of quantum technologies, and I think also introduce some of its activities. Marianne, I hope you can hear me. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Elias. I hope the sound is okay. Can you give me a sign?
All good.
Okay, excellent. So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today, not just because where you are right now, in a region driven by commitment to leverage technology and collaboration, but also it's special because of when we are meeting, the timing. I think we all agree that we're living in a moment of contradiction. On one hand, the challenges we face today, they demand cooperation more than ever. We are not operating in confined bubble, but we can see that from pandemics to global conflicts, from food security issues to climate crisis, there's no country that can overcome the Ebola crisis alone. On the other hand, we are seeing that multilateralism is at its lowest points in history since its inception. And we can see that there's disinformation, there are fragmented alliances, and we have talked about the emerging tech races that are really stretching our global governance. So these are all dynamics that are very visible in the field of quantum technologies, and that's also the context from which I will be talking to you today.
Marianne, just FYI, we see you, but we don't see your slides yet.
All right, let me just try to share it again.
Looks like it's coming. Yeah, we see it.
Okay, thank you so much for informing me. All right, so you haven't missed much. I haven't had any slides for this first introduction. So a few words by myself. Thank you, Amelie Super, for your kind introduction. I'm a systems theory sociologist, and as you've mentioned, I've worked at the Swiss foundation called Geneva Science and Technology Anticipator, excuse me, where I'm contributing to the field of quantum on the question how to explore and how to harness responsibly the opportunities that quantum computing may provide. And that is actually the reason why I started a few years at this foundation, at Gesta, and it was in particular to actually help create the Open Quantum Institute that was launched in March 2024 at CERN. Now today we have over 500 experts around the world that have contributed to the Open Quantum Institute, in short OQI, and we particularly look into how we can ensure that there is participation of quantum underserved geographies, and how we can best support quantum leaders to build inclusive quantum ecosystems. So this is very much going into the direction that Clarissa and Lesomar have described earlier, but also Mzeki. Now, just a few days ago, the ASEAN Rectors Conference took place here in the Philippines. It was a conference where university rectors were gathering, and we from Chester, we contributed to that. And that conference demonstrated that ASEAN countries, being the world's 5th largest economy, have initiated many efforts, foresight offices, future offices, initiatives around the 2050 agenda, and plans for an inclusive and future-ready innovation ecosystem in the region. And my talk can be considered as an additional reflection on how regional efforts could be complemented and supported by something that we call anticipation, science anticipation, and anticipatory science diplomacy. So now you may ask, how does this relate to ethical quantum? And this is the reason why I have organized my talk in 3 chapters. All right, so I will bring this down to 3 principles that all circle around one strategic challenge, which is how can we best ensure, as I said, that quantum development is inclusive, secure, and responsible. And it's important for me to say that these principles are not meant to be theoretical principles, but they should really guide us on concrete implementation opportunities, starting with the question of real-world application. And the principles are based on our experience that we had so far with the Open Quantum Institute and at Gesta. So we are collectively, and when I say we, I mean you, as you gather on site in the Philippines and represent different regions, we are collectively developing a new form of technology with advances that will be accelerated by transformative impacts on people, society, and the planet. And it's quite impressive to me how the global quantum ecosystem has matured over the last years. I just took from the Quantum Insider an analysis that shows the quantum market today. This is from a few months ago. And we can see that quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum communication, these are no longer ideas on a distant horizon, but they're really inherent drivers of geopolitics. They're taking shape in labs, in policy circles, in markets, and they carry immense potential. But at the same time, they contribute to the hype that we have been discussing at this conference already. Now, like many emerging technologies, quantum is dual use. The same capabilities that can cure diseases in the future or predict natural disasters, they can also be weaponized and monopolized and misused. And this brings us right into the field of ethical quantum as part of responsible quantum. And I call this from global challenges to regional priorities, which provides opportunities for responsible development as global collaboration and multilateralism are threatened. And that is why we need a new kind of global conversation, and one that just that doesn't just focus on technical advancement, but also on values, on principles, on governance and inclusion. And this also means that we start looking into regional realities. Just a week ago, I think many of you experienced it that are on site. The Philippines experienced flooding. Alone in Manila, there were end of last week 4 typhoons, and I had my colleague witnessing that in person. And so the first principle I wanted to highlight to you is anticipate regional relevant use cases of how we might be applying the technology. So if we are guided by the value that science and technology should serve as catalysts to make the world better for an alternative future, we can start by prioritizing use cases that make a positive societal impact. In fact, I would even argue that anticipating, and I will explain in today what it means, is not a luxury reserved for few countries. Jester and personally as well, I believe that it's a strategic necessity for all nations to engage early. So this means before technologies mature and governance frameworks are set elsewhere. And this is where the Jester approach comes in. At Jester, we believe that responsibility begins with anticipation. Too often we have seen that we have been reactive when it comes to govern innovation. And we've waited until the technologies disrupted our systems, just to mention an AI. Now, what's really desirable is the question of what does equity mean? What does safety mean? How can we actually look into the governance of technologies before the technology hits the market? And now, through an initiative that I will mention again later, that we call the Quantum Board Initiative, we currently curate the exploration of 18 different quantum computing use cases that are guided by Sustainable Development Goals. And in these teams, in these use case teams, we do not only have quantum scientists, but also domain experts from biology to chemistry, from international organizations, and impact evaluation experts. And this is, so to say, a platform that quite a few people now in the room are contributing to. So thanks a lot to your incredible work. And I've added the QR code here if you want to learn more about what we do in that field. So we structure our work around 4 key pillars, and this explains a little bit what we mean with anticipation. We apply those pillars into different fields, and that includes quantum computing. And for the sake of time, I won't go through them in detail, but again, I've added the QR code, and you have access directly to our latest paper on anticipatory science diplomacy that explains a little bit how science anticipation and the honest brokering between different communities like citizens, impact community, industry, academia, and diplomacy can be performed, and what does this mean for the global community, and how does capacity building is contribute. Now, when applied to quantum technologies, our framework means creating space for thoughtful development and inclusive governance, and not just racing for supremacy. And at the regional or international level, this means that we are ensuring that countries with different quantum capabilities are at the same table from the outset, so that they can shape the outcome and safeguard their interest, but as well fully benefit from the future scientific advancement rather than deepening inequalities and divides. And just to give you a glimpse of how this looks in practice, is that with the Quantum Front Initiative, we kind of have three programs in place. One is a collaboration with Express and Google on quantum applications. It's a competition, a global competition that's ongoing right now, where we are seeking concrete, impactful use cases aligned with global needs. And it's important to say that it's all about the exploration, so rather than promising that quantum will do X, Y, Z, it's really about exploring based on scientific, rigorous research, what can be already anticipated today on which foundation. Our quantum diplomacy dialogues allow us to bring different governments, companies, and researchers together. I'm more than happy to talk more about that if you're interested later. And then the Open Quantum Institute that I've already have mentioned, that is now hosted at CERN with the support of a Swiss bank called UBS. Now, these, what I've mentioned, are not abstract projects. You can see that there are many partners that are working with us. I just added here a screenshot of the partners we have worked with at the very beginning throughout the conceptualization and the incubation of the Open Quantum Institute. And these are real efforts to actually really translate anticipation into action. And that's actually the second principle I wanted to mention. And I'm delighted that this conference welcomed members of our greater OKI community as speakers and attendees. And it's also one of the reasons why we consider it as a privilege to be one of the partners for this conference, to make it happen and to actually address a key element of Quantum for All. All right, so where decisions come in conflict with ethical values, it is the responsibility of leadership to make decisions consistently. And this also means that we are embedding scientific methods into diplomatic actions. So actually the question is, who decides what's good and bad? And who actually defines the value behind innovation? We therefore, to explore these questions in different fields, and that also includes quantum, we are running so-called science diplomacy weeks that circle around anticipatory leadership. And my key takeaway and learning and key principle that I wanted to highlight today is that we are calling everyone to start acting as anticipatory leader, which means that opportunities are realized in collaboration, and that we're also mitigating the risks. And one risk is, for example, how we address the hype. Now, quantum gives us definitely a chance to do better than in the past, and we do see that actually through science diplomacy and anticipation, we can actually align global norms, shared values, and social needs. And how does this happen? It's not a theoretical paper, but it happens by bringing people together and explore and actually be very concrete in collaborations and projects. And so it's great that so many of you here, they're already contributing to that call. We are investing a lot in anticipatory leadership, and you will be experiencing today actually one tool that we have developed. It's a tool of experiential learning through serious games, role play, simulations, and that really helps to to step into the complexity of real-world governance. What we see is that many times, for example, when we work with diplomats, there is a certain fear to tap into an emerging technology like quantum because of the unknown. And by actually engaging in simulations and role plays, they start to unpack some of the big questions, but just experiencing science diplomacy in practice. And also it helps, and this is what's happened today, this afternoon, with the quantum diplomacy game. It places you in the midst of a fictional crisis that's involving unregulated quantum technology, and really helps to think about, okay, how could we have created an alternative future? Just a QR code. Sorry, it's not changing my slide. Here we go. QR code to our resources that we have for the game in case you're interested to learn more about it. You will negotiate, you will build alliances, and you will propose governance frameworks across diverse perspectives. And I just want to make here a logistical announcement that I hope that by now every one of you has already selected, chosen a character. I've seen some of the speakers already carrying the character around the neck with the lanyards. So if you haven't done so far, please make sure that you got yours, and consider this experience really as an opportunity where you will take on different roles and discover the challenges and opportunities of quantum diplomacy. Okay, I'm coming to the end of my talk because we're running out of time. My final argument why responsible quantum is needed, and why it also includes ethical reflection, is actually alluding to the fact that we are today in an era that is marked by breakthroughs and geopolitical tensions that ask more than ever before to introduce a shift of how we approach the science diplomacy arena. And this slide is now summarizing basically the fact that there is a need for a new form of multilateralism. I'm not going through all the points, but basically it gives you the main idea of, multilateralism needs to become more inclusive, more evidence-informed, and more agile, and more opportunity-driven. And right now we still see that most global decision-making structures are state-centric. So the Open Quantum Institute, but also the work with your Jester, is really looking into how can we bring non-state actors, scientists, startups, NGOs together, that they have a seat at the table, even though today they don't have a vote. And therefore, I would like to leave you with this notion that this is now the moment really shifting from slow treaty processes to flexible agreements, from ideology to evidence, and meaning that private companies, especially in tech, they do play an important role. They have geopolitical power equivalent to many states. And so we cannot keep the private sector out of discussions when it comes to new governance models. And so they need to work alongside government and civil society. And that's one of the reasons why the use case exploration teams at our Open Quantum Institute are joining actually from different parts of the world, such as Malaysia, India, and Japan. So thank you so much for your attention. You will be hearing from me shortly about the quantum diplomacy game. And with that, back to you, Elias. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne, for this inspiring talk. I think the vision of the OQI, of this really global, inclusive approach, is really something inspiring and visionary. And not just with the vision, but also with the concrete actions, where you mentioned some of these, but also where this conference is one of the concrete outcomes where the Open Quantum Institute contributed. I mentioned earlier there would be a Q&A now. We are quite a bit behind schedule, so we are actually going to move directly to the quantum diplomacy game, which Marianne already foreshadowed. Still, if you do want to reach out to the speakers, I highly encourage you to find them individually. And for Marianne, besides the great resources that she shared, if you don't find a way to contact her, also feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to share the contact. Please give one more round of applause for the speakers of the session. And with that, Marianne, I would actually hand it back to you directly. Marianne will introduce the quantum diplomacy game, and maybe some of you are exhausted after a long day of many, many talks. Now, I can promise you this will be something quite immersive and a bit more storytelling, so yeah, lean back and enjoy, and really immerse yourself into this narrative that Marianne will present, and that for the remainder of this conference, so this is the last activity for today, we are now going to pursue it together and be inspired and yeah,